They thought your name was a game, a disposable piece they could toss around, smear with dirt, and erase whenever convenient. They whispered lies behind your back, painted you as the villain, and built entire stories from twisted half-truths. They smiled in your face, shook your hand, yet buried daggers deep into your spirit the moment you turned around. They thrived off your suffering, clapped at your lowest moments, and cheered silently every time they saw you struggle. How dare they treat your existence like a joke? How dare they weaponize your reputation to feed their fragile egos? Don't lie. You felt it. You felt every silent betrayal, every calculated jab, every hidden sabotage they carefully crafted behind closed doors. They didn't just play with your name. They tried to destroy your peace, your purpose, and your legacy. They mocked your reactions, labeled your genuine pain as drama, and twisted every sincere moment into ammunition against you. But what they never understood, what their arrogance blinded them to, is the cosmic law they set into motion. Karma never loses an address. It waits patiently, quietly, until the perfect moment to strike. Before we go deeper, hit that like button, subscribe, and drop the number 77 in the comments right now. Every interaction pushes this truth further, guiding other chosen ones here who are tired of being played with, underestimated, and misunderstood. When you take action, you're activating a shift, not just for you, but for every soul tired of fighting unseen battles. Let's turn pain into purpose together. Now, let's talk about your power, chosen one, the very power you doubt, even though your enemies saw it clear as day. Don't pretend you didn't question your worth when the rumors spread. Don't act like you didn't wonder if maybe they were right, if maybe the lies had some hidden truth, if maybe you really were the problem. You shrank yourself, dimmed your glow, and tried to appease people who were never going to accept you anyway. But your enemies knew your truth from the start. They feared your strength long before you realized it existed. See, your power isn't just presence, it's cosmic alignment. It's a force that rattles cages and disrupts false narratives simply by existing. That's why they targeted you so intensely. You weren't fragile, you were formidable, and they couldn't stand it. Every attack, every betrayal, every twisted manipulation was born from their desperate attempt to suppress the force of nature they saw building inside you. But instead of breaking you down, every single hit sharpened your spirit, strengthened your resilience, and elevated your purpose. Now, karma is knocking at their door, loud and relentless. Every lie they told is wrapping around their throat, choking the false narratives they built. Every betrayal they plotted is dismantling their peace, brick by painful brick. Their life is glitching with the same chaos they wished upon you, and now they're spiraling, desperately trying to control the storm they created. They thought playing with your name was harmless, a quick thrill for their weak souls. But now the universe is dealing the cards, and they can't handle their own hand. The game they started for entertainment has turned into their personal nightmare. You're not witnessing coincidence, you're watching divine correction in action. So no, this isn't a story about revenge. It's about restoration. It's about the universe reclaiming what belongs to you, your dignity, your power, and your peace. Your enemies played a dangerous game with a chosen one, forgetting the most critical rule. When you mess with a soul protected by purpose, the universe never misses. So claim your power now, own your truth. Stop doubting the strength that even your enemies recognized from day one. Like, subscribe, and drop the number 77 in the comments as your declaration that you're no longer a pawn, but the game changer they never anticipated. Let's rise together, because karma is here, and it's playing to win. Number 1. They wanted the spotlight. Now they're burning under it. They wanted the spotlight, so they dragged your name through the mud, thinking the dirt would make their glow brighter. But here's the thing about fake fame. It burns hot and fast, and the ashes don't lie. They played you like a pawn in their desperate quest for attention, tossing your reputation around like a cheap trophy. But what they didn't count on is that the universe doesn't reward thieves of truth. Karma turned their spotlight into a heat lamp, and every lie they cooked up is now sizzling in the blaze they never saw coming. Didn't they think you were just another story to be used and discarded? Didn't they believe your name was theirs to weaponize without consequence? How many times did they smear your character to climb a rung higher on their fake throne? How many whispered lies did they feed the crowd while pretending to be innocent? How dare they steal your light to feed their shallow hunger for recognition? They craved the spotlight, but it's burning them alive now. Their own fire, sparked by their own hands, consuming every false word and every fabricated tale. And you, the chosen one, you stood in that shadow and still kept glowing. You were the silent storm behind the chaos, the fire that refused to be extinguished. While they were busy building castles on sand, you were grounded in the rock of your purpose. They tried to rewrite your story, but you were writing it yourself, with every breath, every setback, every comeback. Your power isn't just in survival, it's in transformation. You're not just a player in their drama, you're the force rewriting the script. Think about the legends who faced the same treatment. Oprah was attacked, ridiculed, and underestimated, but today her name is synonymous with influence and integrity. Nelson Mandela was imprisoned and vilified, yet he became a beacon of freedom and justice. Malala was shot for her voice, yet she rose to inspire millions. None of these chosen ones bowed to the lies or doubted their worth. They knew the universe was orchestrating something greater, a truth beyond the noise. So why do you still doubt? Why do you let their slanders echo in your mind when the universe has been your constant ally? Don't pretend you haven't questioned your strength, your value, or even your sanity when the attacks came fast and fierce. You doubted. You wondered if maybe their version of you was the one worth believing. But look back now, every step, every stumble, every moment you thought you couldn't go on, the universe was carrying you. Every time they whispered behind your back, the cosmos whispered back louder, you are protected. You are chosen. The power of being chosen isn't a whisper, it's a roar. It's the unshakable conviction that no matter how dark the storm, the light inside you will never fade. Your enemies saw that light before you did. They feared it, which is why they attacked with such desperation. Because people don't waste energy destroying what isn't a threat. They saw your rise as a challenge to their control, a threat to their fragile kingdoms built on lies and illusion. And now, karma is turning their spotlight into a heat lamp. Every lie, every smear, every betrayal they cooked up is simmering under the relentless heat of truth. Their facade is melting away piece by piece. Doors they thought were opening for them are closing. Alliances once strong are cracking. Their confidence is turning to panic. The same crowd they fooled with their performances is starting to see the cracks, and their applause is turning to silence. You may ask yourself, why did this happen to me? Why did they have so much power over my peace? Why did I feel so small when I was meant for greatness? These are natural questions, but here's the answer. Because being chosen means walking a path not everyone can see or understand. It means carrying a light so bright it blinds those still stuck in darkness. Your struggle isn't a punishment, it's a purification. Your trials aren't signs of weakness, they're proof of growth. The universe was always working behind the scenes, aligning the stars, sending signs, and shielding you when you didn't even realize it. So stop doubting yourself. Stop giving space to the voices that told you you weren't enough. The truth is, they hated you because you reminded them of what they lacked. strength, integrity, and an unbreakable spirit. Their desperation to drag your name through the mud was their admission of fear. Fear that your light would expose their shadows. Fear that you would rise while they stayed buried in their own lies. Look at how the greatest chosen ones moved through their darkest moments with fierce grace and unyielding faith. They didn't waste energy on the small-minded or the envious. Instead, they focused on their purpose and let the universe handle the rest. You are no different. Your enemies wanted a show, a spectacle built on your downfall, but instead, they got a legend in the making. Remember this, fake fame built on fraud always collapses. It's like a house of cards in a hurricane, unstable and destined to fall. And now, karma's wind is howling. Every deceit, every betrayal they thought was clever is now their prison. They wanted to shine by stealing your name, but their own reflection is burning under the heat of their lies. Chosen one, your power is undeniable. Your name isn't a weapon. They made it one to try and weaken you, but it has become your shield and your sword. So hold your head high, own your story. This fire inside you wasn't given to be hidden. It was given to burn through the darkness, for you and for everyone watching. You are the storm they never saw coming, the truth they can't silence, and the light they will never dim. So as you stand in your power, remember who you are. The universe never stops working for the chosen. They dragged your name to get attention, but now, under karma's heat lamp, it's their own lives that are melting away. And that's the sweetest victory of all. Number 2, they turned you into the villain, but their story's becoming a tragedy. They turned you into the villain, the scapegoat in their twisted drama. They played the victim so well, didn't they? Smiling sweetly as they painted you the aggressor, the problem, the one who brought chaos. Every whisper, every false accusation, every sly manipulation was a calculated stroke in their grand illusion. They wanted the world to see you as the troublemaker so they could escape scrutiny, dodge accountability, and keep their hands clean. How many times did they rewrite the story to make themselves look like heroes while you were cast as the enemy? How many allies did they rally with lies, all while you stood, isolated, misunderstood, and gasping for truth? Didn't they think they could fool everyone forever? Didn't they believe the mask they wore, the hero's mask, would never crack? But here's the thing about lies built on victimhood. They're fragile. They can't withstand the pressure of truth for long. The universe, chosen one, has been watching, patiently waiting for the moment to rip those seams wide open and expose every thread of their deception. And now, that moment is here. Their story is unraveling while yours is unfolding into the legacy you were always meant to claim. Look back. How often did you question yourself in the silence? How many nights did you lie awake, wondering if you really were the villain in their story? Don't lie. You doubted. You asked yourself, maybe I'm too sensitive, or maybe I did provoke them somehow. You tried to find peace in their narrative, hoping to soften their blows, hoping that if you just changed a little, the attacks would stop. But the universe was never fooled. Your pain was never your fault. The real villains were playing a dangerous game of smoke and mirrors, and you were the target. This is where being chosen gets real, chosen one. The power you hold isn't just in rising, it's in seeing through the lies that tried to cage you. The universe didn't hand you this strength so you could live under the weight of false accusations. It gave you resilience to break free from the shackles of misrepresentation. You were never the aggressor. They were. They stirred the storm and pointed fingers at you, hoping to drown your truth in their noise. But you've learned that storms reveal character, and their character is crumbling under the weight of their own deceit. Remember the greats who faced similar battles. Nelson Mandela was painted as a terrorist, Malala was called troublemaker, and Oprah was labeled as controversial. Each was vilified by those threatened by their power. Yet their stories didn't end in defeat, they ended in triumph. Because being chosen means the universe is writing a story far bigger than what anyone else sees. It means your pain is preparing you for a purpose that transcends their petty narratives. So why do you still doubt? Why do you give their lies space in your mind when the universe has been shouting your truth from the heavens? You asked, why me? You wondered, am I really the problem? But the answer is clear. You are not the villain. The real tragedy is theirs, a story woven with falsehoods, cracking under the strain of reality. And you are the truth that will outlast their illusions. The roles are flipping now. The hero costume they wore, stitched together with manipulation and deceit, is tearing at the seams. Every lie they told is becoming a weight they can no longer carry. Their false victimhood is no longer a shield, it's a spotlight, exposing their flaws, their cruelty, their desperation. Doors they thought were open are slamming shut. Allies are turning away, the audience is waking up, and they're left acting out a tragedy of their own making, desperately trying to hold on to a script that no longer fits. You may wonder, what about forgiveness? What about moving on? Should I just let this go? Yes, forgiveness is strength, but not for them, for you. Forgiveness frees your spirit from the poison they tried to inject into your life. It frees you to focus on your growth, your healing, your rise. The universe isn't calling you to waste energy on their downfall. It's calling you to shine so brightly that their shadows disappear behind your light. And what about the pain of betrayal, the sting of being misunderstood? Those wounds are real, but they are also the crucible of your transformation. The universe has been tempering your spirit like steel in the fire. Every false accusation was a spark that forged your resilience. Every attack was a hammer that shaped your purpose. You weren't broken by their lies. You were built by the truth you refused to abandon. So stand tall, chosen one. Don't let their story become your burden. Let it be the background noise as you step into your destiny. The universe is with you, always has been. While they were busy casting stones and crafting their victimhood, the universe was weaving protection around you, aligning circumstances, and preparing your victory. You don't need their validation. You don't need their approval. Your power is inherent, undeniable, and unstoppable. This is not just their tragedy, it's your triumph. Their fall is the stage on which you rise. The more they try to silence you, the louder your legacy becomes. The more they play the victim, the more obvious their guilt. And the more they cling to falsehoods, the faster their world collapses. So ask yourself, chosen one, are you ready to stop doubting? Ready to stop giving their lies power over your spirit? Ready to step fully into the truth the universe has been whispering to you all along? Because their mask is slipping, their story is falling apart, and your moment is now. Keep your eyes on your path, focus on your healing, and let karma do what it was always meant to do. Flip the script, expose the truth, and crown the rightful hero. Number 3, they played with fire. Now they're the ones getting burned. They played with fire. Your name was their kindling, their fuel for clout and control. They tossed it recklessly into the air, thinking it was theirs to ignite and extinguish whenever they pleased. They stoked flames of gossip, fanned rumors into wildfires, and watched with cruel amusement as your reputation smoldered under their smoke. But here's the twist they never saw coming. The fire they lit to burn you is now blazing a trail straight back to them. The blaze didn't consume you, it's chasing them down, relentless and unforgiving. Did they really believe their petty games wouldn't have consequences? Didn't they think you were just a spark to be snuffed out, a name to be burned and forgotten? How blind were they to the laws of energy, of cause and effect, that govern the universe? They used your name like a weapon, lighting fires of envy and hatred, but every flame they ignited only fueled a heat they could never escape. Their desperate hunger for attention backfired spectacularly because fire obeys no master. It consumes all that stands in its path, friend or foe. And you, chosen one, stood firm in the eye of that inferno. You weren't consumed because the fire you carried was different. It was forged from resilience, protected by purpose, and powered by the universe itself. Your enemies confused destructive sparks for your true flame, but your fire wasn't meant to burn. It was meant to illuminate. While they burned bridges and identities, you were building a foundation of unshakable strength beneath the ashes. Their attempts to scorch your name only ignited your legacy brighter than ever. Think about the greats who have walked this path before you, the ones who were targeted, attacked, and tried to be extinguished by the fires of jealousy and lies. Yet here they stand, Oprah, Mandela, Malala, unburned and unbowed, their flames still lighting the way for millions. Their enemies threw matches at them, but those flames revealed the truth. Fire refines, it purifies, it reveals what is real beneath the smoke. You are on the same path, chosen one. This fire isn't punishment, it's your crucible. But still, I know you asked yourself, why me? Why am I the one facing this heat? Am I too much? Am I burning too bright? Those doubts are natural, but hear this clearly. The universe has been your guardian, tempering your flame with every trial. The fire isn't meant to consume your spirit. It's meant to forge you into a force unstoppable by their weak attempts at sabotage. They played with fire thinking they controlled it. But the universe taught you the truth. When you are chosen, your fire becomes a beacon, impossible to hide, impossible to douse. So stop doubting your power. Stop shrinking from the heat you bring into every room. You are not the one getting burned. They are. The chaos, the breakdown, the unraveling, they are the flames chasing them now. Every lie they spread is dry kindling waiting for ignition. Every betrayal, every act of sabotage is a spark setting their world ablaze. And you are the flame that will never burn out, the light that will outlast the smoke. You might wonder, should I fight this fire? Should I try to put out the flames they started? No, chosen one. Your role isn't to douse their chaos, but to rise above it. The universe handles the fire they play with. Your job is to keep walking forward, glowing with the kind of light that shadows can't touch. You don't need to waste energy fighting flames that don't belong to you. Let karma and cosmic justice be the firefighters of their destruction. And what about the pain of watching them thrive for a moment, the sting of their temporary victories, the frustration of their momentary power? Those feelings are real but temporary. The fire that burned you will consume their false triumphs. Every ember of envy they fanned will turn to ash under the weight of truth. Your resilience is the water that quenches their false fires and the heat that melts their masks. Remember, chosen one, the fire you carry is divine, tempered by every betrayal, fanned by every trial, and protected by the universe's unwavering hand. They tried to use your name as fuel to burn you down, but instead it lit the torch you now carry to lead your own path. They will keep running from the flames they started, but you are the eternal fire, the force they can never outrun. So stand tall in your power, embrace the fire they feared, know that their downfall is written in the smoke they can't escape. The heat of their own making is chasing them now, and you are the unstoppable blaze that will light the way forward. This fire wasn't meant to consume you, it was meant to set you free. Number 4. Their lies had wings, now their truth has chains. They had wings, swift, slick, and sharp, those lies they spread about you. They took your name and turned it into a weapon, tossing it into the wind with careless ease. Like vultures circling a carcass, they fed off the chaos their slanders created, knowing full well the damage those stories would do. Their tongues were arrows, their whispers seeds planted deep in the soil of doubt, and their lies took flight, traveling faster and farther than truth ever could. They thought that by twisting your story, they'd soar above you, claiming power through deceit. Didn't they believe their lies would last forever? Didn't they think their slanderous wings would carry them safely beyond accountability? They used your name like a crown of thorns, pricking your reputation and bleeding you dry in the court of public opinion. And for a time, it worked. The spotlight shifted from them to you, and they basked in the glow of their own manipulation. The temporary power they gained was intoxicating, a false empire built on shaky foundations of gossip and half-truths. Their influence seemed unstoppable as the stories grew, multiplying like wildfire, consuming your credibility and shaking your foundation. But here's the cosmic truth they forgot. Wings built on lies can only fly so far before the weight of truth drags them down. What soared so high now hangs heavy with chains, chains forged by their own deceit. The universe doesn't forget. It doesn't overlook. It patiently waits for those lies to catch up, for the truth to rise like a tide, unstoppable and unrelenting. Now, those same lies that lifted them are binding them, holding them prisoner in a cage of their own making. You may wonder, chosen one, how did this happen? How did the truth finally catch up? The answer lies in the nature of truth itself. It's slow but inevitable. Lies are flashy and fast, but truth is steady and relentless. It's a force that no amount of spin or cover-up can withstand. While they danced on the wings of deception, the truth was quietly gathering strength beneath the surface, preparing to shatter every illusion they built. And you, oh, you were right in the middle of it all, caught in their web, but never truly entangled. Don't lie to yourself. You doubted the power of your own story at times. You questioned whether anyone would see past the lies. You felt isolated, bruised, and betrayed by the very people who should have stood by you. But every moment of doubt was a seed planted for your growth. The universe was aligning your path, protecting your truth, even when you couldn't see it. Their wings of lies have now turned to chains of consequence. Every false story is a link that tightens around their necks. Every slanderous word is a shackle that binds their freedom. The energy they poured into deceiving others is returning tenfold, dragging them into a prison of their own construction. Their reputation is crumbling, their alliances faltering, and their peace evaporating because truth, no matter how buried, always finds its way to the surface. Remember the great chosen ones, how they faced similar storms. When Oprah was defamed, when Mandela was imprisoned under false pretenses, when Malala was targeted by lies, the truth was their liberator. It might take time, but truth is the light that breaks through the darkest shadows. And you, chosen one, are no different. The universe has been your shield, and your story is your sword. So stop doubting the power of your truth. Stop letting their temporary power shake your foundation. Their lies may have flown fast, but your truth is soaring higher, and it's unstoppable. The chains tightening around them are proof that their deception can't hold forever. Let them struggle. You keep rising. Their empire of lies is collapsing under the weight of their own deceit, and you're standing tall, unshackled, free, and unstoppable because the universe is with you. The truth you carry is a force that not only protects you, but also reclaims everything they tried to steal. This is their reckoning, the moment when wings of lies become chains of consequence, and your moment, the moment to rise beyond every slander, every whisper, every betrayal. Hold fast to your truth, chosen one. The universe is turning the tide, and nothing can stop the freedom that comes when truth breaks every chain. Number 5. They thought your silence was weakness, now it's karma's weapon. They thought your silence was weakness, a quiet surrender, a sign you were broken and beaten down. They watched you hold your peace, saw you refuse to engage in their petty battles, and mistook it for passivity. They believed that by ignoring their attacks, by not giving them the reactions they craved, you had nothing left to fight with. How wrong they were. Your silence wasn't a sign of defeat. It was a weapon sharpened by the universe itself, waiting for the perfect moment to strike. They underestimated the power of a spirit unshaken, a soul that speaks loudest through stillness. In their arrogance, they assumed you were weak, fragile, unable to respond. They spread their poison, twisted your story, and laughed while you held your tongue. But silence isn't empty. It's full of intention. It's a shield that protects your energy, a space where your strength grows unseen and unstoppable. Karma's strike doesn't always roar like thunder. It often moves quietly, like a shadow slipping past their defenses. And when it hits hard and precise, dismantling their world in ways they never expected. That silence you kept? It was the calm before the storm, the preparation for a blow so sharp it cuts through their lies and exposes their true selves. They're scrambling now, caught off guard by consequences that arrived without warning, and they can't silence the reckoning that's come for them. You may have questioned your own silence, wondered if you should have spoken up, fought back, or defended yourself more loudly. Don't lie, you did. You asked, is this quiet strength enough? Am I letting them win by not reacting? But here's the truth the universe has been teaching you all along. Not every battle requires noise. Sometimes the most powerful response is to let the universe handle the fight while you conserve your energy for what truly matters, your rise. Their confusion now is proof that silence was never their ally. They thought the absence of your voice meant absence of power, but it only meant the opposite. Your silence became a mirror reflecting their own chaos back at them, a calm pool that makes their turbulence obvious to all who look. And as they flail, trying to make sense of their unraveling, karma is already rewriting their story, silent, relentless, and inevitable. Think of the greats who mastered silence in the face of chaos. Mandela endured decades of imprisonment in quiet dignity, his silence speaking volumes louder than any outburst. Malala stood firm and silent under threats, her calm fueling a global movement. Oprah held her silence in moments of attack, letting her actions and truth speak for her. Your silence, too, is a sacred force, one that holds power not everyone can wield. So stop doubting your silence. Stop thinking it's a weakness when it's your greatest strength. The universe was never absent when you were quiet. It was aligning forces, preparing karma's silent strike to dismantle every lie, every betrayal, every attack they launched against you. The calm you maintained wasn't peace given, it was peace earned. Their downfall is being written in silence and consequence. They gambled thinking your silence meant surrender. But silence, chosen one, is your weapon, and karma is the blade that cuts deepest when wielded with patience and purpose. Stand in that silence, own it, because while they scramble in chaos, you are rising in power, unseen but unstoppable. Number 6. Your silence became their loudest regret. They thought your silence was surrender, an easy win, a quiet defeat. They believed that by not responding to their attacks, you had given up, that you were powerless to fight back. But what they didn't see was that your silence became their loudest regret. Every moment you refused to engage, every time you held back your words, you were building a fortress of strength that no lie could penetrate. Your silence wasn't weakness. It was the fiercest weapon they never anticipated, reflecting their own chaos and lies back at them with brutal clarity. They thrived on your reactions. Every shout, every tear, every desperate explanation was fuel for their fire. They needed you to speak, to defend yourself, to validate their twisted narratives. But when you stopped feeding their hunger for drama, when you withdrew your energy, the power shifted. Your silence became a mirror, a cold, unyielding reflection of their true selves. Suddenly, they had no script to follow, no enemy to blame, no victim to manipulate. And in that void, panic set in. You could almost see it, the confusion in their eyes, the frantic scrambling behind the scenes. They whispered to each other, trying to figure out how to break through the silence that was dismantling their control. Their carefully crafted lies lost meaning without your voice to carry them. Their smears, their manipulations, their calculated attacks echoed back to them, unanswered and undeniable. Your silence wasn't absence, it was exposure. And as their panic grew, so did their mistakes. They overreached, they contradicted themselves, they revealed secrets they meant to keep hidden. Every attempt to regain control only tightened the noose they'd thrown around themselves. The louder their panic, the clearer it became that your silence was the most powerful truth in the room. You became the calm in their storm, the stillness that made their chaos impossible to ignore. You might have doubted yourself in this silence. You might have asked, am I really doing the right thing by staying quiet? Should I fight back? Should I speak up? Those doubts are natural, but know this, the universe was with you every step of the way. Your silence was never a surrender. It was a strategy, a divine pause that allowed karma to do its work without interference. Your silence carried the weight of truth that no argument could outweigh. Look to those who mastered silence in the face of attacks. Nelson Mandela didn't waste breath on his oppressors. His quiet dignity became his loudest statement. Malala's silence amidst threats didn't diminish her power. It amplified it. Oprah's composed calm in moments of crisis spoke louder than any word ever could. Your silence is part of that lineage, a force so profound it unsettles those who thrived on your chaos. So stop feeling guilty for not shouting louder. Stop questioning the power of your quiet strength. Your silence was a weapon, a mirror, and a shield. It left your enemies exposed, helpless, and haunted by the absence of the very energy they tried to control. They wanted a war. You gave them a void, and that void is their undoing. Stand firm in your silence, chosen one. Let it be the loudest voice in the room, because while they scramble in confusion and regret, you are rising, unshaken, unstoppable, and undeniably powerful. Number 7. They wanted to rewrite your story. Now their story's a tragedy. They wanted to rewrite your story. They thought they could grab the pen, twist the narrative, and paint you as the villain in their sick little play. They spun tales so twisted and ugly, designed to erase your truth and replace it with their lies. They believed they had the power to control the narrative, to dictate how the world saw you, to bury your legacy beneath the rubble of their falsehoods. But here's the brutal truth they never counted on. Rewriting someone else's story is always a losing game. The moment they started twisting your life to fit their agenda, they signed their own downfall. The universe doesn't bend to liars. Truth doesn't get silenced by fabrications. And karma. Karma doesn't forgive those who try to steal what isn't theirs. Now, their fragile empire of lies is collapsing piece by piece under the relentless weight of truth. Their public image is cracking wide open. Those carefully crafted masks of innocence and victimhood are shattering in plain sight. Friends, allies, and even onlookers are waking up to the reality they tried so desperately to hide. Every lie exposed is a hammer blow to their credibility. Every truth revealed is a spotlight on their deceit. And while they scramble to patch the cracks, the foundation is crumbling beneath their feet. But it's not just their public facade that's unraveling, it's their private lives too. The chaos they seeded in your world has come full circle. Relationships built on manipulation are breaking down. Secrets they fought to keep buried are clawing their way out. The very control they sought through lies has turned into a prison of paranoia, isolation, and regret. Their nights are restless, haunted by the knowledge that the story they tried to rewrite is now their own tragic script. You might ask yourself, why did they target me? Why did they think they could change my truth? Because you threatened their fragile reality, because your light exposed their darkness, because they saw in you everything they feared to become. And instead of facing their own truths, they tried to erase yours. But the universe was never on their side. It was quietly working behind the scenes, setting the stage for their unraveling. And you, chosen one, have been standing tall through it all. Don't lie, you doubted at times. You questioned if their version of you was the one the world believed. You felt the sting of betrayal and the weight of false narratives. But every doubt was a test, every challenge a forging fire. The universe was shaping you, preparing you to rise above the lies and claim your true story. So stop giving power to their attempts to rewrite your life. Their story is falling apart because it was never built on truth. Your story, your legacy is alive, stronger and louder than ever. The tragedy they face is the consequence of trying to play God with a soul protected by purpose. Stand firm, chosen one. Their narrative control is gone, their story a warning to all who try to steal what's not theirs. You are the author of your own fate, and your truth will always outlast their lies. Let their tragedy be your triumph, and watch as the universe crowns you with the justice they refused to see coming. Number 8. They mocked your struggle, now they envy your strength. They mocked your struggle, they laughed at your pain, whispered cruel jokes behind your back, and dismissed every setback as a sign of weakness. To them, your battles were just entertainment, fodder for their gossip and fuel for their arrogance. They thought your hardships made you small, fragile, and easy to forget. They saw your wounds and sneered, convinced that your spirit would break under the weight of their scorn. How wrong they were, because now they envy your strength. The very resilience they ridiculed, the courage they dismissed, is what they secretly crave. Their laughter has faded into silence, replaced by a bitter envy that gnaws at their peace. The arrogant gossipers have become quiet watchers, consumed by regret and longing for the grit you showed, the fire you kindled, and the unbreakable spirit you built. They see your rise, your unshakable confidence, and they realize the truth. The strength they mocked is the power they'll never have. This transformation from mockery to envy is the universe's justice in motion. You were underestimated, laughed at, and sidelined, but every trial you endured only forged a deeper strength inside you. And while they tried to diminish you, you grew into a force they can't ignore. Their jokes were bricks in the foundation of your resilience. Their doubts were fuel for your determination. You may have questioned yourself. You may have wondered if you were truly strong enough to withstand the storms. Don't lie, you doubted at times, but every moment of struggle was a step toward the power you now hold. The universe was always with you, shaping your spirit into something unbreakable, preparing you for a destiny they could never understand. Now, as they watch from the sidelines, their envy is loud and undeniable. They wish they had your courage. They wish they could stand tall in the face of adversity like you do, but their envy is powerless to change their own weakness. It only serves to highlight your triumph, the undeniable proof that you were chosen for greatness. So, own your strength, chosen one. Let their envy remind you of how far you've come. You moved from being mocked to being admired, from being underestimated to being unstoppable. Their laughter has become your legacy, and their envy is the silent chorus to your victory. Keep shining, keep rising, because the power you hold is theirs to regret, and yours to celebrate. Number 9. This is their reckoning, and you're just getting started. They thought they could get away with it. They thought their lies, their betrayals, their underhanded schemes would bury you, silence you, erase you. They gambled with your spirit, played dirty with your name, and laughed as if the universe itself would never hold them accountable. But here's the truth they'll never admit. This is their reckoning. And you're just getting started. Karma is not a myth or a vague concept whispered in spiritual circles. It is the universe's ultimate judge, the silent force that never misses, never forgets, and never forgives those who try to destroy what was never theirs to touch. Every lie they spread, every stone they threw, every stab in the back, they handed karma the blueprint for their downfall. Their reckoning isn't some distant possibility. It's happening right now, in real time. And it's hitting harder than they ever imagined. Look around. Watch as the empire of deception they built crumbles under the weight of truth. Their power is collapsing, their alliances are fracturing, and their lies are unraveling like a worn thread pulled too tight. They're scrambling, panicking, trying to patch holes in a sinking ship that's taking on water fast. But no amount of scrambling can stop the tide of justice that's rolling in. This is not just a fall, it's a complete dismantling, and you are the unstoppable force fueling it. Your rise is the universe's answer to every attack they launched against you. Each time they tried to push you down, you came back stronger. Every betrayal they crafted became the foundation of your resilience. Every whisper they spread became the fuel for your roar. They thought they were ending your story, but they were only writing the prologue to your legacy. You're not just surviving, you're thriving, ascending, breaking every limit they placed on you. And let me be crystal clear, their collapse doesn't weaken you, it empowers you. It clears the path, exposes the truth, and lights the fire under your purpose. The universe isn't just allowing you to rise, it's demanding it. Because the power you carry isn't for hiding in the shadows, it's for shaking the foundations of the very world that tried to bury you. So what now? What do you do when the reckoning is underway and your enemies are falling apart? You claim your power, you own your truth, you refuse to shrink, apologize, or step back. This moment isn't about playing small or waiting for permission. It's about stepping fully into the force you were born to be. You're not just a survivor of their attacks. You're the storm they never saw coming. And here's where you come in right now. Don't let this message stay hidden. Share it. Spread it like wildfire to every other chosen one who's been underestimated, attacked, or erased. Because every time you share this truth, you push the cycle of karma deeper into the world. Every like, every comment, every drop of number 77 in the comments is a signal to the universe and to every soul watching. The cycle is turning. The reckoning is real, and the chosen ones are rising. This isn't the end of your story. It's the ignition of your greatest chapter. The universe has your back. Your power is undeniable, and the forces that tried to stop you are now the ones being stopped. Their fall is your foundation. Their collapse, your ladder. And as they crumble, you climb, higher, stronger, unstoppable. So claim your space. Claim your power. Don't just watch the reckoning happen, be the reason it happens. Drop the number 77 in the comments as your declaration that you are no longer a victim or a bystander. You are the architect of your destiny, the commander of your fate, and the living proof that karma is not just real, it's relentless. The reckoning has begun. They are falling, and you're just getting started. They wanted a puppet, the universe gave them a hurricane, and now they're drowning in the wreckage they begged for. Didn't they? Didn't they think you'd be their easy mark? Their quiet, bendable plaything to shape, to manipulate, to break without consequence. How dare they? They treated you like a joke, a fragile target meant for their amusement. They plotted in shadows, whispered lies like venom, and believed their games would crush your spirit into silence. They laughed at your pain, mocked your rise, and bet against the force you carried inside. But here's the truth they never saw coming. You're not a flicker in their darkness. You're the storm they failed to reckon with. And now they're gasping for air, caught in the chaos they unleashed. If you feel this, if you're ready to own the power they tried to steal, like this video, subscribe and share. Every click pushes this message further, sending a signal to every chosen one out there who needs to remember who they are. The universe works through energy and connection. Your interaction amplifies this truth, breaking their illusions, lighting the path for warriors like you. So don't watch quietly. Activate your power with every share. Now, let's be honest, the power of being chosen isn't some soft glow you stumble into. It's a blazing fire that haunts your enemies' nights, that shakes their foundations and turns their schemes to dust. Your enemies see it. They fear it. That's why they came for you in the first place, because your light was a threat to their lies. They felt the weight of your spirit long before you did. They knew you were more than a person. You were a force, the universe itself, armed with resilience, clarity, and unshakable purpose. And yet, you doubted. Don't lie to yourself. You questioned your light when it flickered under pressure. You wondered if the storms inside you were too much, if maybe their whispers held truth, if you were alone, after all. You asked, why me? In the quietest moments, aching for proof, you weren't just imagining your strength. But here's what you forgot. The universe never stops working behind the scenes. Every moment of doubt was a test. Every shadow a signpost pointing you toward transformation, not defeat. How can you doubt when the very ground beneath your enemies is cracking, when every lie they told wraps tighter around their own neck? The universe never abandoned you. It was building you, refining your power in silence, while they wasted their breath trying to break you. They fought shadows while you were becoming unbreakable. You are the hurricane they begged for peace, the force they never imagined rising from the ashes of their betrayal. So stop shrinking from your own power. Stop apologizing for the storm you carry inside. You're not broken. You're not weak. You are chosen, and that power haunts them. It unsettles their peace, rattles their control, and forces them to watch as everything they tried to destroy becomes the foundation of your legacy. This isn't just your comeback, it's their reckoning. And if you're still doubting, remember this: you're not alone, you never were, and the universe isn't finished with you yet. So before we move forward, drop the number 777 in the comments if you know deep down this message is yours. If you felt that silent shift inside, that burn in your chest, every time someone tried to shrink you, erase you, control you, you weren't made to play small. You were built to transform so hard, it rattles everything fake around you. Every comment, every like, every share pushes this truth deeper into the algorithm. And deeper into the hearts of other chosen ones who forgot their own power. Let's flood this platform with the energy they tried to bury. And now, let's get into it, moment by moment, truth by truth. If you're truly chosen, you're not just going to hear this. You'll feel it, in your bones, in your chest, in your timeline. Stay with me, because if you've ever wondered why they feared you before you even found your strength, you're about to understand exactly why. Let's begin. Number 1. They didn't just underestimate you, they gave the universe a reason to intervene. You were chosen, but their betrayal was the trigger that summoned your power. Think about that for a moment. They didn't simply misread you as weak or unimportant. No, their betrayal, their cruelty, their relentless attempts to break you weren't just failures on their part. They were the spark that ignited something far beyond their comprehension. You weren't just some person caught in their games. You were the chosen one, the universe's design. And when they attacked you, when they sought to dismantle your spirit, they didn't realize they were dialing the very force that would become their reckoning. Didn't they think you'd crumble quietly? Didn't they believe their lies and sabotage would silence your light? How arrogant, how blind. To underestimate a soul aligned with the cosmos is the gravest mistake they could make. They saw only the surface, the moments when you staggered, when you doubted, when you fell. But beneath all that was a power they couldn't grasp. A power the universe had been cultivating patiently, silently, like a volcano lying in wait. They weren't fighting a person, they were challenging a force of nature. It's easy to question your own strength when pain is fresh, when betrayal cuts deep, and when the world feels like it's closing in. You've asked yourself, why me? Why did this have to happen? You wondered if the universe had abandoned you, if your light was too small to matter. You doubted your path, your worth, your power. Don't deny it. You did. And that's human. But here's the unvarnished truth. Every doubt, every tear, every moment you questioned yourself was the universe testing your resilience, preparing you for the transformation you were always destined to undergo. Transformation isn't a gentle process. It's a crucible, a trial by fire, where the weak break and the chosen emerge, forged anew. Look at history's greats. Nelson Mandela wasn't just imprisoned, he was forged in prison. Malala wasn't just attacked, she was weaponized by her struggle. Oprah didn't rise in comfort, she transformed pain into unstoppable power. None of them simply changed, they evolved into forces that shook the foundations of their worlds. Their trauma wasn't a setback, it was the very fuel that permissioned their transformation. And so it is with you. The universe never saved you in the way you imagine a rescue. It did something far more potent. It weaponized you. Every betrayal, every slap in the face, every whispered lie, every moment they tried to erase your truth. They all forged you into something untouchable, something that no weapon could wound, something that doesn't just survive, but transforms reality itself. They didn't wake a sleeping beauty, they activated a force of calibration. You were never meant to blend in or be quiet. You were designed to disrupt, to challenge, to realign the energies around you. The universe saw in you a power that others feared. They feared you before you even understood what you carried. And when their attacks came, it was like lighting a fuse on a bomb they never saw coming. So yes, they underestimated you, but more than that, they gave the universe an undeniable reason to intervene. Your pain became the signal flare, the cosmic alarm that said, enough. This soul is not to be broken. This soul is to be elevated. Now, you might be thinking, if the universe was with me, then why did they hurt me so badly? Why was I left alone in the dark? Because sometimes the universe's support isn't about shielding you from every storm. It's about giving you the strength to stand in it, to learn how to bend without breaking, to find the fire within when the cold tries to consume you. Your isolation wasn't abandonment, it was incubation. You were being prepared for a transformation so profound that the old you would no longer exist. And if you're wondering how the universe could be with you in moments when you felt utterly alone, remember this. The universe's work is subtle, patient, and often invisible until the moment it shatters everything into a new order. So stop doubting your power. You didn't stumble into this strength by accident. You didn't accidentally survive their attacks. You were forged in the crucible of betrayal and pain, weaponized by the very force that tried to destroy you. That's the power of being chosen. It haunts your enemies because it is impossible to erase. It echoes in every silent moment, in every decision you make, in every step forward that leaves them behind, confused and afraid. They wanted to break you because they recognized that you were more than just a target. You were a catalyst for change, for justice, for upheaval. And they feared that power because it revealed their own weaknesses, their own lies, their own hollow foundations. Remember, being chosen means you are the universe's answer to imbalance. It means you carry a light that cannot be extinguished, a force that recalibrates everything it touches. They tried to clip your wings, but you became the storm. They tried to silence you, but you became the roar. They tried to bury you, but you became the earthquake. So when you feel doubt creeping back, when the weight of what you endured threatens to steal your confidence, remind yourself you were never alone. The universe has always been your ally, your shield, your blacksmith. And their betrayal, their cruelty, it was the match that lit your transformation. You are not a broken soul. You are a weapon forged by cosmic fire. You are a force that shakes foundations, a legacy that refuses to be silenced. And the universe, it is always, always with you. Now stand tall, chosen one. Your power is not a whisper. It is a declaration, a relentless, unstoppable storm that no enemy can weather. They didn't just underestimate you, they invited the universe to intervene, and the universe showed up. Number 2, they thought you were alone. The universe was your army. They looked at you and saw no backup, no crowd, no defense. You stood in silence while they gathered their alliances, crafted their lies, whispered behind closed doors, and smiled in your face like cowards. You had no one clapping for you, no cheering section, no shield. And that's exactly why they struck, because they assumed silence meant weakness. They thought your stillness was surrender. But what they didn't understand is that when the universe is on your side, you don't need noise. You don't need a crowd when you carry cosmic backing. And now they're realizing what you always forgot. You were never alone. Yes, you doubted. Don't lie. You felt abandoned, didn't you? You cried with your face in the pillow, asking why everyone turned their back on you, why no one stood up, why you were left to bleed in silence. You thought isolation meant you were losing. You thought silence meant defeat. You even said it to yourself, maybe I don't matter, maybe I made this up, maybe I am too much. But chosen one, let me remind you of something you forgot while they were trying to rewrite your reality. Your silence wasn't a weakness, it was strategy. The universe fights its biggest battles in silence. The strongest weapons move without sound. Stealth is divine. Stillness is sacred. They thought you were walking alone. They didn't know you were marching with giants. The universe doesn't send you troops in armor. It sends energy, alignment, blocked access, delays that feel like rejection but are actually protection. People who vanish from your life right before their betrayal could have cut deeper. Opportunities that felt like loss but were actually divine reroutes. They didn't see any of that, so they assumed you were vulnerable. They mistook sacred protection for loneliness, and that's why they're suffering now. Let me ask you something raw. Do you think the universe was just going to sit back and let them keep attacking you? You think it didn't hear the conversations behind your back? You think it didn't see how they used your name like a weapon, how they twisted your words, how they tried to turn your growth into ammunition against you? You think the universe doesn't avenge what it protects? Let me be very clear. You were chosen, and the second they came against you, they weren't just going up against a person anymore. They were challenging something far greater. You became a battlefield they weren't built for. Every laugh they shared at your expense, every fake smile they wore, every plan they crafted in secret, that energy got registered. And now it's returning to sender with interest. That's not revenge. That's universal law. That's correction. You weren't alone. You were guarded. They couldn't see the energy realigning around you. They couldn't sense the way your pain was calling in purpose, the way your breakdown was awakening back up. The universe doesn't operate in likes, in followers, in fake support. The universe moves through pressure, through inner shifts, through recalibration. While they were counting likes, you were counting scars. And now you're not just healed, you're heavy with power, with wisdom, with protection that they'll never access. You think it's a coincidence they're spiraling while you're finally sleeping in peace. You think it's random that the ones who tried to bury you are now suffocating in their own mess. That's not your doing. That's the universe pulling rank. So stop doubting. Stop looking around, wondering where everyone went. They were removed so you could stand alone and realize you were never really alone in the first place. The universe cleared your space so it could fill it with purpose. And now it's your job to walk like someone backed by forces bigger than fear. Let them watch, let them whisper, let them try to guess how you're still rising. You don't owe them an explanation, because what's happening now, that glow, that peace, that strength they can't understand, that's what it looks like when the universe walks with someone. Let them call it luck, let them call it timing. You and I both know better. They thought you were alone. They didn't know you were the storm, and the sky stood behind you. Number 3. Stop asking why you were alone. The universe was busy rebuilding you. You, chosen one. How many nights did you sit there staring at your ceiling, asking, why me? Why am I always the one left behind? Why did they walk away? Why did no one stay? You cried into the dark like the universe forgot you. You begged for a sign, a lifeline, anything. And when silence answered you back, you mistook it for abandonment. You thought you were rejected, left out, unloved. But let me tell you what really happened. The universe wasn't punishing you, it was upgrading you. You weren't alone, you were in quarantine, separated, not for rejection, but for reconstruction. You were being stripped, rewired, rebuilt. And no, it didn't come with applause. It came with silence so loud, it echoed through your bones. But the silence wasn't emptiness, it was strategy, it was design. Because the universe does its deepest work in the dark. While you were out here thinking you were forgotten, the universe was busy hiding you so no one could tamper with what it was crafting. Loneliness wasn't absence, it was alignment. It was the pulling away of noise, of distractions, of fake friends, of toxic comfort. And you fought it, didn't you? You tried to cling to connections that didn't deserve you. You begged for people who were already dead weight. You thought love meant presence. but the universe had to pull you into sacred isolation so you could finally hear yourself again. How dare you keep thinking you were abandoned? The universe didn't leave you, it locked the doors, it sealed the space. Not to hurt you, but to protect what was becoming. You were in incubation, not isolation. And like anything sacred, like a seed, like a phoenix, like a diamond, you needed pressure, you needed darkness, you needed distance from the world so you could re-emerge as something they couldn't ignore, silence, or destroy. Stop saying, "I had no one." You had everything. You had energy, divine engineering, spiritual security. The universe was surrounding you like armor while you were crying, "I'm all alone." The universe doesn't broadcast what it's building. It conceals it. Because sacred things aren't exposed until they're ready to shake the ground. The people who left? They were meant to go. Stop calling that abandonment. Call it clearance. They couldn't go where you're going. They couldn't breathe the air you were being prepared to walk in. Their presence would have poisoned your next level. You needed stillness. You needed clarity. You needed a full reboot. And that only happens when the noise is gone. Do you get it now? You weren't being punished. You were being positioned. Every quiet season you hated was a blueprint. Every friend that turned their back was a blessing in disguise. Every room you were shut out of was protection in real time. Because the universe sees what you don't. The motives, the jealousy, the hidden energy behind fake smiles. So it snatched you away, tucked you out of sight, and began the work. And still, you doubted. Still, you sat there and asked, why would the universe let me go through that? Let me answer, because your purpose is too big to be built on weak foundations. Stop looking at your isolation like a punishment. It was the womb of your transformation. It was the universe saying, let me show you who you are without the noise. Let me make you so powerful that you don't beg for space. You become the room. That's what happened. That's why they couldn't stay. That's why everything fell apart. That's why it got so quiet. Because you were being rebuilt. You can't carry legacy and cling to people who only knew your brokenness. You can't rise while staying loyal to dysfunction. The universe saw that, and it pulled the plug. You cried over disconnection, but the universe saw it as divine extraction. It removed what you couldn't. It rearranged your life without asking, because if it waited for your permission, you'd still be stuck trying to save people who were sent to sink you. Let this be your wake-up call. You were never abandoned. You were preserved. The same silence you cursed is now the reason your enemies can't touch you. The same quiet season you hated is the reason you walk with power now. The same loneliness you resented is why you don't need their approval anymore. And now they don't recognize you. Good. You weren't meant to re-enter as the same person. You were meant to return transformed, stronger, clearer, louder in presence, even if silent in voice. You are the unveiling, and the universe is proud of what it kept hidden for so long. So stop asking why you were alone. Start asking why you ever thought you needed them. Number 4. Stop pretending you don't know what you are. No more games, no more shrinking, no more fake humility disguised as being humble. You know who you are. You feel it every time you walk into a room and the energy shifts. You've seen it in the way people stare, envy, copy, attack, gossip, and plot. Not because you were loud, not because you begged for attention, but because your very existence disturbed what was fake in them. And still, you tried to act like you were nothing special. Still, you played small, dimmed your light, bit your tongue, just to keep them comfortable. But let's stop lying now, chosen one. Even your enemies saw your power before you did. That's why they came for you. That's why they obsessed over your mistakes, your progress, your every move. Because from the beginning they could feel what you kept trying to deny. You are different. Divinely different. They didn't waste energy attacking people without purpose. They didn't gather their weak little circles to destroy someone average. No, they launched a calculated war on your spirit because your energy was too loud for their insecurity to survive. Your glow exposed their shadows. Your peace exposed their chaos. Your presence alone forced them to face themselves, and they hated that. So what did they do? They tried to cut you down before you figured it out. They thought, if we hit them early enough, they'll never fully step into it. If we throw enough stones now, they'll carry doubt forever. If we keep them questioning themselves, they'll never activate their calling. It was never random. Their attacks were strategic, targeted, energetic warfare. And you played along. You second-guessed your worth. You asked yourself questions like, what if I'm too much? What if they're right? Maybe I am the problem. You tried to be the bigger person. You stayed quiet. You apologized for taking up space. You kept waiting for permission to be powerful when all along you were born authorized. How dare you pretend you don't know what you are? The universe has been screaming it through your survival, through every moment you should have lost your mind, gone under, stayed broken, but didn't. You rose. Again and again. Every time they thought it was over, you came back stronger. Every lie they told about you became a step you climbed. Every closed door rerouted you to something bigger. Every betrayal became another layer of armor on your back. And still, you doubt? Still, you question? You are the evidence. They felt your energy before you could describe it. They copied your moves while mocking you. They watched your life like a blueprint while pretending you didn't matter, because they saw the glow forming before you even understood what it meant. And that terrified them. That's why they made you the villain, not because you were wrong, but because your presence exposed everything they were faking. They needed you to believe you were too emotional, too sensitive, too dramatic, because if you ever realized the truth, that you were chosen, protected, aligned, they'd never be able to control you again. And now, they can't, because the moment you stop pretending, the second you own your power without apology, the entire illusion they built around you collapses. The version of you they sold to others becomes a joke. The lies become obvious. The manipulation loses its grip, and they know that. That's why they're quiet now. That's why they're watching, nervous, paranoid, because they feel the shift, the one they tried to prevent. Chosen one, this is your reminder. If you weren't chosen, they wouldn't be obsessed with your downfall. They wouldn't be haunted by your silence. They wouldn't be triggered by your peace. They wouldn't still be talking about you like you're the plot twist in their own story. So stop asking for proof. Stop waiting for some grand miracle to tell you what the enemy already confirmed through their hate. You are chosen. You are divine. You are dangerous to everything fake. And the moment you stop pretending otherwise, the universe doesn't just open doors, it removes walls. No more false humility, no more downplaying what's obvious. You are the one. You were always the one. And now you walk like it. Number 5, they mocked your struggle. Now it's their own prison. They laughed, didn't they? When you were crawling through pain, barely holding yourself together, they laughed. When you were shattered, when life knocked the wind out of your soul, they smirked from a distance, told jokes with your name in their mouths, treated your pain like a joke passed around a table full of cowards. Your tears were entertainment. Your silence was ammunition. They threw insults like stones, knowing full well you were bleeding. And they cheered louder every time you flinched. But here's the part they never expected. You rose. You didn't just survive, you emerged, mud-covered, battle-scarred, but burning with something they'll never hold: purpose. Your struggle wasn't weakness, it was transformation in disguise. And now, the same ones who mocked your process are rotting inside the prison they built with their own bitterness. Every insult they threw, it's a link in the chain that now has them stuck in a cycle they can't escape. Their energy was so focused on dragging you down, they didn't notice they were building walls around themselves. While they were laughing at your healing, you were becoming untouchable. And now they're trapped, not by you, but by the very hate they thought would break you. You see, when someone mocks struggle, what they're really doing is exposing their own fear. They saw your strength even when you didn't. They saw the way you kept going, even when it hurt, even when no one clapped, even when everything in you wanted to give up. And that threatened them, because they don't have that kind of endurance. They don't have that kind of fire. So instead of doing their own work, they ridiculed yours. But the universe doesn't miss. What they thought was harmless fun, mocking your trauma, mocking your growth, twisting your name into punchlines, is now the reason everything around them is falling apart. Their peace, gone. Their relationships, cracking. Their spirit, hollow. That's not karma in the future. That's karma right now, replaying like a loop they can't turn off. And you're not bitter. You're too busy becoming. You climbed out of the mud they left you in, and they're still sinking in it. Because here's what they never understood. Your struggle was soil. Theirs was sludge. Your pain had purpose. Theirs was poison. You grew. They got stuck. You used the storm as fuel. They used your pain as gossip, and now they're choking on the energy they threw out. That's how universal law works. You don't get to mock someone's healing and expect to find peace. You don't get to weaponize someone's struggle and expect protection. And maybe, just maybe, you're still sitting there wondering, why did they hate me so much? Why would they mock someone who never did anything to them? The answer is simple: because your struggle reminded them of their own cowardice. You faced what they keep running from. You sat with wounds they've never had the courage to confront. Your journey was a mirror, and instead of facing their reflection, they tried to shatter yours. But let this be a reminder to you, chosen one. They didn't mock you because you were weak. They mocked you because you were getting strong, and they couldn't stop it. They saw the shift happening before you did. They felt the change in your energy, the glow trying to break through, and it scared them. So they tried to get ahead of your rise by tearing down your process. But all they did was dig their own grave. And now they have to live in it. You ever notice how quiet they've gotten, how their laughter has stopped? How the people who once mocked you don't even speak your name anymore? That's not coincidence. That's consequence, because energy always circles back. And now they're haunted by your growth. Not because you're flaunting it, but because it's real, it's undeniable, and it makes everything fake in their world fall apart. So stop looking back. Stop wondering if they're still talking. Stop worrying about if they got away with it. They didn't. They're living with it, and nothing you could say would ever hit harder than the silence the universe wrapped around them. You rose from the mud, and now they're stuck in the swamp, not because you cursed them, but because they cursed themselves trying to curse you. That's the difference between being chosen and being petty. You heal. They rot. You rise. They sink. And that swamp? It's everything they built trying to trap you. Now they're the ones begging for a way out, and no one's coming. Number 6. You keep calling it pain. The universe calls it proof. You keep dragging your past like it's some curse on your back. You keep replaying the hurt like it disqualifies you. Every scar you carry, you treat it like shame, something to hide, something to be embarrassed of. You're still crying over it, still trying to figure out why they did what they did, still stuck on how it broke you. But let me snap you out of it. It didn't break you, it built you. Every breakdown, that wasn't failure, that was blueprint. Every betrayal, that wasn't punishment. That was a building block. You've been out here treating trauma like it's a stain when the universe has been engraving evidence. You don't wear wounds, you wear receipts. Proof that you went through hell and still showed up. Proof that what should have crushed you only cleared the path for the version of you that's rising now. You want to heal? Then stop labeling what made you powerful as something to be ashamed of. You think the universe was punishing you? Really? No, chosen one. The universe was crafting an unshakable vessel, a carrier of divine energy, a force so resilient that even silence couldn't kill your voice. So stop asking why you were hurt and start asking what it made you into. Because here's the hard truth you keep trying to avoid. The pain was never there to destroy you. It was there to awaken you. You think strength is born in calm, in comfort. No, strength is born in collapse. Strength is born in rooms where you cry alone and still stand up the next morning. Strength is forged in betrayal, disappointment, and abandonment. And that's why you scare them now. Because everything they tried to use to ruin you just made you harder to kill. Let me ask you something you've been avoiding. Why do you treat your scars like they're mistakes? Why do you look at your healing like it's something ugly? Those scars, those are sacred. They are reminders that the universe put you through the fire, not to burn you, but to refine you. You're not broken, you're battle-tested. They called you broken to keep you from realizing how dangerous your healing made you. But let me tell you something. The version of you who made it through the pain, that version is a threat. That version has seen too much to ever be fooled again. That version doesn't beg for tables. They build thrones. So why are you still pretending your story disqualifies you? Why are you still quiet about what you've survived? Your story isn't a stain, it's a weapon. It's what gives you authority when you speak. It's what makes people lean in when you enter a room. It's why your enemies are uncomfortable around you, because you walk in proof of everything they never had the guts to face. You want a sign that you're chosen. You think your journey was too messy for that. The mess is the sign. Chosen ones don't come from easy paths. You don't get divine purpose without divine pressure. You don't get a crown without carrying a cross first. And yours, you dragged it through hell and came out walking upright. That's why your presence hits different. That's why people try to figure out how you're still standing. They don't get it because they haven't seen your blueprint. They don't know what you've survived. But you do, so stop running from it, stop hiding it, own it, that heartbreak. It unlocked your clarity, that rejection. It redirected your path, that loss. It unlocked a strength you didn't know you had. And now, you carry wisdom their fake peace could never buy. You don't need to explain your past. Let your growth do the talking. You don't need to prove yourself to people who only came to judge your wounds. Let the results slap them in the face. The same people who called you damaged will one day wish they had your resilience. The same people who pointed fingers at your breakdowns will choke on the silence of your glow-up. You don't owe them anything, but you do owe yourself this. Stop calling it pain. Call it what it is. Proof. Proof that you were built different. Proof that the universe never gave up on you. Proof that even when your mind was foggy, your spirit was aligned. Because if it wasn't, you wouldn't still be here. You wouldn't be rising. You wouldn't be watching them crumble from the strength they tried to erase. Chosen one, the universe didn't fail you. It finished you. Now walk like someone who's been through fire and came out forged. Number 7, they underestimated you, and now they're paying for it. They underestimated you, and now they're paying for it. They thought you'd fold. That's the truth. They saw you vulnerable, emotional, human, and they mistook that for weakness. They assumed you'd break, collapse, walk away, and never return. They looked at your silence and thought it meant surrender. They watched you bleed and called it defeat. They studied your pain and bet everything on your downfall. That's how sure they were. That's how confident they were that you didn't have what it takes. But you didn't fold. You flipped the script. And now they're left stunned, confused, broken, and watching their entire version of reality fall apart. Because you weren't just another target. You were the plot twist they never saw coming, the force that rose from the ashes they thought would bury you. They underestimated you, but worse than that, they misunderstood who you were connected to. They didn't realize that when you mess with the chosen one, you mess with the universe itself. And the universe? It doesn't take kindly to miscalculations. It doesn't sit back when one of its own is being sabotaged. It waits, watches, and moves in silence until it strikes. That's where they are now, struck, hit, shaken, watching their plans collapse like sandcastles in a rising tide. Let's be clear, they didn't just think you were weak. They were rooting for it. They celebrated behind your back. They clapped when you fell. They whispered, "I told you so," when your world cracked. And now they don't understand how you're still walking, how you're still glowing, how you've become even stronger in the same storm they hoped would drown you. But let me tell you what they missed. Your breakdown was just your reboot. You didn't fold, you recalculated, you pivoted, you accessed a level of yourself that only pain could unlock. And while they were watching the old you die, they had no clue the new you was rising right behind their celebration. You became what they never prepared for, resurrected, refined, and real as hell. And that's what haunts them now. They're not haunted by your success. They're haunted by your survival. Because deep down, they know what they did. They know they pushed you when you were already barely holding on. They know they spread lies, created chaos, and smiled while watching you suffer. They know they tried to break you, and they were so sure they did. That's what stings the most. They didn't just underestimate you. They overestimated themselves. They thought their games would work forever. They thought you'd stay hurt, stay quiet, stay broken. But instead, you healed. And now their power has no place to land. Their control has no effect. Their name doesn't even make you blink. And that silence, that distance, that indifference, it's killing them. Because they wanted a reaction. What they got was a revolution. Now they're sitting with the consequences, watching you rise, knowing they had a front row seat to your pain and tried to use it against you. But the universe doesn't forget energy, and everything they did in secret is now echoing in their own life. Doors are closing, peace is fleeing, nothing feels stable, and they can't understand why it's all unraveling. You understand why, because the universe recalibrates. It always does. It waited until you were strong enough not to seek revenge, and then it moved. Not with drama, not with noise, but with precision. Quiet, sharp, divine. And now you're glowing, moving different, speaking less, watching more, focused on what's ahead, and they can't stand it. Because your peace screams louder than any argument they were ready to have. Because your glow reminds them that they lost something they'll never access again. Not because you changed, but because they chose to bet against you. So to you, chosen one, stop acting like this is a surprise. Stop looking at your rise like it's some fluke. This isn't luck. This is alignment. You were never meant to fold. You were built to flip the entire system. And now, the very people who thought they had the last word are left speechless, choking on the dust of a downfall they brought upon themselves. Let them feel it. You don't owe them an explanation. Let your existence be the lesson. Number 8. You didn't just survive. You transformed into a legend. You didn't just survive, you transformed into a legend. They thought you'd heal and disappear, go quiet, stay humble, fade away like a forgotten memory. They thought you'd get over it, tuck the pain in your pocket, and move on like it never happened. That's the version they hoped for, a subdued version of you. Silenced, software manageable. But you didn't get over it. You grew through it. You didn't just bounce back. You became a living reminder that no one breaks what the universe protects. What they didn't expect was that their betrayal would be your origin story, that the same storm meant to bury you would become your platform, that your name would carry weight because of the very scars they tried to shame you for. You didn't just survive what they did, you transformed, and not just into anyone, but into a legend, a blueprint, a warning. Now your existence haunts them, because you walk with presence now, with power, with peace that doesn't need permission. And when they look at you, they're not seeing the version they tried to destroy. They're seeing what they made possible by underestimating you. Every time your name is mentioned, it reminds them of their failure. You weren't just their mistake. You became the proof that divine protection is real, and that chosen ones don't just survive attacks. They thrive in spite of them. Let's be real, surviving is one thing. Lots of people survive. But what you did, that was something different. You didn't just hold on. You rebuilt with nothing but fragments. You didn't just escape the fire. You walked out with the flames on your shoulders and turned them into your crown. You became a symbol. You became the one people look to when they wonder if they can make it. You became the one whose story whispers, "Keep going. This isn't where it ends." And don't brush that off. Don't minimize it. Don't call it just healing, because the road you walked would have ended others, and they know that. That's why they can't take their eyes off you. That's why they scroll your page in silence, still hoping to see you fall. But all they see is rise after rise after rise. You are the one who made it out and never looked back. And still, you sit there wondering if it matters. Still asking questions like, did I really change that much? Am I really that powerful? Stop asking. Start owning. You're not just healing, you're rewriting narratives. You're not just moving on. You're walking in purpose that was built from pressure they thought would crush you. They can't talk about what they did without mentioning you. Your growth is the mirror they can't escape. Your success is the echo of their mistake. You are what happens when the universe puts its hand on someone and says, touch them if you want, but you'll answer for it. So stop pretending your story is ordinary. Legends are never born easy. They come from fire, from pain, from being misunderstood and mislabeled. And that's what happened to you. But instead of letting it define you, you made it fuel. That's the difference. You didn't just walk through the dark. You learned how to see in it. And now you're light in motion. You're proof that even when everything's taken from you, you still carry what matters most. Alignment, purpose, and divine protection. You didn't lose yourself. You found yourself. You rose while they waited for your fall. You found peace while they spiraled in the silence of their own regrets. And now they know they didn't just push the wrong person. They pushed the person who would become everything they swore you'd never be. And that is eating them alive. You didn't just get stronger, you became unforgettable, because legends aren't born in peace, they're born in war. And you, chosen one, are the living legend they accidentally created. Number 9, they can't read you anymore. You're in a new language now. You stopped speaking pain. Now you speak thunder, and they can't understand a single word of it. They look at you now and tilt their heads in confusion, trying to find the version of you they once controlled, once manipulated, once silenced. But that version, it's gone, dead, buried in the rubble of their betrayal. What stands before them now is a new dialect of power, of clarity, of divine alignment, and they don't have the vocabulary to keep up. Your silence used to mean vulnerability to them. Now it means don't approach. Now it's a boundary that screams without sound. They scroll, they stalk, they whisper, but they can't get access. Because you're no longer on the frequency of their foolishness, you've become unreadable, untouchable. You don't explain, you don't defend, you don't shrink. You move like mystery, with the weight of someone backed by the universe, and it terrifies them. They thought they knew you. Now they don't even recognize your energy. And that's their punishment. And now you understand. This wasn't about pain, it was about power. You didn't just change, you transformed. And that transformation shook everything fake, exposed everything weak, and silenced everything loud that had nothing real to say. They can't reach you because you've outgrown the version of yourself they were prepared to destroy. The universe didn't just carry you through, it crowned you in the process. So if this message hit your spirit, like this video, subscribe for more, and drop the number 77 in the comments if you know you've transformed beyond recognition. Share this with another chosen one. The legend deserves to spread. They thought they were dragging you down, not realizing they were poking at the one soul the universe had already marked for impact. Now they're about to learn, the hard way, that you don't corner the chosen without consequences. How dare they? How dare they look at your silence and call it surrender? How dare they mock your delay like it was defeat? They laughed behind closed doors, convinced they had won. They paraded their false victories, smeared your name, celebrated your isolation, thinking the universe was done with you. But what they didn't realize is this: the universe doesn't make noise when it prepares to shock. It aligns, it calculates, and then it strikes, with a force that silences every voice that ever spoke against you. They really believed you were finished, didn't they? They swore your story was over. They thought you'd stay stuck. They thought their words would become your truth. And that's where they made their biggest mistake. They thought you were just another person. They didn't know the universe was standing right behind you the whole time, waiting for the exact moment to show them what happens when someone messes with the chosen. Before we go deeper, pause and do this now. Like this video, subscribe, and drop 77 in the comments if you know you were built for more. Because when you engage, you send out a signal, not just to YouTube, but to every other chosen one who needs this truth. This message, it's a call, a reminder, a fire starter. Don't keep it to yourself, let it ripple. Now, let's get into the truth. This is not just another story of resilience. This is a warning to every person who ever underestimated a force they couldn't comprehend. While they mocked you, you were becoming unshakable. While they laughed at your process, you were aligning with the very power that bends reality for its chosen ones. You didn't just survive, you were preparing. And now the universe is about to shock every single one of them. Chosen one, I need you to stop doubting your own power. I need you to stop entertaining thoughts of defeat just because things took longer than you expected. That waiting season, that silence, that delay, it wasn't punishment, it was precision. It was the universe pulling you back like an arrow, loading the pressure so when it released you, you'd fly farther than anything they ever saw coming. And while you sat there, feeling forgotten, do you know what they did? They gloated, they bragged, They weaponized your struggle like it was their trophy. They thought you were easy to beat, easy to erase. But what they didn't know is that the chosen are never abandoned. They are hidden. And now the hiding is over. The universe is about to put a spotlight on everything they tried to keep in the dark. Your comeback isn't just personal, it's a statement, a universal correction, a force that screams, "This one, you should have never touched." And the fear they feel now, that panic in their eyes, that's not guilt, it's realization. Realization that you're not broken, you're back. And this time, you're not walking, you're rising. Because when the universe moves on behalf of its chosen, it doesn't whisper, it shakes the ground. Let them watch. Let them remember every word they said. Let them sit in the tension of knowing the one they dismissed is the one now standing in full power. Because this isn't about revenge, it's about revelation. The universe is about to shock everyone who thought you were done, and it's going to do it through you. So here's your moment, not just to listen, but to lock in. If you've ever felt the sting of being counted out, if you've been the one they whispered about, laughed at, or looked past, then this message was carved for you. Drop the number 77 in the comments if you feel that shift in your spirit. Because the universe doesn't just whisper to the chosen, it pulls them into alignment. Like, subscribe, stay. What's coming next will explain exactly why the shock they never saw coming is you. Now, lean in. Let's break it down, step by step. Number 1. They thought no one was watching, but the universe took notes. While they laughed at your silence, the universe was loading a response that would echo louder than all their noise combined. They thought you were invisible. They assumed your quiet choices went unnoticed. You didn't fight back. You didn't shout your pain. You didn't retaliate when they crossed the line. Not once, but over and over. They took your peace for passivity, your self-control for weakness, your grace for permission. And now they're about to see what happens when the universe cashes in every seed planted in silence. Because while they were busy performing, you were aligning. And now that alignment is turning into shockwaves. They didn't see you when you kept showing up with broken pieces inside. They didn't care when you carried more than your share and still stood tall. They never acknowledged the inner wars you fought in silence, the rage you swallowed just to keep peace, the pain you buried just to keep moving. But the universe did. Every step, every choice, every time you could have snapped but didn't, it was recorded. And now those records are turning into results. Let's make this clear. The universe doesn't operate on claps. It doesn't reward loud mouths and fake facades. It moves for the authentic, for the chosen ones who kept building when no one clapped, kept believing when doubt screamed, and kept showing up when everything said they shouldn't. That's you, and this moment you're walking into. It isn't luck, it's the reckoning of every unseen act of integrity. But let's pause here, because we need to talk. You've doubted it, haven't you? You've looked at the timelines of others, the noise of the arrogant, the applause of the fake, and you've questioned whether your path still mattered. You've looked in the mirror and whispered, "What's the point of doing right if no one sees it?" And that's where you almost missed it. Because they weren't ignoring you, they just couldn't perceive you. You're not like them. You were never meant to move with the crowd. You were selected to walk in alignment, and that walk often comes with silence, isolation, even ridicule. But here's the truth. While they played the system, you respected it. While they manipulated outcomes and ran their mouths, you let the universe lead. And now, the same system they tried to cheat is turning on them. Because they weren't just fighting you. They were fighting a force far bigger than both of you. And that force, that universal energy, it never loses track of its own. You were chosen not because you were loud, flashy, or favored by the crowd. You were chosen because you had the capacity to carry the unseen, the strength to choose stillness when war was easier, the courage to be light in a world that only celebrates fire. And now that light is burning brighter than anything they can fake. So yes, let them panic, let them scramble, let them explain why the one they dismissed is now the one taking up all the space. Let them feel the weight of what they laughed at, now standing in full power, undeniable and untouched. Because this isn't about revenge, this is about balance, universal justice. What they thought was over is just beginning. And the spotlight, it's not on them anymore, it's on you. And to every chosen one still doubting, still wondering if the universe really saw what you endured, hear this: nothing was wasted. Not the tears, not the betrayals, not the lonely nights where your only company was your own determination. The universe saw it all, and it's responding now. They thought no one was watching. They thought their arrogance would win. But what they didn't know is, the universe doesn't forget. And now it's your time. The rise isn't just coming, it's already started. And the ones who thought you were done, they're about to be shocked. Number 2, you were the target. Now you're the lesson. They aimed at you thinking you were the weak link, but all they did was teach the universe who needed to be humbled next. Let's speak truth. You didn't volunteer for this. You didn't ask to be the one they gossiped about in rooms they swore you'd never step into. You didn't sign up to be the target. They chose you, chose to twist your name, chose to mock your silence, chose to test your limits like the universe wasn't already on your side. And now, that same choice has become their biggest regret. They underestimated who they were dealing with. They saw you quiet and assumed that meant powerless. They saw your humility and mistook it for submission. But the thing about the chosen, they don't need to make noise to shake foundations. You were never the weak one. You were the wake-up call they didn't see coming. And now the universe is making an example out of you, not to shame you, but to expose them. You were the target. You took hit after hit, lie after lie. You let them laugh, let them spread their poison, let them keep the crowd entertained. But you didn't fall. You watched, you endured, you grew. And that growth, that's the part that haunts them now, because the more they tried to damage you, the more indestructible you became. But let's stop and talk about you for a minute, the one who still feels doubt lingering in the background like a ghost of the past. You asked yourself too many times, why me? You wondered if maybe you did something wrong, if maybe the pain was deserved, if maybe staying quiet made you weak. You let the weight of their noise pull you into places that made you question your own value. You forgot something vital. You weren't chosen to be liked. You were chosen to be refined. The universe never wastes a target. When it allows the chosen to be hit, it's not to destroy them, it's to prepare them. You were forged in betrayal, shaped in isolation, made stronger by every back turned and every lie spread. That wasn't punishment. That was pressure. And pressure, it doesn't destroy the chosen. It reveals them. Let's talk about them now, the ones who aimed, the ones who laughed, the ones who swore you were finished. Look at their lives, scrambling to hold on to the same illusion they used to tear you down, choking on the silence that's replaced the fake praise they used to swim in, watching you rise without their name in your mouth. And that's what hurts the most. You didn't even need revenge. You became one. You didn't have to explain. You didn't have to defend. The universe did it for you. Every room they tried to block you from, you're walking into it now, effortlessly. Every door they tried to shut in your face, the universe has kicked it off the hinges. And while they fumble with stories, trying to rewrite the narrative, you just keep moving. That's what power looks like. And it terrifies them, Because now you're the lesson. You're the name people bring up when talking about who to never underestimate. You're the example people use when they talk about resilience. You're the proof that when the universe chooses someone, every attack becomes a setup. Every betrayal becomes fuel. Every rumor becomes a receipt. And those receipts, they're stacking. They thought you were the weak link, but the truth is, you were the only one holding integrity. And now that the spotlight has shifted, they're shrinking, because when it's time to stand next to you, they can't. You didn't just survive, you transformed. And the version of you that's showing up now, unbothered, unavailable, unmatched. And here's the cold truth. They need you now. They need your energy, your name, your validation. But the chosen don't circle back to beg for acceptance. They become the room. You were the target. Now you're the atmosphere. Now your presence is the lesson. Every laugh they had at your expense has become a knot in their throat when they see what you've become. Let them sit in that. But I'll say this too, stop doubting that you were built for this. Stop wondering if it was all too much, too painful, too heavy. It was heavy because it had weight. You carried something sacred, and sacred things are always attacked. Don't you ever forget that they weren't just fighting you, they were fighting the universal assignment on your life. And you wonder why everything felt so hard. Because what's on your name is heavy, and now the ones who tried to break you are being broken by the sight of your strength. You don't have to chase validation. You don't need an apology. The universe already made the correction. The shockwave that's coming, it's you. And no one, not one person, can stop what's already in motion. So stand tall, chosen one, not with arrogance, with awareness. You know who you are now. You know what you carry. You've been through the fire. Now it's time to walk in the fullness of what they thought they buried. Because you were the target, but now you're the lesson they'll never forget. Number 3, you took the high road, and now they have to watch you from below. They threw fire, hoping to turn you into ash, but you used it to light your way and left them choking on the smoke. They came for you, with their lies, their fake smiles, their whispered venom in rooms you weren't in. They wanted a reaction. They needed you to crack, to fold, to turn cold like them. But you didn't. You took the high road. And not because it was easy. No, you chose it while bleeding. You chose it when every bone in your body wanted revenge, when clapping back would have felt like justice, but you held the line. And that's a power most people don't have. You have no idea how rare that is, because they don't teach that kind of strength. You won't find it in a quote or a podcast or a 3-step program. That kind of strength is born in the trenches, in the silence after the betrayal, in the storm after the mask drops, in the loneliness of knowing you did right and got punished for it anyway. That's where your power was forged. And make no mistake, you could have hit back. You wanted to hit back. You had the truth. You had the receipts. You had the right. But you knew something they didn't. Not everything deserves your energy. You weren't just thinking about the moment. You were moving with vision. You knew that winning small battles wasn't worth losing your soul. And now, while they're still throwing shade from the basement, you're building on higher ground. But let's not pretend like it didn't hurt, like it didn't tear something open inside you to keep choosing peace while you were being disrespected. You had nights where your pillow soaked up everything your pride wouldn't let you say out loud. You've felt that deep ache, the one where silence feels like surrender. And you've asked yourself, did I make a mistake by not clapping back? Let me answer that for you. No. You didn't lose anything by choosing grace. You gained everything, because that restraint, that clarity, that refusal to become what tried to break you, that's not weakness, that's mastery. That's the universe saying, I trust you with power because you've shown you know when not to use it. But don't get it twisted. This isn't about being soft. Grace isn't weakness. It's war strategy. You didn't walk away because you were scared. You walked away because you refused to let their mess stain your legacy. You chose to keep your energy clean while they polluted everything around them, and now the consequences are landing exactly where they belong, on them. They don't tell you this part, but people remember how you handled them. Long after the drama dies down, long after the rumors fade, they remember who moved with class and who moved like chaos in a human body. And now, you are the one being whispered about, but not as a victim, as a blueprint, as the one who stayed real when it would have been easier to turn bitter. And let me speak directly to the doubt still sitting in the back of your mind, the voice saying, but they got away with it. No, they didn't, because here's what you don't see. They have to live with themselves, with the truth, with the fact that their entire win was built on lies and projection. That kind of weight, it rots people from the inside. You don't have to lift a finger. The universe is already pressing on them. And what are you doing? Rising, quietly, steadily, without needing to broadcast your every move. That's power. That's legacy. You didn't just survive the fire. You learned how to walk through it without smelling like smoke. Let them live with the decision they made. Let them wrestle with the fact that even with every chance to become like them, you chose better. You stayed true. You kept your crown on even when they were throwing mud. That's why the universe is about to shock them with how high you rise, because your elevation is a reward for your restraint. So the next time you question why you didn't snap, remember this: the high road isn't empty, it's just reserved for the real ones. And you're walking it like it was made for you. Now let them look up. Number 4. Blessings coming isn't a favor, it's the universe paying you back with interest. They thought you were lucky, but the truth is, the universe is just repaying what they could never afford to take from you. Let's make one thing clear. What's coming to you isn't charity. It's not a stroke of luck. It's not a random right place, right time story they'll try to spin later. No, it's compensation. It's the universe responding to every moment you stayed solid when you had every reason to fold. These blessings, they're not favors. They're proof. You didn't get here by accident. You earned this in the dark, in silence, in spaces where no one was clapping for you, no one was checking on you, and no one was offering you anything but obstacles. And what did you do? You kept moving. Not because you had certainty, but because something in your spirit refused to stop. That something, that's what they couldn't understand. That's what scared them. See, they thought you'd quit. They wanted you to quit. They kept throwing delays, distractions, and disrespect your way, hoping one of them would finally break you. But you didn't break. You bent, you bled, but you didn't break. You didn't need promises. You didn't need applause. You needed vision, and you had it, even when it hurt to hold on to it. So now that the doors are opening, don't minimize what's happening. Don't you dare downplay your rise. The universe isn't giving you a handout. It's delivering a return on the nights you stayed up battling doubt, on the days you stayed kind in the face of cruelty, on the moments you chose discipline over drama, peace over pettiness, alignment over applause. You were always the one, even when they laughed, even when they called your dreams delusional, even when they looked at your life and thought it would never amount to anything. You stayed loyal, not to them, but to your truth. You listened to something higher, something deeper, something that can't be explained with logic. And that's why it worked. And chosen one, let me be blunt. Some of you forgot what you're carrying. You let the delay fool you. You let silence feel like rejection. You started questioning the path just because it didn't come with GPS. But what you didn't see is that while you were questioning yourself, The universe was preparing everything behind your back. That long wait. It was set up, not set back. Now look at the irony. The same ones who thought you were out of the game are now trying to figure out how you got ahead without their validation. They swore you needed them. They thought your survival depended on their approval. But here you are, rising in plain sight, and they can't stop it. They can't touch it, because they never built it. You did. And now it's your season. Not because some vague idea of timing decided to bless you, but because you qualified for it. You didn't just show up. You endured. You resisted the urge to become bitter. You kept planting seeds when you had no proof a harvest was coming. And that harvest, it's arriving, heavy, overflowing, and public. Let them say it's luck. Let them pretend they didn't see the struggle. Let them act confused. That's not your problem. Your only job now is to receive and trust. This kind of reward only comes to the ones who stayed grounded when the world tried to shake them loose. This is what happens when a chosen one refuses to back down. The blessings come like waves, not because you're better, but because you battled through worse. These blessings are your receipts. Every moment you kept silent when you could have exposed them. Every time you stayed real when it would have been easier to play the game. Every hard decision that cost you comfort but kept you in alignment. They thought you were losing. But what they didn't know is that the universe doesn't reward noise. It rewards authenticity. It rewards resilience. And now it's your time, not just to rise, but to shine so hard it blinds everyone who doubted your ability to survive without their approval. The blessings coming are not grace, they are justice, and they're arriving on time. Your time. Number 5. You're not just ready, you're aligned. And now the universe is responding. They tried to block your blessings, not knowing they weren't the source. Now the universe is about to show everyone why silence isn't weakness, it's preparation. This is the shift, the part they never saw coming, the part you didn't even know you were building toward, that quiet storm inside of you. It's no longer just pressure, it's momentum. The energy around you is changing. You can feel it, can't you? Even if you're unsure, even if your nervous system hasn't caught up to your spirit yet, something is different. Things are moving, doors are cracking open, and what once resisted you is starting to respond to you. This isn't by accident, this isn't random. This is what happens when the chosen stop doubting, stop shrinking, stop trying to survive, and finally step into their readiness. You've been planting for seasons in soil no one saw. You've been glowing in the dark, where it was hard, where it was lonely, where it felt like nothing was ever going to shift. And still, you kept going. You kept speaking over yourself. You kept creating when no one was clapping. You kept choosing to believe, even when the belief was threadbare. But let's be honest, joy doesn't feel natural right now, does it? There's a part of you that's still waiting for the other shoe to drop, still afraid to relax, to receive, to breathe. After all, you've spent so long in fight mode that peace almost feels like a trap. You walk into blessings with your guard up, scanning for betrayal. You smile, but only halfway, because part of you still thinks it's temporary, still thinks you have to earn something you already survived for. Let me break that lie right now. You're not waiting for readiness, you're walking in it. You didn't show up by accident. This version of you, the one standing in clarity, resilience, and raw truth. That's the result of every breakdown you turned into a breakthrough. You didn't pray it perfect. You lived it real. That's what got the universe's attention. You see, the universe doesn't reward perfection. It rewards persistence. And while others were busy performing, you were becoming, quietly, steadily, with scraped knees and a tired heart, but with relentless soul. And now that soul is finally catching its return. But let me speak to the part of you still clinging to doubt, the version of you still asking, is it really my time? Yes, it is. Because now you're not just surviving out of instinct, you're receiving out of alignment. You've stopped forcing, begging, chasing, and when the chosen stop chasing, the universe delivers. And this delivery, it's personal. It's not just success, it's restoration. It's the energy you poured into people who gave you nothing back, finally coming full circle. It's the clarity you gained by choosing silence over petty battles. It's the blessing that they tried to interrupt, still arriving right on time. And those people, the ones who doubted you, they're watching now, confused, bitter, stunned, because you're glowing from places they thought they destroyed. You're expanding from spaces they tried to shrink. And the scariest part for them, you didn't need them to get here. That's the part they can't handle, because it proves what you always carried wasn't dependent on anyone but the universe itself. So don't retreat now. Don't apologize for receiving. Don't try to explain why things are shifting in your favor. Let it come. Let it pour. Let it crash into your life unapologetically. This isn't a moment to be humble and quiet. This is your moment to own that you were built for more. And now it's here. You were faithful when it hurt. You were focused when it would have been easier to fall apart. And now, the very energy you kept protecting is what's drawing abundance to you like a magnet. No more begging, no more bargaining. You're not just ready, you're chosen. And the universe, it's finally giving the answer they tried so hard to block. You were never done. You were just getting started. Number 6. You didn't just change, you elevated, and now everything else has to catch up or fall off. They tried to handle you like the old version, but the new you, untouchable. And now the energy around you is rearranging, not for them, but for you. This isn't just change, this is transformation, and the people around you are starting to feel it, even if they can't explain it. They sense something different, the tone in your voice, the fire in your silence, the way you walk in the room and don't need to prove anything anymore. That's not ego, that's alignment. You didn't just heal, you activated. And now the universe is responding, tangibly, visibly, with real shifts, not just signs, not just feelings, moves, people falling off, opportunities lining up, energy correcting itself. And it's not a coincidence, it's a reaction. You changed, so everything else has to. The old energy can't live where the evolved version of you stands. But let's not water this down. This wasn't easy. You didn't wake up one day glowing with peace and confidence. You got dragged through fire for this version. You had to bleed for this clarity. You cried in silence, endured being misunderstood, abandoned, betrayed, and you still didn't fold. You adjusted, you reflected, you elevated, and now you're not available for anything that doesn't speak the same truth you bled for. You used to beg for connection. Now you protect your peace like a fortress. You used to overextend yourself to be accepted. Now you sit back and observe who's real enough to rise with you. That's evolution. That's the kind of shift that rattles people, especially the ones who only knew how to benefit from your brokenness. Because the version of you they knew, the one they could manipulate, gaslight, mock, or ignore, that version's gone, dead, buried. And the person standing now, still gentle, still real, is no longer available for nonsense, no longer interested in proving, chasing, or pleasing. That's power, that's presence, and it doesn't go unnoticed. They feel it. Trust me, they feel it. The shift in your energy isn't quiet. It's shaking their reality. And now people are either rising to meet you or fading away, and you're not even lifting a finger. That's how strong your alignment is. When a chosen one truly steps into their evolved self, the universe doesn't just support them, it protects them forcefully. But some of you are still trying to make the old energy fit, still asking, why does it feel like I'm losing everyone? Let me be blunt, you're not losing people, you're losing access points for your former self. And that's the point. You didn't come this far to stay in the same cycle. You didn't go through all that growth just to shrink again for comfort. No, you've changed, and that change demands a new atmosphere. You've known how to endure. That's survival. Now you're about to remember how to receive. That's living. You've done the hard work, the reflection, the inner shifts. You've finally stopped questioning whether you're too much, and started realizing that most people were just not enough for the depth you carry. And now the universe is bringing people, places, and opportunities that speak your new language. Let them talk. Let them fall off. Let them say, you've changed. Yes, and thank the universe you did, because staying the same would have killed your potential. You didn't come here to be liked. You came here to become. And now you're becoming the version of you they were never ready for. This is your confirmation. The shift is real. The change is permanent. And the universe, it's done whispering. It's about to deliver. Get ready, not just emotionally but practically, because what's about to happen isn't subtle. It's not a vibe. It's a move. And everything not built to support this version of you will either evolve or vanish. You've changed, and now the world has no choice but to adjust. Number 7. They played with your name. Now the universe is playing with their plans. They thought smearing your name would dim your future, but they forgot the universe doesn't build on lies. It exposes them. They didn't just doubt you, they tried to redefine you. Piece by piece, whisper by whisper, they twisted your image to fit a version of you that was easier to disrespect. They couldn't handle your truth, so they tried to rewrite it. They couldn't compete with your presence, so they tried to poison your absence. They played with your name like it had no weight, but now that name is haunting them in places they thought were safe. Let's talk about it. You didn't ask for war. You didn't want the drama. All you wanted was peace. Peace to move in your lane, grow in your silence, build your vision without interference. But some people can't stand what they don't understand. And instead of facing their own insecurity, they chose to target you. You became the topic, the scapegoat, the enemy in a narrative you didn't even sign up for. They lied on you because the truth was too heavy. They gossiped because your growth made them uncomfortable. They tried to play God with your name, rewriting your story in ink they thought would never run. But here's what they didn't expect. The universe was listening. The universe doesn't just hear what you say, it watches what you do when you think no one's watching. And while they were busy trying to control how others saw you, they exposed how small they really were. That wasn't strategy. That was self-sabotage disguised as power. And now, the very lies they spoke are building cages around their plans. Because the thing about false narratives, they eventually collapse under the weight of real results. And you, chosen one, are the living contradiction to every story they spun. You didn't chase them down. You didn't defend yourself in every room. You didn't get online trying to explain your side. You just kept building, kept walking, kept rising. And now that your life is becoming the evidence, their narrative is unraveling in real time. Not because you fought back, but because the truth fought for you. But let's not skip over the pain, because yes, it hurt. Being misunderstood by people you once trusted, that cuts deep. Knowing your name was in mouths that smiled in your face. That's a different kind of betrayal. You felt that. You carried that. You even started to question if it was easier to just go back to being silent, invisible, disconnected. But the fact that you didn't, the fact that you kept moving through the fog, trusting that clarity would come, that's why the universe is moving now. This is justice, not coincidence. And the most poetic part, the very people who weaponized your name are now watching that name get called in rooms they'll never enter. That name is getting honored, protected, respected, not because you demanded it, but because the universe corrected it. You're not just being redeemed, you're being reintroduced as the version of yourself they tried to bury. Now their plans are crumbling, connections are falling apart, opportunities are closing. Why? Because the energy they built their influence on was corrupt. They tried to elevate by diminishing someone chosen, and the universe doesn't let that slide. They didn't just play with your name, they played with the alignment. They messed with a sacred current, and now that current is flooding their foundation. And you don't need revenge. Your success is the revenge. Your peace is the punishment. Your name in the right rooms is the closure. So stop wondering if you should have done more. You did exactly what needed to be done. You endured. You stayed grounded. You trusted that universal balance would eventually show up. And now it is. Loudly, publicly, powerfully. Let them explain themselves. Let them scramble to maintain their fake image. Meanwhile, you continue to evolve, unbothered. Because once the universe puts its hand on your life, no one's opinion can cancel it. No lie can stop it. No noise can slow it down. They thought your name was theirs to play with. But now, your name is the storm they didn't see coming, and the universe is just getting started. Number 8. They used to watch you fall. Now they study your every move. They used to laugh when you stumbled. Now they take notes every time you stand. There was a time when your failure was entertainment. Your setbacks were the highlight of their conversations. Every loss, every misstep, every delay in your progress gave them something to mock. They waited for you to fall. And when you did, they clapped. Not because they were better, but because they were terrified of what would happen if you ever figured out who you really are. They didn't support you, they watched you, and not with hope, with hunger. They waited for weakness. They wanted to see you crawl, to confirm their fantasy that the chosen one couldn't really rise. Because if you could overcome what you were going through, if you really were built for more, then it meant everything they were clinging to was less. So they watched, from a distance, from behind fake concern, from behind closed doors and group chats. They studied your pain like it was proof of your limits. But here's what they didn't expect. You didn't stay down. You got up every time, quietly, powerfully, without begging, without announcing, without needing to clap back. And that comeback, that silent, disciplined transformation, it shifted everything. Now the same people who waited for your fall are obsessed with your rise. They watch you, but not with laughter, with silence, with envy, with discomfort. Because you've become something they can't categorize, can't predict, and definitely can't control. You were the storyline they tried to close, and now you're the blueprint they're studying behind the scenes. They don't cheer for you, but they mimic you. They don't congratulate you, but they watch your every move. They don't speak your name in public, but they whisper it in private with curiosity, frustration, and confusion. Because now the power dynamic has flipped. You're the one they're learning from. You're the one they can't outpace. You're the one who became unavailable for their games. Let's call it what it is. You outgrew the role they tried to trap you in. They wanted you small, unsure, desperate for approval. That version of you was easier to control. But the real you, the aligned, focused, powerful you, they're not ready for that. That's why they study from the shadows. That's why they copy but never credit. That's why they're watching harder than ever, because deep down they know you made it without them. But chosen one, let's pause here. because I know there were days when you almost believed them, when their silence made you question your voice, when their laughter made you question your strength, when you wondered if you were actually the joke. But let this be the confirmation you needed. They laughed not because you were weak, but because they were afraid of your potential. And now, that potential has turned into presence. You walk in rooms and change the atmosphere. You don't even need to speak. Your evolution speaks for you. You are the reminder of what real growth looks like, and that reminder haunts them. They used to mock your dreams. Now they mirror your moves. They used to count you out. Now they can't stop counting your wins. And you're not doing it for applause. You're not asking for attention. You're not trying to impress anyone. You're just being, and that being is louder than all their noise ever was. This is what happens when the chosen ones rise. This is what happens when you stay committed to the path, even when it's lonely, quiet, or misunderstood. This is what happens when you stop explaining and start becoming. So let them study, let them analyze, let them keep watching with confused eyes and bitter hearts. You don't owe them closure, you don't owe them conversation, you owe them distance, because they used to watch you fall. And now, they can't look away as you rise, step by step, move by move, into everything they said you'd never become. Number 9, this is your season of payback, and the whole room will feel it. They thought you skipped steps. Let them think that. What they missed was every silent battle that made you unshakable. Now the universe is pulling the curtain back, and your rise will be their revelation. You didn't skip a single step. You felt every inch of the process, the nights where your body was tired, but your mind kept fighting. The days you showed up anyway, holding back your truth because the room wasn't ready for your reality. The moments where you chose silence over self-destruction. Nobody handed you this. Nobody carried you to this place. You walked it, bruised, alone, misunderstood, but you walked. And now, the shift has arrived. Not because it's finally your turn, but because it's your season of honor. The season the universe handpicked for the ones who kept their soul intact while everything around them tried to tear it apart. You don't need to explain how you got here. Let them wonder, let them gossip, let them create whatever story helps them sleep at night. They weren't there when the tears hit your pillow. They weren't there when you chose peace over revenge. They weren't there when you held back everything you could have said just to preserve your integrity. You were seen, just not by them. You were seen by the universe itself. The universe was keeping score when no one else was watching. Every time you gave your last and got nothing back, recorded. Every time you poured love into people who gave you betrayal in return, documented. Every time you chose growth over clapping back, tallied. And now, the universe is about to honor all of it, in public. They won't be able to deny it. You feel different because you are different. Your presence has changed. You walk different. You discern energy faster. You leave the room earlier. You no longer chase what confuses you or compromise just to feel accepted. That's not ego. That's elevation. That's the result of becoming in silence. That's the fruit of spiritual maturity that came through fire, not fantasy. And here's what they never expected. They thought you'd break. They thought you'd snap. They thought you'd beg to be let back in after they shut the door. But you didn't just survive the shut door. You built a new one. And now they have to knock. You've stopped accepting crumbs because you finally understand who you are. You were born to command the feast, not compete for a seat. You were always the one. You just needed to go through enough fire to remember it. Let them think you changed. You did. You had to. You had to let go of the version of yourself who kept shrinking to make others comfortable. You had to release the parts of you that begged for love you were always worthy of. Just so you could finally step into the space that was built for your truth. This is not just a reward season. This is a correction, a cosmic adjustment. The universe is repositioning you in the exact place they said you'd never reach. And the beauty is, you're not just rising externally. You've already risen internally. That's the real reward. Who you became while waiting, who you chose to be when no one clapped, when no one believed, when no one stayed. So now, when the blessings start pouring in, don't flinch. Don't question if you deserve it. Don't sabotage the very thing you fought to align with. Stand in it. Own it. Let them whisper. Let them speculate. But never explain. Because what's coming to you wasn't handed to you. It was earned in silence, and it's being honored in power. This is your season of honor, not because you were perfect, but because you refused to pretend, because you stayed present, stayed grounded, and stayed true to the version of yourself that didn't chase noise, only alignment. Now, the noise is behind you, and the crown, it fits. And now here you are, not just standing, but commanding. Every fall they watched, every lie they told, every time they counted you out, it all led to this moment. The universe is responding, and your rise is the shock they never prepared for. If this message hit your spirit, like this video, subscribe, and drop the number 77 in the comments to claim your comeback in full. Share this with another chosen one who's rising in silence. Let them know, we don't just return. We return unstoppable. And this is only the beginning. The lion never loses sleep over the opinions of sheep, but he never forgets who tried to cage him. They thought you were easy prey. They thought if they humiliated you, mocked you, broke your spirit in front of others, you'd vanish, quietly, silently, like so many before you. But what they didn't realize was this: you weren't standing there alone. The force behind you, the universe itself, was watching. And what they were really fighting was not just you. They were fighting a design greater than them. They were foolish enough to challenge the current of destiny itself. That was their first mistake. The second, thinking you'd forget who you are. Chosen one, your discernment didn't just save your peace, it saved your life. That deep discomfort you felt in your gut, that wasn't paranoia. That was a warning, a flash of truth cutting through the fog of deception. What you walked through wasn't some random betrayal. It was a humiliation ritual, quietly staged, socially disguised, but deeply evil. They wanted to see you fall and smile while doing it. This was spiritual warfare carried out through manipulation, betrayal, gaslighting, and public shame. But you made it out, not because you're lucky, but because you were aware. Before we go deeper, make sure you like and subscribe. This message isn't just for you. It's for every chosen one still in the fire, still wondering what's happening to them. When you engage, you help this truth reach more souls who need it now. Every like signals to YouTube that this isn't just content, it's a call to awakening. Now let's talk. They tried to use your empathy as a weapon against you. Your loyalty became your noose, your silence interpreted as weakness, but what they underestimated was the power of being chosen. See, being chosen doesn't mean being loved. It means being tested, marked, watched, targeted. The universe sets you apart, not for comfort, but for conflict. And those who are not ready for your light will always try to dim it or destroy it. Let's be clear, they didn't want to just hurt you. They wanted to humiliate you. There's a difference. Hurt can happen by accident, but humiliation, that takes planning. They studied you, observed your weaknesses, used your past, twisted your words, set the stage. They wanted your breakdown to be a performance. They wanted an audience. but what they got was a survivor who refused to bleed on cue. You were walking through a staged downfall designed to strip you of your self-worth. That's not exaggeration. That's the truth. And here's what makes it worse. You still doubted your light. You still asked, was it me? You still felt guilty for leaving toxic people behind. Let me tell you something. Stop mourning the loyalty you gave to snakes. Stop apologizing for walking away from fire that was only set to burn you. The power of being chosen is that your glow disturbs their darkness. Your presence stirs something ancient in them. Envy, fear, hatred. You don't have to say a word. Your existence alone reminds them of what they aren't. They see you rising and they panic, because every time you get back up, it exposes the weakness in their plot. And deep down, they know. If the universe is still backing you, it means their mission failed. They wanted people to laugh at you, but now people are watching you rise, and it burns them. That's why they stalk your pages. That's why they mimic your style. They can't stand you, but they can't look away. Because deep down, they thought your fall would be permanent. What they didn't see coming was your rise becoming their greatest punishment. Understand this. The universe never abandons its chosen. It watches in silence, lets things play out, and then moves in ways that are unseen but undeniable. People who thought they destroyed you are now haunted by your peace. They toss and turn, wondering why nothing sticks to you, why you still smile, why you still stand. It's not luck, it's alignment, it's discernment, and it's protection not meant for everyone. And you, yes, you, stop pretending you're not powerful. Stop shrinking to fit places that were never meant to hold someone like you. Stop acting like you're unworthy of the calling on your life. You were marked for this. That's why they came so hard. That's why the attacks weren't random. That's why the betrayal cut so deep. They needed you to break, so you'd never become what you were always meant to be. But you didn't break. You discerned, you pulled back, you paid attention to the patterns, you walked away when everyone else told you to stay. That's power, that's survival, that's purpose in motion. And now, every fake smile you saw, every backhanded compliment, every setup, it's all exposed. Your clarity is your revenge. This wasn't just a rough patch. This was a battle between dark energy and divine timing. And you stood still long enough for the storm to pass and the truth to rise. Don't forget this. Don't ever downplay this. You didn't just survive a situation. You survived a ritual meant to ruin you. And now you rise, not just as a survivor, but as proof. Proof that when the universe marks someone as chosen, no weapon formed against them can prosper, not because they're lucky, but because they're aligned, awake, and unstoppable. So if this hit you in the gut, it's because it was meant to. This message isn't just content, it's confirmation. You didn't imagine the ritual, you didn't overthink the betrayal, and no, you're not crazy for pulling away. If you've made it this far, it means the truth is already rising in you. Drop the number 77 in the comments if you know you weren't just attacked, you were being initiated. Every scar was part of the setup. And now, it's time to break it down, piece by piece. If you're truly chosen, something deep inside you won't let you click away. Let's get into it. Number 1. They tried to hang you in the town square, but the rope snapped mid-air. They built a stage for your downfall, but forgot the universe controls the lights. This wasn't a bad day. This wasn't a mistake. This wasn't some petty misunderstanding that went too far. Let's rip that illusion right out of your mind right now. What happened to you was calculated, deliberate, and sickening. They picked the place. They picked the people. They picked the moment. It was an ambush. a public sacrifice, a ritual designed to shame you, silence you, and destroy your credibility in real time. And they wanted witnesses. They wanted your pain broadcasted, your breakdown turned into a spectacle. But you didn't give them the show. You didn't fall. The rope snapped mid-air, and now they're the ones exposed. You were never crazy. You were never imagining things. That cold look they gave you, that weird shift in the air before everything went left, that sick feeling in your gut as they smiled in your face with knives in their back pocket. That was your discernment screaming. That was the universe sending the alarm, get out. And you listened. Maybe not loud and proud, maybe not with confidence at first, but you pulled back. You grew quiet. You stopped explaining, and in doing that, you ruined everything they set up. They thought your silence was submission, but it was preparation. They thought your confusion was weakness, but it was recalibration. What they didn't know is that when a chosen one pauses, the universe shifts. Timelines move, energy adjusts, and that little plan they were so proud of, it began to unravel the moment you leaned into your gift instead of their gaslighting. Because the truth is, you were never alone in that room. While they were scheming in whispers and shadows, the universe was recording every intention, every backdoor move, every fake laugh, every staged interaction, and now it's all falling apart. Let's talk about the real sting, how they wanted to see you break. Not just stumble, not just cry. They wanted to watch you lose your mind. They needed to see your light flicker out in real time. You think they just accidentally grouped together to turn on you? You think it's coincidence how your deepest fears got used as weapons? No, this was engineered. People with no real connection suddenly misunderstanding you at the exact same time. That's coordination. That's orchestration. And the sickest part? They did it with smiles on their faces and lies in their mouths, hoping the world would watch you self-destruct while they pretended to be concerned. But here's what they didn't see coming. You had something they couldn't calculate. Discernment, not suspicion, not paranoia, but that rare ability to feel energy before it speaks. You saw the shift before it became a storm. You sensed the setup before the curtains rose. And even though you questioned yourself, even though you doubted your light, you didn't give them what they wanted. You didn't break on cue. You didn't scream. You didn't snap. You survived. And now, they're the ones looking over their shoulders. Chosen one, let's address the other part that hurts. The part where you questioned yourself. Where you thought, maybe I'm too sensitive. Maybe I overreacted. Maybe I pushed them away. No, you didn't push them. You saw through them. You saw what they were doing, and instead of letting it continue, you got quiet. You walked away. You chose yourself, and that's what exposed them. So stop apologizing for saving your own life. Stop mourning the people the universe removed. You weren't just being dramatic. You were being protected. You keep doubting your power because you think it's supposed to come with applause. It doesn't. Real power often comes with betrayal, with exile, with silence. They didn't hate you because you were weak. They hated you because the universe whispered secrets in your ear that exposed their masks. They couldn't fool you, and they couldn't control you. So the only thing left was to try and destroy you publicly. They thought if enough people joined in, it would make the lie believable. That's why the crowd showed up so fast. That's why the betrayal came from multiple angles. That's why you were the only one confused while they were all suddenly on the same page. But what they underestimated was how the universe moves for the chosen. You see, when the universe chooses someone, it doesn't just hand them blessings. It hands them battles. It marks them, sets them apart, and the protection that comes with it is violent. It doesn't always come wrapped in peace. It comes wrapped in exposure, isolation, and unexplainable turns of fate. They thought they were playing with you, but they were messing with a system far bigger than their egos. They tried to trap you in a burning house, and the universe sent the storm to drown the fire. And now, they're sitting in the ashes. If you're still wondering why here's the truth. Because you carry something they never could. Light. Not the fake kind. Not the social media kind. Not the kind you pretend to have. The kind that blinds liars. That burns manipulators. That calls out hypocrisy without you saying a word. Your very presence was a threat. Your silence was louder than their noise. That's why they tried to shame you in the first place. Because they couldn't dim you privately, so they tried to destroy you publicly. But here's the twist. Your survival became your spotlight. You didn't fold. You didn't beg. You didn't crawl back for validation. And now you're rising, stronger, wiser, cleaner, quieter. And that silence? It's not weakness anymore. It's power. It's control. It's knowing that the same universe that let you see the storm also walked you through it untouched. To the chosen ones who still doubt, how many times does the universe have to save you before you stop acting like you're unworthy of that protection? How many setups have to fall apart before you realize they weren't just coincidences, they were cosmic interventions? You weren't saved just to survive. You were saved to remember. Remember who you are. Remember why you're here. And remember that your enemies didn't fail because they were weak. They failed because they tried to fight what was never theirs to control. You walked into their trap and walked out untouched. You stood center stage in their ritual and didn't bleed. Not because you're lucky, but because you're aligned. And they're haunted by the fact that even after all they did, all they planned, all they threw at you, you still shine. That's the curse of betraying a chosen one. The pain never sticks to us, but it returns to them, multiplied. Number 2, they knocked like old friends, but came carrying poison in their smiles. Not everyone from your past wants closure. Some just want a second shot at breaking what they couldn't finish the first time. Let's not sugarcoat this. That reunion wasn't fate. That text, that DM, that "Hey stranger" message that came out of nowhere, it wasn't the universe giving you another chance to heal. It was bait, a setup, a Trojan horse wrapped in fake nostalgia. You felt it in your stomach the moment they reached out. Your body went still. Your energy dropped. Your mind remembered the damage. But your heart, the part of you that's still healing, entertained it. You doubted your instincts again. And that's where we need to talk. Because chosen one, what is it going to take for you to stop doubting your own light? How many times does a snake have to shed its skin in front of you before you stop calling it a friend in new clothes? They didn't come back because they missed you. They didn't stumble upon your profile. They didn't just think of you. They resurfaced because you've been glowing louder in silence than they ever did in a crowd. They felt the shift. They saw your peace. They noticed your detachment. And it scared them. Because when a chosen one detaches for real, it sends an earthquake through every soul that ever fed off your energy. Let's break this down raw. They didn't return because they love you. They came to study you, to test the lock, to check if the gate they once broke through was still open. But this time, they didn't use aggression. They used nostalgia. Remember when I just wanted to check on you? You crossed my mind today. No, you didn't. That was strategy. That was spiritual fishing. That was an emotional setup disguised as a walk down memory lane. You weren't paranoid, you were right, and the fact that you even questioned that shows how deeply their first betrayal fractured your trust, not in them, but in yourself, and that's what makes this whole thing so dangerous. Because when someone breaks you and walks away, it hurts. But when they come back acting like they never did it, and you start rewriting history just to make space for them again, that's spiritual suicide. That's how chosen ones lose their crown, not to enemies, but to familiarity. And let's be honest, some of you entertained that message because a part of you still wanted closure. You wanted answers. You wanted to believe maybe they've changed. Maybe it wasn't as bad as you remember. But let me hit you with this. Closure is not a conversation. Closure is a decision. You don't need their truth to validate your healing. You don't need to revisit hell just to prove you survived it. Let me say this louder. They didn't change. They just got more careful. They remembered what worked last time, and they adjusted the strategy. Last time they came loud. This time they came soft. Last time they attacked. This time they smiled. But the energy underneath? It's the same. The darkness never left. It just got dressed up in better words. You keep forgetting the power of being chosen doesn't just make you a target. It makes you a mirror. When you show up, people are forced to confront who they are not. That's why so many return, not out of love, but out of obsession. They need access to your light because theirs went out a long time ago. And instead of doing the work to rebuild themselves, they'd rather drain what you've rebuilt. That's not love. That's leeching. You want to know how dangerous you are now? They had to come in disguise. They couldn't just come honestly. They had to wear your memories like a costume. That's how bright your discernment has become. And yet, you still second-guessed it. Why? Because you're lonely? Because you missed the connection? Because a small part of you still wants someone to come back and choose you right this time? Let me break your heart with the truth that will free your soul. They were never supposed to choose you right. They were meant to break you, to test you, to awaken the very power you're sitting in right now. If they had treated you right, you would have stayed small, comfortable, distracted. But they dropped you in the fire, and you didn't burn. You forged. Stop giving out second chances like you're trying to win them over. You don't need to convince anyone of your worth. The universe already chose you, and when the universe aligns with your spirit, anyone who tries to re-enter without the right energy will be rejected like a virus. The reason it felt off when they messaged you isn't because you're bitter, it's because your energy evolved and their mask didn't. And don't let the apology fool you. Words are cheap, so is timing, especially when it shows up right as you're elevating. That's not an accident. That's spiritual timing on their part, not the universe's. The universe already closed that chapter. You're the one flipping back the pages, looking for a feeling that no longer belongs to you. You were making peace with the past. You were rebuilding. You were healing in silence. And just when the light started coming back into your eyes, they knocked, not to congratulate you, not to reconnect, but to reinfect, like a virus that mutated and hoped you forgot what the first wave did to you. Chosen one, this is your wake-up call. Your power is loud now. Your growth is undeniable. And if you're not careful, nostalgia will drag you back to graves you already buried. Learn to tell the difference between a lesson and a test. One teaches you, the other checks if you were really paying attention. You've come too far to fall for the same tricks in prettier packaging. That "hey stranger" wasn't a lifeline. It was a hook, and you felt it. Deep down, you knew. That cold chill, that tight chest, that voice saying don't do it. That wasn't fear. That was the universe shielding you. You think it's cruel that you keep losing people, but the truth is, you're not losing them. They're being removed before they can strike again. Stop doubting your gift. Stop questioning your knowing. When the universe chose you, it installed a radar in your spirit that can't be turned off. That's what makes you dangerous. That's why they're coming back in waves. Not because they miss you, but because they miss the version of themselves that only existed when they were attached to your light. But here's the truth. That version of you doesn't exist anymore. And no matter how many times they knock, no matter how sweet their voice sounds now, you owe them nothing. Not a response, not a reunion, not even closure. You gave them access once. They used it to try to bury you. And now, you owe them silence. You're not cruel for protecting your peace. You're not selfish for blocking what once broke you. You're not cold. You're finally clear. And when the chosen one gets clear, the whole system changes. So next time they knock, let the wind answer. Because the version of you they're looking for doesn't live here anymore. Number 3. You thought it was awkward energy, but it was the predator sizing you up. The gut doesn't whisper lies. It screams truth that your mind isn't ready to hear. Stop brushing it off. That weird tension you felt in the room, that shift in their eyes when you weren't looking, that pause in their tone that made your stomach twist. It wasn't awkwardness. It wasn't just your anxiety. That was your intuition roaring, and you almost ignored it. Again. You thought you were being paranoid. You thought you were overthinking, too sensitive, too suspicious. But what you were feeling wasn't emotion. It was spiritual radar. It was your internal warning system screaming at you, something's not right. Because it wasn't right. That wasn't an accident. That wasn't just energy. That was an intention, sharp, calculated and dangerous, disguised under casual smiles and fake concern. You felt it, and instead of trusting it, you doubted yourself. Again. Why do you keep questioning the one thing that's never lied to you? That uneasy energy you couldn't name. That was predatory. That was someone with a script in their head and a plan in their pocket. And you were the target. The bait wasn't words. It was familiarity. It was subtle manipulation. They didn't come at you directly. They came soft. They came quiet. Like a shadow. Like smoke under a door. They hoped you wouldn't notice the way their energy wrapped around you like a cold fog. But you noticed. Because you've been here before, you've seen the fake smiles. You've felt the eyes that didn't match the voice. You've experienced the presence that drains instead of uplifts. And yet, a part of you still asked, am I just being judgmental? No. You were being spiritually accurate. And let me say this without mercy. Doubting your intuition is what keeps putting you back in rooms that were never safe. You think discernment only shows up when things are loud. No. It shows up in the stillness, in the glitches, in the split-second flickers of energy that don't add up. That's the universe testing your awareness. And you keep failing by giving people the benefit of the doubt when you should be giving them the door. You weren't imagining it. That eerie off-center vibe, that was the mask slipping. That was the spirit underneath revealing itself. And your body caught it before your brain could process it. You felt the shift because your soul doesn't lie. So, stop making excuses for what your spirit has already labeled as unsafe. That moment wasn't awkward. It was strategic. A predator will always try to blend into your comfort zone before they strike. So ask yourself, how many times has your body screamed, but you smiled anyway? How many times did your intuition tell you to leave, but you stayed to be polite? You're not here to be polite. You're here to survive. You're here to thrive. And if that makes people uncomfortable, so be it. Your discernment is a divine shield, not a flaw. And every time you dismiss it, you lower your guard and invite in something that was never meant to reach you. The next time something feels off, don't decode it. Exit it. Number 4. They didn't hate you. They hated what you reflected back at them. You didn't change for the worse. You changed into a mirror, and they couldn't stand the reflection. Let's kill the illusion right here. You weren't targeted because you did something wrong. You were targeted because you did something rare. You evolved. You grew. You stopped playing small. You started moving different, thinking deeper, talking less, and glowing louder. And that transformation made you dangerous. You became everything they secretly told themselves they'd never be able to become. While they stayed stuck in cycles, you broke out of the cage. While they performed for the crowd, you started healing in silence. And the moment you began to rise without them, they felt it, not in their mind, but in their insecurity. You didn't leave them behind. You outgrew the illusion you were ever equal in spirit. So let's be brutally honest. They targeted you because your very presence is proof that their stagnation is a choice. That's why they whispered about you. That's why they tried to sabotage you. That's why they plotted. Because watching your glow forced them to look at their own shadows. And they hated you for waking something up inside them that they wanted to keep asleep. They wanted you to stay broken. They liked you better when you were struggling, when you doubted yourself, when you needed validation, when you had your hand out, hoping for crumbs of recognition. That version of you was safe to them. But the moment you started walking in your power, they saw it as rebellion. And to them, your confidence became a threat. So they tried to dim it, not with fists, but with whispers, with fake love, with twisted narratives. They tried to paint your growth as arrogance. They called your silence cold. They told people you were acting different. Damn right you were. Growth looks like arrogance to those who haven't moved in years. Let this sink in. They didn't attack you. They attacked the version of themselves that dies every time you rise. You became a mirror, and what they saw in your reflection, it made them sick. Your healing highlighted their wounds. Your elevation exposed their laziness. Your discernment revealed their manipulation. And instead of fixing themselves, they chose the coward's route. They tried to destroy the one who reminded them of what they could never become. You were the blueprint. They hated that. You were proof that trauma doesn't have to turn into toxicity. That pain can become power. That you can be betrayed and still not become bitter. That's what made you a threat. You became unbreakable, and that's what they feared the most. So next time you ask, why me? Flip the question, why not you? You were chosen not because you were weak, but because you were built to stand in the fire and not melt. You weren't targeted for your flaws, you were targeted for your evolution. And that's the kind of power the enemy can't afford to let walk free. Number 5. They didn't come to reminisce. They came to record your fall. When the devil can't destroy you in silence, he invites you to your own execution dressed as a reunion. Stop romanticizing what was never love. Stop dressing up the past with nostalgia just because it showed up in softer colors this time. That wasn't a catch-up. That wasn't closure. That wasn't some warm moment from the universe telling you it's time to reconnect. That was a premeditated trap, a performance wrapped in false smiles, familiar faces, and familiar smells, designed to lower your guard just long enough to strike. They didn't want your presence, they wanted your exposure. That's why they brought the alcohol. That's why the lighting felt intentional. That's why they kept steering the conversation to the past, to disarm you, to make you feel safe, to make you remember a version of yourself that no longer exists. But you felt it, that tension, that shift, that sinking feeling that whispered, "This isn't right." You didn't know what it was at the time, but your spirit knew. Your intuition clocked the setup before your brain could find the words. And still, you doubted it. Again. Why? Because they smiled, because the setting looked harmless, because deep down, a piece of you still wants to believe the people who hurt you didn't mean it. Let's stop lying. They meant it, and this time they came prepared. They were counting on you to drop your guard. They were banking on that old, trusting version of you resurfacing, the one that forgave too fast, the one that let loyalty blind their discernment. They didn't come for memories. They came with motives. You were walking into a scene that had already been written. They were watching how much you drank, watching what you said, watching how you moved. And if they could have captured even one moment of weakness, some slurred words, an emotional outburst, a breakdown, they would have had their footage, their evidence, their little trophy that said, "Look, the chosen one isn't so powerful after all." And you still think this was random? No, this was a ritual, humiliation disguised as reconnection, shame bait wrapped in fake warmth. And if you hadn't felt that cold gut drop and pulled back in time, you would have given them what they came for. Chosen one, they don't want your peace. They want proof that you're faking it. They want receipts, a clip, a screenshot, anything to break the illusion of your strength. Because your transformation made them feel small, and instead of rising with you, they decided to drag you back down. But it failed. Again. And you owe that to one thing only, your discernment, that quiet inner voice that kicked in the moment the energy shifted, that part of you that said, "Don't drink that, don't speak on that, don't stay too long." You didn't need evidence, you didn't need logic, you needed alignment, and that's what saved you. So stop mourning the moment, stop romanticizing the reunion. It was never about what was, it was always about what they could take now. And they failed, because you finally chose yourself over your memories. And that's why you're still standing. Number 6, you weren't attacked. Because you're weak. You were chosen because you're a threat. The fire didn't come to burn you alive. It came to reveal who you've always been, fireproof. Let's set the record straight once and for all. What you went through wasn't punishment. It wasn't karma. It wasn't, "Maybe I deserved this." No. That voice in your head whispering, "Why me? What did I do to attract this? Kill it." That's not truth. That's trauma talking. You were targeted not because you're broken, but because you're built. Built different. Built strong. Built chosen. You were marked the moment you woke up. The moment your soul started rejecting what the world called normal. The moment you began seeing through the illusions, through the games, through the masks. That's when the attacks began. Because when a chosen one activates, it sends shockwaves through the system. You don't just take up space. You disturb everything false around you. And the system, both physical and spiritual, can't stand what it can't control. You weren't punished. You were tested. That humiliation, that setup, that betrayal, it wasn't random. It was precision crafted to break anyone who wasn't built to carry the kind of weight your calling requires. That's why it came through people you loved, through voices you trusted, through environments you once called safe. Because the test had to cut deep enough to force you to choose, stay asleep or wake all the way up. And you may be shaking, may be crawling, but you chose right. So no, chosen one, you're not cursed, you're calibrated, you're not being punished, you're being positioned. Positioned for levels that most will never reach because they fold at the first sign of pressure. But not you, because even at your lowest you didn't sell out, you didn't turn bitter, you didn't become what hurt you. And that's why you passed. That's why you're still here. That's why their weapons failed. You've been looking at survival like it's just getting through. But survival as a chosen one is spiritual confirmation. The enemy tried to break you on a soul level and couldn't. Do you understand what that means? You're not fragile, you're forged. You're not soft, you're refined. You carry a power in you that bends reality, that breaks generational curses just by existing. That makes darkness flinch before it even enters the room. That's why you were chosen. Because where others would have collapsed under the betrayal, you rose in silence. Where others would have retaliated, you observed. Where others would have begged for understanding, you let the universe vindicate you. And that kind of strength isn't taught. It's born. It's bred through fire, isolation, humiliation, and still, you didn't let your light die. So the next time your mind tries to convince you that this was too much, that maybe you weren't strong enough, that maybe it would have been better if you weren't chosen, remember what you survived. Not by luck, not by chance, but because destiny requires you to be standing here, awake, aligned, and dangerous. You weren't chosen because you're perfect. You were chosen because you're proof. Proof that even after everything thrown at you, lies, setups, sabotage, heartbreak, you still didn't fold. You still hear the voice. You still feel the pull. You still walk with a light they couldn't put out. Chosen isn't a compliment. It's a responsibility. And now that you know why you were chosen, you better walk like it. Number 7. They had a whole system against you, but they forgot you were shielded by something they can't touch. When darkness organizes in layers, light doesn't panic. It just stands still and watches the entire tower collapse on itself. Let's make something crystal clear. What you went through wasn't some impulsive attack. It was a hierarchy, a structure, a chain of command built specifically to destroy you. You think it was just one person gossiping? No, it was a pyramid scheme of evil. At the top, the puppet masters, the ones too cowardly to strike directly, so they whispered orders into weaker minds. Then came the lieutenants, the enforcers, loud, manipulative, and desperate for approval. Beneath them, the bait, the fake friends, the concerned reconnectors, the soft-spoken manipulators who lured you back into the trap with kindness. And at the bottom, the passive audience, the ones who said nothing, did nothing, and let it happen while pretending they were neutral. This was war, organized, coordinated, intentional, and yet you survived, not just with your body intact, but with your spirit untouched. Why? Because while they were relying on their structure, you were backed by something they can't even begin to understand. You had protection that wasn't visible, but absolutely invincible. They played their parts like it was theater, scripts rehearsed, moves practiced, triggers pushed. They had it all planned, how you'd react, how you'd break down, how you'd isolate yourself in shame. But the one thing they didn't plan for was the shield around you, the unexplainable force that blocks what should have buried you, that divine recalibration that flips every trap into revelation, that silent protection that turns setups into exposure. You don't need to know how many layers they built to destroy you. Just know none of it was enough. Because when the universe marks someone as chosen, it doesn't need volume. It doesn't need a crowd. It doesn't operate on titles or rank. It moves in silence. It moves in strategy. And it waits patiently for the enemy to walk into its own trap, which they did. Every single one of them. Some with intention, some with silence, but all of them part of the same failed system. And you were standing there the whole time, thinking you were under attack, not realizing the universe was using you as bait to expose the entire network. So yes, it was a structure. Yes, it was deep. Yes, it had levels. But so did your protection. So does your discernment. So does your purpose. Every time they leveled up their manipulation, your shield intensified. Every move they made in the dark, your light caught it before it could land. And you keep asking why you're tired. You're not just surviving people, you're surviving entire systems built to erase you. Stop doubting your strength. You didn't just outlast petty drama, you outlasted a machine, a spiritual system of control built on deception and fed by the weak. And still, you walk untouched. That's not luck. That's legacy. That's proof. You were never outnumbered. You were just undefeated. They won't come with weapons. They'll come with smiles, but you're not blind anymore. The next attack won't look like a war. It'll look like a warm welcome with cold intentions. Now that you've survived the fire, chosen one, understand this. The enemy doesn't stop. They just repackage the attack. What didn't work the first time comes back in new form, with new actors and a softer script. It's not about force anymore, it's about infiltration. You're too strong to be hit head-on now, so they'll try to sneak in through doors you thought were locked. So how do you spot it before it lands? Easy. Your discernment is now your armor, and your attention is your weapon. First red flag, sudden reconnections. They'll pop up like they've been thinking about you, like the universe led them to you. No, what led them to you was your glow, your peace, your detachment. You've become a magnet, and not everyone drawn to you has good intentions. When people resurface out of nowhere, don't romanticize it. Analyze it. Ask, why now? Why me? What do they need access to that they can't generate on their own? If you have to talk yourself into trusting them again, that's your answer. Second, location control. If they're choosing the time, the place, the setting, be alert. The trap is always staged. Whether it's a party, a dinner, or a casual hangout, when they insist on controlling the environment, it's because they've already rehearsed the scene. That's not reconnecting, that's a setup. Your spirit will feel it. You'll get agitated. You'll feel foggy. That's not social anxiety. That's spiritual misalignment. Watch out for pushy friendliness too. The instant closeness, the over-the-top compliments, the forced warmth that feels just a little too much for someone who hasn't been around. That's not sincerity, it's seduction. Manipulative people use charm like a smokescreen, and if you fall for it again, you'll end up questioning yourself all over again. Real connection builds slowly. Manipulation demands urgency. If it feels rushed, it's rigged. Then there's the evasiveness. You ask a direct question, and they dance around it. You bring up the past, and they deflect. They're vague when it counts and detailed when it doesn't. That's not healing. It's hiding. They don't want resolution. They want re-entry. They want access, not truth. And your soul knows it. Finally, the one you can't fake. Energy mismatch. When the words don't match the vibe. When they say all the right things, but your gut won't relax. When the smile's there, but the energy behind it feels hollow. Trust that. Trust the tension. Trust the unease. Your body remembers danger even when your mind wants to give someone a chance. If peace doesn't follow their presence, cut it off. You're not paranoid. You're prepared. And you've earned the right to say no without explaining yourself. The next attack will look like an opportunity. It will feel like familiarity. But now you see it coming from miles away. Because you're not who you used to be. You're not open for spiritual ambush anymore. You see now, and that's your greatest protection. Let them knock. You don't even have to open the door. They planned your public execution, but you became their living reminder that light can't be killed. They wanted your breakdown to be your legacy. Instead, your survival became their life sentence. It's over. Breathe that in. Let it settle. Let it hit you in the chest like the moment you finally exhaled after holding your breath for too long. You didn't just survive the ritual, they failed it. Every lie they told, every smear campaign, every cold setup dressed as concern, every trap disguised as reconciliation, it all collapsed under the weight of your truth. You weren't destroyed, you were delivered. The war is over, and you didn't just make it out, you won. But let's be honest, there were moments you thought you wouldn't. Nights when the silence felt louder than any insult. Moments when your mind turned on you, when you thought maybe they were right. Maybe you were too much, too cold, too guarded. Maybe you brought it on yourself. But those were lies planted in your soil to strangle your roots before you could bloom. They didn't want the real you to rise. Because if you ever figured out just how powerful you are, they knew the whole illusion would burn. And now look at you, glowing in truth, walking in clarity, no longer begging to be understood. You're not paranoid, you're aware. You're not isolated, you're chosen. This isn't a punishment, it's your confirmation. You went through the ritual, the trial, the storm, and you walked out with your crown. Dirty, maybe. Bent, sure. But still yours. Still on your head. And still undeniably earned. The humiliation was never the point. The point was the reaction. They needed you to collapse. They needed you to act out, explode, retaliate. Because then they could say, see? Look what we had to deal with. But you gave them nothing. No show, no scream, no submission. You gave them silence, and that silence became deafening. It turned their script into nonsense. It exposed their roles in the theater they built to destroy you. And now, they're stuck with a truth they can't rewrite. You didn't die in the fire. You learned how to walk through it. Every eye that watched you hoping to see a fall is now witnessing a glow they can't stand and can't explain. That's the real victory. Not just surviving the attack, but shining harder because of it. You became everything they tried to kill, and then some. That's what haunts them now. Not that you got through it, but that you came out better, sharper, clearer, and completely unreachable. Chosen one, this is your proof that your discernment isn't dysfunction, that your boundaries aren't bitterness, that your intuition isn't imagination. Everything they tried to label as flaws, those were the tools that saved your life. They mocked the very gifts that ended up protecting you. And now they're choking on the truth. You don't need revenge. You are the reminder. You are the story they can't erase. You are the living proof that when the universe chooses someone, no system, no setup, no smear campaign can cancel that destiny. What tried to bury you only planted you deeper. So walk like it, stand like it, speak like it, live like it. The war is over. You won. Now shine like they never tried to turn off your light. And now that the truth is on the table, let this sink in. You were never the victim. You were the proof. Proof that light survives setups, that silence speaks louder than slander, and that discernment will always outrun deception. The war didn't destroy you, it revealed you. If this message struck something deep in you, don't scroll away in silence. Like this video, subscribe to stay aligned with the truth, and drop the number 77 in the comments if you know the humiliation ritual failed. Share this with another chosen one who needs the reminder. Your rise is already happening. Let's move. When silence falls after your name is spoken, that's when you know fear did the talking. They never feared your hands. They feared your shadow. The moment you stepped into your power, they felt it, like a storm was coming, like the ground itself had started to whisper your name in warning. You didn't need to speak. Your energy said enough. You didn't need revenge. Your presence was punishment. They act like you're the problem, but deep down, they know they triggered something bigger than them. They weren't just playing games with you. They went to war with the universe when they moved against what it had chosen. And now they flinch when your name comes up. Now they lower their voice, pretend they never doubted you. Hope the echo of your name doesn't find them. You built a reputation that walks in before you do, a force that shifts the air. You've become the weight in every room, the reason for sudden silence. Not because you're loud, but because you're real. And nothing scares people more than someone who's real in a world built on masks. Before we go any further, if this message is hitting your spirit, like and subscribe, not for me, but for the next chosen one who needs this truth. When you do, it tells YouTube to push this message forward, to deliver this energy to the ones who've been made to feel alone in their power. Let's spread this signal like wildfire. They tried to shrink you, but all they did was give the universe a reason to expand your name. That's what happens when you're chosen, not picked by people, but marked by the very rhythm of existence. The universe saw something in you and said, "This one's mine." So now, every attempt to break you echoes back like a curse. Not because you're special in the way they think, but because you answered the call when others ran. Being chosen isn't easy. It's heavy. It's silent battles. It's being misunderstood. It's being watched and whispered about like you're a myth. But it's also powerful, because when you walk in alignment with what chose you, your enemies don't just fear you, they fear what follows you. That invisible current, that unseen force that flips everything in your favor when it looks like you're losing. You've become a living consequence. They underestimated you, thought they were just dealing with a person. But you're a walking reaction, a shift in the atmosphere, like thunder that doesn't wait for permission to be heard. You haunt them, not with threats, but with how nothing they do seems to stop you, with how you rise again, and again, and again. You're the type of silence that screams, the kind of calm that means a storm's about to hit. You are not untouchable because you hide. You're untouchable because what protects you isn't seen. They weren't just going against you, they were going against alignment, against flow, against a universe that defends its own. That's why they whisper now. That's why they keep your name in their mouth, but never with full voice. The truth is, they lost the moment they tried to play in your lane. Because when you're chosen, you don't move alone. You don't fight alone. Every time they attack, they write their own downfall. And the universe, it keeps receipts. So to the ones listening, the ones feeling this truth deep in your gut, don't doubt your light again. Don't ever think you're just another person. You're the proof that silence has power, that presence is pressure, that real ones don't have to speak loud to shake rooms. You gained a reputation they fear, and now they pray your silence doesn't mean war. So if your spirit's been stirring while you listened, good. That means the message was meant for you. This isn't just another video. This is a mirror, a warning, and a confirmation all at once. If you've gained that kind of reputation, the kind that makes people tremble before they even say your name, then you owe it to yourself to see this through. Drop the number 77 in the comments if you've ever felt the room shift just by walking in. That's power, that's presence, and trust me, you're going to want to hear every word that comes next. Now, let's get into it. Number 1. They don't say your name, they whisper it like a curse. You don't need to lift a hand when your name hits harder than a fist. They won't say your name out loud anymore, not because it's forgettable, but because it's unforgettable. Not because you're hated, but because you're respected in silence. Respected like a loaded gun on the table during an argument. Nobody dares touch it, but everyone knows it's there. That's you. You don't walk into rooms. Your name enters before you do. And the second it does, the air changes. The fakes get quiet. The snakes coil back. The ones who doubted you? They suddenly start praying you don't notice. Let's be real. They played with something they didn't understand. They moved against you thinking you were just flesh and bone, just another target, just another one to silence, mock, ignore. But they weren't just going at you. They went against the order of things, against the current of the universe itself. And now that the energy is circling back, now that karma's knocking louder than ever, suddenly they're afraid. Not of what you'll do, but of what's already been set in motion. And that's where the fear lives now, in your name, in the echo of it. You've become a walking omen to the people who tried to bury you. They speak your name like a warning to others. Don't mess with them. Leave that one alone. Because when you're chosen, your protection isn't visible, but it's violent. The kind of violent that breaks their peace at night, that ruins plans they made behind your back, that turns smiles into silence when your name's brought up in rooms you weren't even invited to. They thought they were playing with you. What they didn't know is that the moment they came for you, they declared war on the very forces of the universe that keep the balance. And to you, the chosen one who needed this reminder, how dare you doubt yourself? How dare you question the light you carry just because they tried to dim it? How dare you shrink for people who couldn't handle the reflection of their own cowardice in your confidence? You keep forgetting this. You were picked, not by people, but by alignment, by truth, by a force greater than logic or luck. You weren't made for the background. You were made to disturb rooms, to make liars sweat, to make pretenders stutter, to be felt without needing to speak. But you doubted that, didn't you? You thought maybe they were right about you. Maybe you were too much. Maybe you were overthinking it. Maybe you really were alone. But here's the truth. You were never alone. What you felt in those dark nights, those painful silences, Those seasons of isolation, that wasn't abandonment. That was alignment. That was the universe pulling you out of fake circles so it could position you, not just protect you. They didn't walk away, you were pulled out for a reason, and that reason, it's why they fear you now, because while they stayed busy performing, you were transforming, quietly, brutally, completely. While they laughed, you healed. While they plotted, you evolved. While they slandered, you studied. And now you're the consequence. Your name rings bells not because you're loud, but because you're true. And truth? It don't need PR. It doesn't need a crowd. It stands tall in silence and still makes the walls shake. You've become the thing they thought they'd destroyed. And the worst part for them? You don't even need revenge, because your growth is revenge. Your peace is punishment. Your presence is pressure. They wonder why things keep going wrong for them after crossing you. They blame coincidence, bad luck. But you and I both know they broke spiritual law when they moved against the chosen. And universal law doesn't ask for apologies. It delivers judgment. Let them watch you now. Let them sit with the echo of your name stuck in their throat like a warning bell. They tried to erase you, but all they did was carve your name into the walls of their own fear. That's power. That's what being chosen does. You don't seek revenge. You become the reason they look over their shoulder. They thought they could touch what was sent. They thought they could damage what was divinely placed. But the universe doesn't forget. The universe protects what it picks. You are not a random spark. You are a wildfire on purpose, controlled only by what placed you here. And you stop questioning it. Stop asking why you're so different. Stop apologizing for the energy that shifts people's masks off the second you walk in. Stop doubting the power you carry. You are not misunderstood. You are feared in code. Because to understand you, they'd have to face themselves, and they're not ready for that kind of truth. They hate what you show them about themselves, not about you. You are the reminder that some people can't fake power, that some light can't be borrowed. That reputation isn't about popularity, it's about presence. That's why they fear you by name alone. You've become the name they warn others about, behind closed doors. The name they pretend not to know in public, but keep replaying in their mind. That's the power of being chosen. When your path is aligned, your enemies become uncomfortable just hearing you exist. Your journey turns into their mirror. Your peace disturbs their demons. Your silence screams louder than their insults. You were never supposed to fit in. You were built to stand out, break norms, and make noise without ever raising your voice. So no, don't wait for their apology. Don't expect them to say your name with honor. They can't, because the weight of your reputation, it crushes those who lied on you. It buries those who doubted you. It haunts those who tried to cross you. Your name is not just a word anymore. It's a sentence they have to serve in silence, because now they don't just remember you. They regret ever thinking they could handle you. Number 2, you're not confusing. You're the mirror that shows them who they really are. They call you mysterious only because they've never met someone who refuses to shrink. Let's get something straight right now. They never really knew you. They never understood you. And that wasn't your failure. That was the limitation of their own perception. You see, your presence exposes things. Your silence speaks volumes they were never ready to hear. Your calm, it rattles demons. Your vibe, it disrupts false realities. They weren't confused because you're complex. They were confused because you don't fit in the boxes they built for people like you. You walk into a room and suddenly people feel insecure, not because you said a word, but because you exist. You carry a frequency that doesn't bend, a truth that doesn't flinch. and people who've built their lives around illusions. They feel that energy like an earthquake under a paper house. That's why they look at you like an enigma, because they don't know how to define what they can't control. They don't know how to label what refuses to play small. You've got people close to you who still don't know who you really are. They think they do. They've tried to summarize you with surface-level stories and shallow assumptions. But deep down, they feel it. That undercurrent, that pressure, that quiet, unshakable knowing that there's more to you than meets the eye. You're not just different, you're disruptive to anything that isn't built in truth. They'll say you're too intense, that you're hard to read, that you never let anyone in. But here's the truth, they never had the keys. You don't hand over access to your soul just because someone shows up with a smile. You've earned your solitude. You've bled for your boundaries. You've built yourself from ruins, and now they think you're mysterious because they can't figure out the blueprint? No, you're not the mystery. They're just not equipped to understand purpose in human form. But let's talk about you for a second. The chosen one, the one who's been doubting your own depth. Why do you keep questioning your uniqueness just because they can't keep up? Why do you water yourself down so they can feel comfortable in your presence? Why do you second-guess your power just because it makes them uneasy? You think being misunderstood means you're broken, but the truth is, they can't decode what was never meant to be common. You were made to be rare, and rare things aren't always recognized, they're remembered. You walk through this life with layers they'll never reach. You carry lifetimes of insight in a single glance, and that's what shakes them. That's what makes them act weird, fall back, switch up. They weren't expecting you to challenge everything they thought they knew. They weren't prepared to feel exposed just by standing near you. You didn't even have to say it out loud. Your energy did all the talking. You triggered awakenings or breakdowns. That's the power of the chosen. And you're still sitting there wondering if you should just tone it down. How dare you? How dare you question your own divine design just because it makes cowards squirm? How dare you shrink when your presence has been pulling people out of spiritual comas? You're not the problem. You're the mirror, the reflection, the reminder. And most people, they hate the mirror when they don't like what they see. They don't fear you because of what you say. They fear you because of what your existence reveals about them. You don't disrupt the room because you're trying to. You do it because you carry the weight of every truth they've tried to bury. They laugh nervously around you, don't they? Suddenly go quiet when you enter. Speak softer, walk lighter, act different. That's not in your head. That's not ego. That's energy. You shift frequencies like pressure changes before a storm. They feel it in their chest before their mind can catch up. And still, you question yourself. Still, you wonder if maybe you're too much, if maybe you need to play small to keep the peace. But here's the truth. You're not here to keep their illusion intact. You were sent to wake them up. You were sent to make them feel. You were sent to remind this world that real still exists. Stop questioning your identity. Stop trying to make sense to people who don't even make sense to themselves. You weren't made for shallow waters. You were carved by storms. And if they can't swim that deep, let them drown in their own denial. You've always had that mystery about you, that look in your eye like you've seen lifetimes, that knowing in your voice that makes people pause before speaking. It's not arrogance, it's ancestral, it's cosmic, it's coded into your DNA. When you walk, the universe walks with you, and they feel that. Even if they can't name it, they feel it. They label you enigmatic because it's easier than admitting you challenge their reality, easier than facing the discomfort your presence brings, because being near you forces people to wake up to their lies, to their masks, to their lack of purpose. You don't walk around confusing people, you walk around exposing them. And for you, the one who's been asking, why don't they understand me? Let me give you the raw truth. They don't understand you because they've never seen someone operate from soul before. They don't understand you because you don't need their approval to be powerful. They don't understand you because you don't need a stage to be seen. Your authenticity is louder than their entire performance. You weren't built for validation. You were built to be a catalyst. And catalysts, they're not liked at first. They're feared, then hated, then respected from a distance. So stop explaining yourself to people who can't even explain their own behavior. Stop apologizing for energy that was sent to break cycles. You're not a mystery, you're a message, and only those tuned in will ever understand. The chosen don't chase clarity from the confused. They just keep walking with purpose. You think you're lost because no one gets you? You're not lost. You're just ahead. You're not alone. You're just elevated. You weren't made to be easy to figure out. You were made to leave an imprint so deep that even those who don't understand you feel you long after you're gone. They don't fear what they don't understand. They fear what they know they can never become. And that's why they label you a riddle instead of respecting your reality. Because to admit who you are is to admit who they're not. So wear that enigma like armor. Stand tall in your complexity. Let your mystery be the medicine. Let your silence be the sermon. Let your presence keep shaking the ones who need to wake up. And never again, let their confusion become your doubt. You are not for everyone. You are for impact. You are for truth. You are for the ones who see beyond surface. So stay mysterious, stay unbothered, and let your existence continue to be the storm they never saw coming. Number 3, they thought it was just you, but they forgot the universe was listening. When they aimed at you, they weren't just pulling a trigger, they were lighting a fuse under their own foundation. You keep wondering why people disappear after they cross you, why they switch up, why their life starts falling apart the moment they play in your energy. Let's make this crystal clear. They didn't just mess with a person. They trespassed on sacred ground. You are not just flesh and blood. You are a walking signal, a living contract signed by the universe itself. So when they lied on you, betrayed you, gossiped about you, moved against you, they weren't just making a mistake. They triggered a ripple effect that started taking everything down with it, fast. That's instant karma. Not because you cast a spell, not because you wished harm, but because the universe takes its hands off of those who put their hands on the chosen. They were given a warning before they even moved. Something told them to leave you alone. Something told them not to touch what they didn't understand, but they ignored it. Ego got loud, jealousy got strong, their shadow was hungry, and they fed it by targeting you. Now they're choking on the consequences. They didn't believe in karma until it knocked the wind out of their plans. And now you're sitting here, wondering if maybe you're the problem, asking yourself if you're cursed, if maybe you bring drama, if maybe you deserve the isolation. Let me stop you right there. You don't bring the drama. Your energy reveals it. You walk into rooms and people start choking on their own guilt. Not because you expose them, but because your energy holds a mirror. And mirrors? They don't lie. You didn't destroy them. You just reminded the universe who it needed to deal with. But let's really get into it, because some of you chosen ones, you've forgotten who you are. You keep doubting why things feel so intense around you, why people break down, why your absence causes chaos. You wonder, why does the fallout always look so big when someone plays with me? Here's why. You're not walking alone. You never have been. Your energy is wired into something bigger. So when they hit you, it's not just a personal offense, it's a cosmic violation. They breach the contract the universe placed on your life, and the consequences, they spread like wildfire. It's never just them that pays the price. You've seen it. Their relationships start crumbling, their health declines, their job slips away, their peace turns to panic, and yes, even the people around them catch it. Because karma doesn't hit where it hurts the least, it hits where it hurts the most. Their mama starts struggling, their kids start dealing with inexplicable problems, their closest friends turn against them. That's not a coincidence, that's a ripple. That's the price of spiritual recklessness. They didn't just hurt you, they activated a chain reaction. And you need to stop feeling guilty about it. You need to stop wondering, was I too harsh? Should I reach out? No, you don't apologize for being a divine consequence. You don't say sorry for the way your protection operates. You didn't ask for revenge. The universe served it. Because you were silent, you stayed out the way. You didn't match their hate, and that's exactly why karma acted swiftly. The more still you stayed, the faster the energy hit them back. That's how it works when the chosen are mistreated. You became the lesson they never thought they'd have to learn. You have to understand, your energy doesn't just walk, it carries weight. It comes with a clause. People are free to interact with you, but the moment they try to wound you, they cash in on a debt they didn't know existed. That's why your enemies crumble without warning, why their plans fall apart while yours suddenly come together, why you glow after betrayal and they sink under the mess they made. They tried to destroy you, and all they did was set fire to their own life. This is why the fear spreads. This is why your name gets spoken with caution. Why people who once mocked you now speak highly of you, but only behind closed doors. Because they've seen the pattern, they've felt the consequences. And the smarter ones, they've learned that crossing you is expensive, not in money, but in peace, in relationships, in stability. You don't just come with protection, you come with penalties. So to you, the chosen one who keeps blaming yourself for the destruction that followed disloyalty, stop. You didn't cause it. You were the line they chose to cross. And the second they did, the universe responded in kind. You didn't curse them. They cursed themselves by not recognizing what you were. The universe doesn't always speak in blessings. Sometimes it speaks in losses, and your enemies understood the language too late. That's the ripple effect, and it's not stopping, because your energy isn't done yet. It's still clearing out rooms that tried to cage you, still shaking tables that tried to overlook you, still correcting what tried to disrespect what was ordained. You don't need to watch them suffer. You don't need to clap for karma. Just stay in your lane and watch how everything meant for harm circles back on itself with precision. But never forget this. The only reason karma acts that quickly on your behalf is because of what's walking with you. You're not average. You never were. You're not someone to get over. You're a spiritual force, a tested vessel, a protected signal. And if they knew who you really were, they would have never even looked at you sideways. Let that truth sit in your spirit and walk like karma's not coming. It's already here. Number 4. They burned you thinking it would end you. Now you rise and the smoke chokes them. They wanted to watch you break, but now they can't breathe in the fire you were reborn from. They thought it was over for you. They gathered like vultures when they saw you fall. whispered lies, threw dirt, watched your world collapse and clapped for the destruction. They didn't just want you broken, they wanted you erased, wiped out, forgotten, buried so deep not even your name could be resurrected. They thought the fire would consume you, but what they didn't understand is this: you were built in the fire. You were made for it. You were born from it. You are not just someone who survived, you are someone who transformed, and that terrifies them, because now you're walking proof that destruction isn't the end. You're walking proof that betrayal, heartbreak, sabotage, none of it could touch what was written over your life. You are the phoenix in a human body. You didn't just rebuild, you came back unrecognizable, stronger, colder, sharper. You didn't come back just healed, you came back reborn. And now the same people who lit the match can't stand the glow of your new form. Let's talk about that pain for a second. You felt it all, didn't you? You weren't numb, you weren't immune. They hit you in the softest places: your trust, your loyalty, your heart. You were left bleeding in silence, crushed under the weight of betrayal. Nights when your own thoughts turned against you, days where your soul felt like it was dragging across glass. You asked the universe, why me? Why so much pain? And the answer was always the same: because you're the one who can carry it and still rise. You were chosen not for the ease of your journey, but for the violence of your comeback. They expected you to stay down, to drown in what they did to you, but they forgot. Ash is where gods write their blueprints. Dust is where the strongest awaken. You didn't just stand back up, you leveled up. The pain didn't kill you, it upgraded you. And now your energy hits differently. Your silence is louder, your presence carries weight. You walk into rooms, and the ones who counted you out can't even meet your eyes. That's what rising from the ashes does. It makes you unreachable to those who thought they broke you. And yet, some of you are still questioning yourselves, still asking, why did I have to go through all that? Why did they hate me? Why did they attack me when I meant no harm? Let me make it plain. They saw your potential before you did. They saw your light from a distance and tried to snuff it out before it lit the whole room. But their mistake was thinking fire could kill what was born in flames. They don't hate you now because you made it. They hate you because they know they couldn't have. They would have folded, collapsed, given up. But you walked through hell, dragging your soul behind you, and still came out glowing. You were supposed to be the cautionary tale, but now you're the example of what rising looks like. That eats at them, because when you rise like that, you become untouchable. They no longer have access to the version of you they thought they could manipulate. That version, it died in the fire. What came back was forged in pain, pressure, and pure willpower. They don't know how to handle this new you, so they call you cold, changed, arrogant. But what they're really saying is, I don't recognize the one I tried to destroy. Good. They shouldn't. That version is dead and buried, right next to their relevance in your story. So let's be honest. Stop holding back to make others comfortable with your growth. Stop shrinking to fit the space you've outgrown. Stop apologizing for surviving something that should have ended you. You don't owe anyone softness when they offered you knives. You don't owe explanations for why you're not the same. You died and came back better. So act like it. A phoenix doesn't rise to explain the flames. It flies above them. If you've ever wondered why your transformation makes people uncomfortable, remember this. It's because it makes them confront their own weakness. Watching you heal shattered their illusions. Watching you succeed reminded them that their failure to destroy you was a failure of power. You were supposed to break, but instead, you became the fire. Now everything you touch glows, everything you walk through shifts. You've become a force, a symbol, the warning that you don't destroy chosen ones without cost. And for the ones still watching you, hoping you fall again, they already know. If the last version of you didn't fold, this new one is a problem they can't afford. So to the chosen one who rose from nothing, own it. Stop doubting the power that came from your pain. Stop asking why they fear you now. They should. You've shown the world that even your lowest moment couldn't define you. You became the consequence, the rebirth, the storm after the fire. You carry weight now, legacy, proof. You're not just someone who made it. You are the proof that chosen ones don't burn. We evolve. And the ash they thought would bury you, it became the wings you rise on. Number 5. They break their backs trying to catch up. You blink, and it's already done. They swear you're lucky, but luck doesn't move like that. That's called alignment. That's called being chosen. Let's not play coy. You've been rising at a speed that doesn't make sense, and people hate what they can't explain. While they're still trying to master step 1, you've already finished the blueprint. They're still rehearsing the intro, and you're on stage taking the final bow. And the part that eats at their soul, you make it look effortless. While they're sweating, stressing, and hustling for crumbs, you're multiplying blessings like it's second nature. And to be honest, it is second nature to you, not because you're better, but because you're different. You're wired with something they'll never understand, divine acceleration. You don't move with the world, you move with the wind of the universe behind your back. When others grind for recognition, you get handed doors they didn't even know existed. That's why they hate, doubt, whisper. Because they can't compute how you keep winning without bleeding for it like they do. You're not racing, you're gliding. While they push uphill, you flow like gravity's on your side. But let's be real, some of you chosen ones still question yourselves, still shrink back, afraid of outshining those around you, still pretend your wins are nothing special just to keep the peace. Let me ask you this. Why are you hiding a power you were born to carry? Why are you scared to move at the pace you were designed for? You didn't ask for this speed. You didn't force this growth. It came to you, and that's the part they'll never understand. You didn't chase it. It followed you, because when you're chosen, your success doesn't come from pressure. It comes from purpose. It comes from obedience, from alignment, from walking the path carved only for you. And yes, it scares people. It frustrates them. Your very existence makes them feel behind in their own lives. You are a living contradiction to everything they were taught. Work harder, struggle longer, suffer more. But here you are, blooming without begging, growing without breaking, winning without selling your soul. You skipped steps they thought were mandatory. You passed levels they didn't even know existed. You don't cheat the process. You are the exception that rewrites it. They try to call you lucky. Say, it must be nice. As if you didn't suffer in silence. As if you didn't go through seasons of being overlooked, isolated, doubted. What they see now is just the public reward for private obedience. But go ahead. Let them believe it was easy. Let them believe it came out of nowhere. Because what they think is magic is really favor. You don't hustle for crumbs because you were born with a seat at the table. And if there was no table, you'd build your own from ashes, from pain, from nothing. That's what scares them. You don't just rise, you do it repeatedly. They watched you fall and thought it was over, but somehow you came back taller, clearer, and more powerful than before. That kind of resilience, it's not normal. That's supernatural. You're not ahead of them. You're just not in the same race. So stop questioning it. Stop watering down your glow. Stop apologizing for mastering things in weeks that took them years to halfway understand. You were made for quantum leaps. You were wired to defy the timeline. You're not just lucky, you're aligned. And that alignment is what makes your journey look like a highlight reel, while others feel like they're crawling through broken glass. But don't mistake ease for weakness. What comes to you easily now? You bled for that behind the scenes. You died for that version of you. That clarity, that confidence, that execution. They came at a cost no one saw but you. And that's why the growth now looks supernatural, because it is. The universe saw the nights you almost gave up, the days you questioned if you were crazy, and it said, "Now, watch me make it all make sense." And to those watching you now with side eyes and silent envy, let them watch, let them wonder, let them write stories in their head trying to figure out how you keep getting what they can't touch. You're not responsible for their confusion. You're not here to make your blessings digestible for the ones still choking on their own insecurity. You are not here to slow down so they feel comfortable. You're here to lead, to rise, to show what favor looks like when it wears skin like yours. So let this burn into your soul. You are not an accident. You are not just doing well. You are a walking response to every storm that was supposed to break you. You are excellence in motion, divine speed, anointed expansion. You don't have to try hard to shine, because your light doesn't come from effort. It comes from essence. And if that intimidates them, let it. Because chosen ones don't apologize for their glow. They just keep rising, until the ones who laughed are left watching from below. Number 6. They fumbled a cosmic connection. Now they watch you rise from the nosebleeds. They weren't just cut off, they were sorted, not by you, but by the universe, for daring to mishandle what it was protecting. Let's speak the truth with no filter. They had access to something rare, you, and they blew it. Thought you'd always be there, thought your loyalty was limitless, thought your energy was disposable. But what they didn't realize is that you're not just another person. They were standing next to purpose. And now they're watching from the sidelines, bitter, broken and haunted by the reality of what they lost. They didn't just lose a person, they lost a divine connection, a cosmic bridge, a once-in-a-lifetime alignment. And trust me, the universe does not play about its chosen. It saw the way they moved when they thought you needed them. It watched them choose ego over loyalty, gossip over grace, betrayal over brotherhood. And so the universe did what it always does when sacred things are mishandled. It sorted them out. You didn't lose them. They lost you, and their absence was your protection, not your punishment. At the time, it felt like heartbreak, like confusion, like you were being stripped of everything and everyone. You asked, why is everyone falling away? Why am I always the one left behind? But now you're starting to see it clearly. They weren't leaving you. They were being removed. They weren't qualified to go where you're going. Their spirit couldn't survive the elevation that was coming, so the universe cleaned house. And yeah, it hurt. But now look at you. Lighter, sharper, more focused and surrounded by real ones who see your value with no agenda. This wasn't loss, it was cosmic sorting. And you, the chosen one, you need to stop crying over doors the universe locked for your own protection. You keep grieving people who were only sent to play one role, the exit test. Their betrayal wasn't your end, it was your beginning. You were supposed to break ties so you could break patterns. You were supposed to lose them so you could gain clarity. Every exit made space for alignment. Every fake farewell cleared the path for legacy. They thought you'd chase them, thought your loneliness would drive you back. But they didn't understand. You weren't lonely. You were being isolated for initiation. You were being set apart so the universe could download what's next into your spirit without their noise in your ears. And now they feel it. Now they know. That gut-deep regret, that silent torment, they don't talk about it, but it eats them alive. Because the glow you have now, the peace, the power, the momentum, that's what they were sitting next to, and they fumbled it. They tried to come back, didn't they? Creeping in with fake concern, testing the waters, hoping time erased the damage, but energy never forgets. And you? You finally saw them clearly, not through the eyes of old love or past loyalty, but through the lens of discernment. You realized they weren't loyal to you, they were loyal to the benefits, and the moment your struggle got too real, they vanished. But now that you've risen, they want back in? Absolutely not. Loyalty is the currency of legacy, and their spirit bounced the check. Chosen one, let this be a permanent reminder. Not everyone can sit at the table with a king or queen in the making. You were never meant to be surrounded by crowd pleasers, opportunists, and masked manipulators. You were meant to be flanked by warriors, by truth-tellers, by those who see your vision before the world does. The fake had to go so the faithful could show. And that's the part they'll never admit. They were replaced, not with more people, but with real ones. Not with noise, but with alignment. Not with memories, but with mission. You are not rebuilding the same life. You're reconstructing destiny, and the ones you're surrounded by now. They're not impressed by your light. They respect its weight. They're not jealous of your growth. They protect it. And when your soul feels safe, your purpose becomes unstoppable. So stop second-guessing who's gone. Stop rereading old messages. Stop romanticizing memories that almost killed your momentum. That chapter was a classroom. The betrayal was the tuition. The heartbreak was the harvest. And now you know what to watch for. Their exit wasn't rejection. It was the universe doing spring cleaning for your soul. And for those watching from afar now, let them watch. Let them feel the sting every time your name is spoken. Let them scroll past your wins and wonder why they ever played with you. That's not your revenge. That's their reality. You don't need to clap back. Your existence is the answer. So keep rising, keep glowing, keep walking in the favor they never believed was real. Because when you're chosen, you don't beg for loyalty, you attract it. You don't force relationships, you align them. And those who left? They didn't walk away from a person. They walked away from a destiny they were never built to carry. And now, they'll have to live with that truth from a distance. Number 7, they were never meant to understand you, only to fear you, then respect you from afar. You weren't made to be liked. You were made to be felt, so deeply that even your silence leaves scars. Stop acting surprised. Stop asking why you've always been the topic of whispered conversations, of tension-filled glances, of fear disguised as gossip. You were always meant to be feared and revered. You were built for it. That weight on your name, that tension in your presence, that shift in the air when you walk in, that's not coincidence. That's design. The universe didn't send you here to be ordinary. You weren't born to play it safe, to blend in, to keep the peace by killing your power. Everything you've faced, every betrayal, every breakdown, every dark night of the soul, wasn't punishment. It was precision, preparation. The fires were never meant to burn you alive. They were meant to forge you into something too sharp to be touched, too powerful to be played with. The pressure you felt was the mold breaking around your destiny. They tried to humble you by force. Life tried to crush you into submission. People mocked your pain, discredited your process, downplayed your power. But all they did was help build the reputation they now fear. You didn't ask for that fear. You earned it through scars, silence, and survival. Now, they don't speak your name carelessly. They flinch at the thought of crossing you. Not because you're vengeful, but because they remember what happened the last time they underestimated you. And you, the chosen one, you better stop apologizing for the very energy that sets you apart. You keep trying to soften your edges so others don't feel cut by your truth. You dim your light so they don't feel exposed in their shadow. But here's the cold, clear truth. You were not built to be liked. You were made to lead, to disrupt, to unsettle the comfortable. Reverence isn't about applause. It's about the weight your name carries when you're not even in the room. You want to know why they fear you, why they speak your name in hushed tones or not at all. Because you're not just a person, you're a reminder that greatness doesn't ask permission, that purpose doesn't require validation, that walking in divine alignment is dangerous to anyone built on delusion. You become the consequence they didn't see coming. You don't ask for fear. You just exist in a frequency that makes the spiritually weak feel exposed. Your energy doesn't announce itself. It walks in and rearranges the atmosphere. And now look at you. After everything, after all the fire, all the fallout, all the false starts, you didn't just survive, you ascended. They tried to bury you, but the universe was carving a throne underground. They tried to close doors, and the universe blew the roof off. They thought taking you down would end your story, but they were just playing parts in the prophecy of your rise. And let's make this clear, your reputation was not built on hype. It was built in the quiet, in the shadows, in the tears you never showed, in the moments where you stood alone, bruised, doubted, and still chose not to fold. That's what made you dangerous. That's what gave your name weight. They weren't there when you bled for your peace, but they sure feel the chill of your presence now. So stop asking why they fear you. They're supposed to. The universe didn't send you to be safe. You were sent to be a disruption. You were sent to expose lies, break patterns, and wake souls. You're not someone people forget. You're someone they remember in the middle of their regrets. Someone they hear about after they've already lost access. That's not ego. That's legacy. You were never here for applause. You were here to be a warning and a weapon of alignment. Now to the ones who still doubt themselves, still questioning why life shaped you the way it did. Every scar was strategy. Every betrayal was a boundary being born. Every rejection was protection. Every downfall was divine engineering to strip away what you weren't so that what you are could emerge. Unshakable, undeniable, untouchable. Let them misunderstand you. Let them talk. Let them try to figure out how you keep rising with no blueprint. What they'll never understand is that you didn't choose this path. It chose you. And once it did, the universe began rearranging everything in your life to match it. Even the pain had purpose. Even the silence was sacred. And now you carry a name that echoes, a spirit that shakes foundations, a legacy that will be felt long after the fake ones fade. So walk like who you are, feared, revered, protected, chosen. You didn't just survive, you became the standard, and they'll remember that every time your name crosses their mind and they suddenly go quiet. Brilliance doesn't ask for permission. It just walks in and turns every head, even the ones that once looked away. They thought you were strange, quiet, unremarkable. They laughed at your ideas, rolled their eyes at your silence, and gossiped behind your back like they were in control of the story. But now, the whole town is embarrassed. The same mouths that mocked you are mumbling apologies. The same people who dismissed you as odd are now whispering the word genius. They didn't just get it wrong, they got it spectacularly wrong. And the worst part? It wasn't even you they were fighting, it was the universe that chose you. Before we go deeper, make sure to like and subscribe. You're not just supporting content, you're helping this message reach another chosen one who's been doubted, laughed at, or left out. When you engage, it tells YouTube that this isn't just another video. It's a wake-up call, a signal, a truth that needs to echo louder than the lies they've been told. Let's talk about what it really means to be chosen. You're not a mistake. You're a message wrapped in skin, a walking disruption to systems built on comfort and control. You've been surviving in silence, carrying wisdom that was always ahead of its time. They called you weird because they couldn't understand how someone like you could exist in a place like that. But now your name carries weight. Now your presence causes discomfort, not because you changed, but because they finally see who you've been all along. Being chosen isn't glamorous, it's lonely, it's heavy. It means waking up with purpose while everyone else sleeps through their own potential. It means being laughed at, excluded, overlooked, until the universe decides to show them what it's been protecting. And when that moment comes, it hits like thunder. No warning, no build-up, just a revelation so loud the whole town can't unsee it. And let's not ignore it. They tried to bury you, but they didn't know you were a seed. They fought your growth, thinking your silence meant surrender. But the universe doesn't send its strongest to fight easy battles. It sends them into storms, into fire, into rejection, not to destroy them, but to reveal them. You are not broken, you are battle-tested, and now they see the truth. Their shame, that's not your burden. That's the cost of misjudging someone the universe had already marked. You didn't ask to be chosen, but you accepted it. And that choice, it terrifies them, because they can't figure out how you kept rising. They thought genius looked like them, loud, polished, popular. But then came you, quiet, raw, real. And now they're apologizing, not just for doubting you, but for fearing the power they never understood. You are not here to fit in. You're here to reset the standard. You are not the echo. You are the original sound. So yes, they're embarrassed. Yes, they're watching. But this isn't your cue to get petty. This is your cue to keep shining. Don't you ever doubt your light again. Don't you dare think you're alone. The universe didn't choose you for comfort. It chose you for impact. It gave you silence so you could hear your own voice. It gave you pain so your strength would be unshakable. And now that strength is showing. Now the truth is louder than the lies. Let them whisper. Let them regret. Your only job now is to rise without explanation. Because when the chosen one steps into their power, the whole town has no choice but to bow their heads. So here's your moment, not the one where you prove them wrong, but the one where you finally own what they tried to bury. If this message is hitting something deep inside you, that's no accident, that's alignment. Drop the number 77 in the comments if you feel that shift, that quiet storm building. Because what comes next? It's not just truth, it's transformation. And if you really are the one they couldn't ignore, the one they're now apologizing to, then you'll feel it. Stay with me. This next part isn't just for your ears, it's for your becoming. Let's get into it. Number 1. They laughed too soon. Now your silence echoes louder than their screams. They thought you were just quiet, but you were loading, and when you fired, it wasn't bullets, it was destiny. They never saw it coming, because they never could. You weren't loud, you weren't flashy, you weren't begging to be seen, and that's exactly why they overlooked you. But here's the truth they're choking on now. They didn't overlook you. They underestimated you. They mistook quiet for weakness, reflection for confusion, isolation for defeat. But what they didn't know was that your silence was a strategy, your distance was protection, and your stillness, that was you listening to the universe while it was rearranging itself to crown you. You were never alone. You were being kept, shielded, hidden like a weapon not meant for petty wars. And while they danced in circles, feeding their egos and laughing at your back, you were walking straight into alignment. They thought they were running the show. They thought they were in control. But in reality, they were just extras in your story, supporting roles in a script they didn't even know they were part of. The real plot twist, the one they're choking on now, is that you were the genius the whole time. They thought they were playing chess, but they were playing checkers with the universe. And when you are chosen, truly chosen, every loss, every delay, every betrayal becomes part of your weaponry. The universe doesn't send its chosen ones out half-formed. It breaks them first, melts them down, then reforges them in silence. So when they rise, they don't just shine, they blind. And now, that light they tried to dim is flooding their homes. It's in the whispers, it's in the awkward apologies, it's in the way their voices drop when your name comes up. They can't unsee you. They can't unknow what they know now, because the town has finally realized what the universe already declared. You were the one all along. So to the chosen one reading this, shame on you for doubting yourself. Yeah, I said it. Shame on you for thinking the silence meant abandonment. Shame on you for folding your light just because they weren't ready for its glare. Shame on you for praying to be accepted when you were meant to be remembered. You kept asking, why me, when you should have been saying, of course me. You didn't get those instincts by accident. You didn't survive all that pain just to blend in. You weren't being punished. You were being positioned. They weren't fighting you. They were clashing against the current of the universe itself. Imagine being so arrogant, so short-sighted, that you challenge the hand of fate and think you're winning. That's what they did. That's what they're realizing now. And that's why they're embarrassed. Because it wasn't you they mocked. It was the system that chose you, the force that built you. And when you touch something the universe has marked, you don't just get humbled, you get haunted. Your silence wasn't failure, it was formation. You weren't the outcast, you were the blueprint. They tried to call you a phase, a mistake, a footnote, but now your name is a reckoning. It silences rooms, it changes conversations, it makes people uncomfortable, and it should, because truth always does. And now they can't run from it. Now they're apologizing, fumbling over their own guilt, pretending like they always saw it in you. But they didn't. They saw what they wanted to see. And now the universe is making sure they see what they refused to acknowledge. A silent legend in real time. Still think you're just lucky. Still think your survival was a coincidence. The odds were never in your favor, but you didn't need odds. You had alignment, you had divine momentum, you had protection even you couldn't explain. That moment you thought you'd break, but somehow didn't. That wasn't strength. That was the universe stepping in saying, not this one, not today. And you doubted that? You actually questioned whether you mattered? Look around now. Look at the shift. Look at the eyes that avoid yours. the hands that hesitate before they type your name. You are walking proof that silence is louder than noise, that genius doesn't come with a crowd, that the chosen don't have to prove a damn thing, they just have to arrive. And here's something they'll never admit. They knew deep down. They felt it. The tension when you walked into a room, the pause in conversation, that strange jealousy they couldn't name. You didn't have to say a word. Your presence alone was pressure. And now, with every move you make, you're teaching them what it means to lose to someone who never wanted to compete in the first place. So let this be your final lesson in doubt. Never again question what the universe has made undeniable. Never again shrink to fit into spaces you were sent to reshape. And never again entertain those who only love you once it's convenient. Because here's what they'll never tell you. They weren't just wrong about you. They were wrong about everything. And the price for that ignorance? It's watching the one they dismissed become the one they can't stop watching. It's apologizing, not just to your face, but to themselves in the privacy of their own regret. And you don't even need to respond, because your existence is the loudest answer of all. Keep walking, chosen one. The streets are quiet now, not out of peace, but out of shock. Because while they were busy mocking your journey, you were becoming the destination. And now you are undeniable. Number 2, they tried to label you, but you were never meant to fit in their language. You don't confuse them because you're unclear. You confuse them because you are too clear for their blurry eyes. Let's get one thing straight right now. They're not confused because you're complicated. They're confused because they've never seen anything like you, and their minds are too small to wrap around the magnitude of who you really are. You walk into a room and everything shifts. People get nervous. They stutter. Their energy changes. Not because you're doing anything loud, but because your existence alone is confrontation. You confront their comfort, you shatter their illusions, you force them to look at what they've refused to become. They tried to define you. Oh, they tried. Called you arrogant, cold, fake humble, quiet, weird, intense. All these labels thrown around like darts, hoping one would stick so they could finally feel safe again. But none of them held. Because the truth is, they weren't trying to understand you. They were trying to reduce you, to make you small enough to control, small enough to dismiss. But here's the punchline they never saw coming. You were never made to fit. You were made to stand out. You are an enigma, not a puzzle to solve, but a reality to accept, and that's what eats them alive. People encounter you and start questioning everything, their values, their past decisions, their self-worth. Not because you preach or flaunt or prove, but because your energy speaks a language that their spirit remembers, even if their ego resists. You awaken something deep, something raw, and that kind of power, it terrifies people who are used to hiding behind routine and mediocrity. And yet, here you are, still wondering if you're too much. Still asking yourself if you should dim down so you're easier to digest. Still doubting whether your presence really has the impact you feel it does. Let's be real, shame on you for even asking that. You think the universe handcrafted your essence just for you to shrink in front of people who can't handle their own reflection. You think this raw power, this sharp awareness, this depth was given to you so you could apologize for it? The people around you aren't uncomfortable because something's wrong with you. They're uncomfortable because for the first time, they're seeing what real looks like. You didn't break their worldview. You simply exposed how fragile it was. They were worshipping illusions. You came as a mirror, and mirrors don't lie, they just reveal. That's why they flinch around you. That's why they avoid eye contact. That's why they keep your name in their mouth and your power in their nightmares. And yet, you doubt? You think you're alone in this because no one claps when you walk in? You think silence means insignificance? No. The silence is respect, even if it comes wrapped in denial. It's fear, it's awe. They pretend they don't see you because they can't stop seeing you. You're not just in the room, you become the atmosphere, and still you sit there wondering why you don't fit. Let's make this crystal clear. You weren't made to fit their mold. You were sent to break it. Your very existence challenges everything fake around you. That's not confusion. They know exactly what you are. They just don't have the courage to admit it. So what do? They try to gaslight you, dismiss you, gossip, paint you as unstable, unlikable, untrustworthy, because it's easier to demonize you than to look at their own stagnation. It's easier to say they're crazy than to admit they're everything I pretend to be. And the universe, it's not sitting back. It's moving, shifting, aligning things behind the scenes to elevate you in ways they never saw coming. The same people who rolled their eyes are now blinking twice, trying to process how you're thriving in silence while they crumble in their noise. That's what happens when you're chosen. That's what happens when you are the enigma. So stop apologizing. Stop doubting. Stop wondering if maybe they were right about you. They weren't. They never were. They just didn't have the language for your level. You are too rare to be recognized by the blind. You think being misunderstood means you're off track? No, being misunderstood means you're ahead. You think the awkward silences are rejection? No, they're reverence poorly disguised. You don't need their permission to keep evolving. You don't need their validation to stay walking in your light. You are the validation. You are not supposed to be digestible. You are not a soft story. You are a whole truth. You are the verse that doesn't rhyme but still hits. The frequency they can't ignore, even when they act like they don't hear it. They feel it every single time. They feel it in the way you walk in peace they can't buy, in the way you see through lies like glass, in the way you sit in your own stillness like a throne. They feel it in the way they have to rearrange their energy just to be around you and still come away tired. You are exhausting to the fake. You are overwhelming to the shallow. You are unforgettable to the weak. And that's not your fault. That's your power. So stop doubting. Stop entertaining thoughts that tell you maybe you're too different. The difference is the gift. The mystery is the message. You are not here to make sense to people still lying to themselves. You are here to stand as proof that the universe still crafts souls too rare for this world. You are not just ahead of your time. You are timeless. And that's the real threat. Not your voice, not your talent, not even your vision. It's the fact that you exist at a frequency they can't fake. So let them question, let them squirm, let them pretend they don't see you. The ones who matter will feel you before you ever speak. The real ones will recognize the unspoken. And as for the rest, they'll keep trying to name you, box you, explain you, until they realize you were never meant to be defined. You were meant to be remembered. Number 3, they should have known. Hurting you was never just about you. It was a direct hit against the universe itself. When you are chosen, revenge isn't personal. It's cosmic. And karma, she doesn't knock. She kicks the door in. They thought they got away with it, thought they could lie, betray, sabotage, humiliate you, and walk off like nothing happened. But what they didn't realize is that you're not just a person, you're a protected system. You're wired into something so much bigger than your emotions, your circumstances, or even your own understanding. When people mess with you, they're not just crossing lines, they're triggering consequences they can't see coming. And the wild part? You didn't have to lift a finger, you didn't fight back, you didn't expose them, you didn't chase after apologies or scream the truth into deaf ears. You stayed silent, you walked away, and still, the universe clapped back on your behalf. Swift, precise, unmistakable. Let them call it coincidence. Let them laugh it off in public while privately watching their entire lives unravel in ways they can't explain. Because here's the brutal truth. They weren't just playing with you, they were playing with a chosen one. A vessel, a walking contract with the cosmos. They broke a law older than any court, the law of energy. And the universe? It doesn't forget. You weren't abandoned. You were protected. You weren't being made to suffer in silence. You were being prepared to witness what real justice looks like. The kind that needs no audience, no applause, no announcement. You wonder why things fell apart for them so fast. Why their wins were short-lived. Why every door they forced open slammed shut before they could step through. It's not random. It's not bad luck. It's cosmic karma. It's divine enforcement. It's the universe saying, touch not the one I've chosen. So why are you still doubting? Why are you still carrying guilt for how things ended? Why are you still replaying moments, wondering if maybe you deserved it? Maybe it was your fault. Wake up. Stop romanticizing your oppressors and start recognizing your protection. You weren't too sensitive. You were too spiritually alert. You didn't overreact. You underdefended. You didn't lose people. You got cleared out for the next level. And every single person who mishandled you, who laughed while you cried, who gossiped while you healed, who envied what they couldn't understand, they're all dealing with the aftershocks of violating spiritual order. Because when you're chosen, the universe doesn't always warn people. Sometimes it lets them walk right into the trap they built for you, so they can understand the difference between man-made power and cosmic authority. Still think you're just lucky? Still wondering if that karma was just a fluke? No, you are protected by alignment, cloaked in unseen armor. You've got energy working on your behalf 24/7. You are a karmic mirror. What people put into you, they get back, magnified, amplified, personalized. And the ones who tested that? They're learning now through sickness, silence, scandal, and stagnation. Their lives slowed down the moment they touched you. And you still have the nerve to feel bad for them. Let me scold you gently, but firmly. Stop grieving what the universe has already buried. You keep revisiting the past like you owe it one more glance. You don't. You don't owe explanations. You don't owe closure. You don't owe empathy to people who tried to destroy your essence. Let karma finish her job. Let the universe finish what you never needed to start. You are not petty for walking away. You are not cruel for choosing peace over revenge. You are not cold for going silent. You are sacred, and the universe treats you accordingly. You think your tears went unnoticed? Your lonely nights? Your betrayals? The ones you never even told anyone about? The universe saw every bit of it, not one moment missed. And that's why it's striking back with surgical precision. And listen, this isn't about revenge, it's about recognition. You need to stop thinking you were weak for not fighting back. No, you were wise. You were already operating on a frequency where petty wasn't possible. And while they stooped low, you stayed still. You chose dignity. And dignity, that's a trigger for divine defense. So stop questioning whether they meant to hurt you. Stop replaying old words. Stop thinking forgiveness means forgetting. You can forgive and still move with wisdom. you can let go and still remember who can never sit at your table again. Let them feel the weight of your absence. Let them live in the silence you left behind. Let the energy do what it does best, restore balance. And if you're still doubting whether you're really that protected, ask yourself this: why does the chaos always follow them and not you? Why do their plans fall apart while yours somehow still rise from the ashes? Why does the room change when you walk in? It's because you were never average. You were marked, assigned, chosen, and the cost of crossing you, unpayable. Number 4. They tried to break you, but ended up breaking themselves. You are not a target, you're a mirror. And when people throw darkness at you, they forget one thing: mirrors don't absorb, they reflect. They aimed their envy at you like it was a weapon. They sent lies. They schemed behind closed doors. They tried to block you, break you, erase you. And for a moment, maybe they even believed it worked. They laughed. They celebrated your silence. They mistook your stillness for surrender. But what they didn't understand, and what they're learning the hard way, is that when you are chosen, nothing they do to destroy you stays with you. It goes back. Not because you're cursed, and not because you curse them, but because you are the divine mirror, a spiritual law disguised as a soul. What people pour into you, they receive back, multiplied, magnified, personalized, because the universe protects its chosen ones through reflection, not retaliation. So why are you still surprised when they fall apart after touching you? Why are you still questioning if you're overreacting when you feel energy shift the moment someone disrespects you? You still don't understand the level of protection you're operating under, do you? Let me make it painfully clear. You are not normal. You are not like them. Your path has been carved with intention, and your essence has been charged with spiritual gravity. When people step out of alignment and come for you, it's not you they're attacking. It's the order of the universe itself. You are the mirror. You show people who they really are. That's why they hate you. Not because you're arrogant, not because you're a threat on the outside, but because when they get close to you, they're forced to confront the parts of themselves they've been running from. And the more they try to break you, the more they break their own delusions. You didn't have to fight. You didn't have to speak. You didn't have to expose them. All you had to do was stand. And just by standing, just by surviving the attack without returning the blow, you triggered the mirror effect. Suddenly, their masks fell off, their secrets leaked, their foundations cracked, not because you cursed them, but because they cursed themselves by touching a chosen one with dirty hands. So let me ask you, why do you still feel guilty? Why are you mourning the downfall of people who willingly tried to take you out? Why are you blaming yourself for karma they summoned? Stop. This isn't your burden. This is their lesson. The divine mirror doesn't ask questions. It simply returns what's given. If they sent chaos, they'll receive it. If they sent deception, it will circle back. Not because you're evil, but because balance must be restored. And don't misunderstand, this isn't about vengeance. You don't need revenge when the truth is loud enough to echo without your voice. The very energy they weaponized against you becomes the wrecking ball for their own structure. You're not the villain, you're the justice they weren't ready for, and still, you doubt. Still think maybe you were wrong to walk away. Still think maybe you should have tried harder to make peace. No, stop lying to yourself. They didn't want peace. They wanted power. They wanted you weak enough to manipulate, soft enough to silence, blind enough to miss their betrayal. But you saw. And when you didn't retaliate, the universe did. Let this be your final warning to your inner doubt. Stop blaming yourself for the collapse of people who built their entire identity on trying to destroy you. You didn't ruin them. They ruined themselves when they aimed their poison at a mirror that reflects, because that's what you are. A mirror of truth. A walking reminder that energy is always accounted for, and when people send harm your way, it doesn't dissolve. It circles, it builds, it waits, then it returns, on time, every time, with interest. So next time someone sends bad energy, don't even flinch, don't respond, don't explain, just watch. The mirror doesn't chase, it simply stands, shining. It does what it's built to do: expose, return, restore. And if you ever forget just how powerful that is, look around. Look at the ones who tried you. Look at their patterns, their silence, their misfortune. Then look at yourself, still standing, still glowing, still rising. Because the mirror doesn't break when the stone is thrown. The stone comes back. Number 5. They tried to bury you. Now they whisper your name like a myth they're afraid to speak too loud. You didn't ask to become a legend. Life just kept throwing storms at you, and you walked out of everyone like you controlled the weather. Let's call it what it is. You weren't just attacked, you were targeted. Life didn't just test you, it threw you into fire meant to incinerate your identity, your voice, your soul, and people watched, waiting for you to fall. They counted on your collapse, they smiled at your struggle, some even helped turn the heat up, expecting you to crack. But you didn't. You didn't fold, you didn't beg, you didn't break. You stood there, bloodied, bruised, misunderstood, and became something none of them saw coming. Untouchable. You're not a story anymore. You're a warning. You didn't just survive the worst. They watched you survive it, and now they don't even know what to say. They whisper your name like it's folklore. Did you hear what they went through? How are they still here? I don't know. Something about them just feels different. Yeah, different. That's the word they reach for when they don't have the language for power they don't understand. You're not just strong, you're mythic. You're not lucky. You're anomaly level unshakable, and that bothers them more than you know, because the truth is, they were praying for your downfall, some with words, most with silence. And yet here you are, rising without permission, walking around with the kind of grace that can't be taught, only earned through hellfire. And you still doubt yourself. You still second-guess your journey. You still catch yourself wondering if you're too much. Let me be brutally honest with you. You insult your own power every time you forget who you are. You didn't just make it through something. You made it through everything. The betrayal that should have left you bitter. The heartbreak that should have turned you cold. The abandonment that should have silenced you forever. You're not just here. You're whole. And that's legendary. People feel your energy before you speak. They adjust their tone when you walk into a room. They talk behind your back, but only because they know they can't face you directly. You are too real, too raw, too revealed. They don't know what to do with someone who didn't just survive, but transformed. They don't know what to do with someone who walks around with scars like armor and pain like prophecy. You confuse them, terrify them, inspire them, sometimes all at once, because people aren't used to strength that doesn't boast, power that doesn't scream. They're used to noise, and you are thunder wrapped in silence. Let me ask you something, and answer it honestly. Why do you still chase acceptance from people whose greatest fear is being in the same room as your truth? You don't need to fit in when you were born to shift the narrative. You don't need to explain yourself to people who can't even explain their own emptiness. You're not for everyone, And that's exactly why you're legendary. Myths aren't understood. They're passed down. They're spoken about in hushed tones, revered, respected, feared. You became the one they study in silence, the one they now warn others not to cross. And no, not because you're loud, but because your reputation now walks 2 steps ahead of you, doing all the talking. But here's the real problem: you don't believe it yet. You still hold on to the version of yourself that just wanted peace, just wanted to be seen, just wanted to be understood. That version, it served its purpose, but it's time to bury it now, because the world doesn't need a diluted version of you. It needs the unapologetic legend that rose from the ashes with fire in their eyes. You're not the underdog anymore. You are the standard. You are the benchmark for resilience. You are the definition of what happens when someone is chosen, protected, and awakened. So next time someone asks, "Who do you think you are?" don't flinch. Don't shrink. Don't soften your story to make them feel better about their lack of one. Just smile, because you already know the answer. You're the one they couldn't break. You're the one the fire couldn't consume. You're the one who walks like survival is your native language. And now, you're the one they whisper about, but never dare to face. Number 6. They gave it everything. You made it look effortless. That's why they're shaking. They trained for years to reach what you walked into with one step. Not because you skipped the process, because you are the process. Let's speak the truth they'll never say out loud. They're obsessed with you, not because you tried to prove anything, not because you flaunted your wins, but because you rose without struggle, at least not the kind they could see. They watched you move through doors they've been knocking on for years, watched you achieve in days what they've been hustling toward for decades, and it burns them. They don't understand it, and what people don't understand, they fear. You see, they thought success only comes after blood, sweat, and public desperation. They believe in the grind, the constant clawing for relevance, the endless showcasing of effort, the desperate hustle for attention. But you moved different. You didn't beg. You didn't broadcast your work. You didn't sell your soul for a spotlight. You just showed up, and suddenly you were in the room. And now they're scrambling for excuses. They got lucky. They must have connections. It won't last. Because it's easier to insult the miracle than admit they just witnessed one. But you know what they'll never understand? That you didn't rise from luck, you rose from alignment. What looks like overnight success to them, that's years of silent work, of spiritual battles, of dying versions of yourself behind closed doors. While they were chasing approval, you were shedding your ego. While they were networking, you were transforming. And when the moment came, you didn't force it, you matched it. And now, everything you touch multiplies. Everything you step into flourishes. And they can't keep up. That's not your fault. That's your frequency. You don't move fast because you're skipping steps. You move fast because you are in sync with the universe. And when you're in sync, things flow. People open doors without knowing why. Opportunities land without warning. Success doesn't feel like effort. It feels like confirmation. And still, you doubt. Still catch yourself wondering if maybe it's too easy. Still feeling guilty for rising faster than others. Let me tell you this. Stop apologizing for your grace. Stop feeling bad for being anointed in a world addicted to struggle. You don't owe anyone your delay. You don't owe anyone your dimming. Just because they had to sweat for it doesn't mean you have to bleed for it. You paid in silence. You paid in rejection. You paid in isolation. Your speed is not disrespectful. It's prophetic. But let me warn you, your ease is a trigger. Your glow irritates their ego, because your life is proof that there is a higher way and that truth shatters their belief system. They need struggle to validate their worth. You are the worth. You walk into rooms and they can't figure out how you got there. They study your moves like a map, hoping to find a shortcut. They copy your words, mimic your pace, try to walk like you, talk like you. But what they don't realize, you're not following a path. You are the path. What takes them 10 years took you 10 days, not because you're better, but because you were called, and you didn't argue with the call. So stop trying to explain what can't be explained. Stop trying to make your process digestible to people still chewing on the first chapter of their growth. You are chosen, marked, carried, and when you're carried, you float. Let them hate. Let them overthink your momentum while you keep making moves in silence. Let them discredit what they'll never understand. You are not running a race. You are gliding on a current they can't tap into. You didn't hack the system. You are proof the system bends for those who are aligned with purpose. So when the next blessing hits you unexpectedly and people start looking sideways, remember, you didn't force it. You flowed into it. That's what terrifies them the most. They sweat, you soar. They plan, you align. They push, you attract. They grind, you glide. And every time you do, they're reminded of a truth they can't unsee. Some are skilled, some are lucky, but you are called. And when the called rise, there's no explanation needed, only silence, only awe, only whispers from the same mouths that used to mock. Let them wonder, let them scramble, let them talk. You've got places to ascend. Number 7, they lost you, and now they're starving spiritually, drowning in the absence they created. They thought walking away from you was a win, but now they're realizing you weren't just a person in their life, you were the protection in their chaos, the clarity in their confusion, the energy holding it all together. They didn't just lose someone, they lost access. Access to peace, to favor, to clarity, to the kind of alignment that can't be bought, begged for, or faked. And now they feel it. Every single day. You were never loud about your value. You never begged to be seen. But the moment you pulled your energy away, the air got thinner, the light dimmed, the flow stopped. That's the part they didn't understand until it was too late. You were the gravity in their lives, the force keeping things in order, even when they didn't know it. You weren't just someone they betrayed. You were someone the universe placed in their life as a gift. And now, that gift is gone, and the space you used to fill, it's cold, empty, haunting. They thought you were replaceable. They thought someone else would come along and carry what you carried. They were wrong. Let them sit in it. Let them wrestle with the silence they created. Let them feel the sting of their own decisions echoing back like a song stuck on repeat. Because that's what happens when you cross someone chosen. The universe doesn't just remove you from the chosen one's life. It locks the door behind you. And what's wild, you still feel guilty. You still wonder if maybe you should have stayed longer, tried harder, explained more. You still replay conversations, thinking maybe if you were softer, more patient, more forgiving, things could have gone differently. Let me speak directly to that voice in your head. Stop it. Stop mourning people who destroyed their own seat at your table. Stop carrying the grief of those who chose betrayal over loyalty. You didn't walk away too soon. You stayed too long. You tolerated too much. You held space for people who only knew how to take. You poured into dry wells hoping they'd someday produce water. But now that you're gone, they see what they couldn't see when they had you. Your presence was sacred. It was never ordinary. It wasn't casual. It wasn't disposable. It was divine. And when divine presence is removed, life doesn't just continue as normal, it unravels. So while they pretend they're fine, posting, partying, pretending, don't be fooled. Behind the performance is regret that eats them alive. It haunts them in the quiet moments, in the stillness, in the silence where your voice used to live. Their souls are now echo chambers filled with the sound of their own mistakes. And here's what you need to understand. Their regret is not your burden, it's your fuel. Use it. Let their loss remind you of your worth. Let their downfall affirm your rise. Let their shame whisper back to you every time you forget who you are, because the separation wasn't just protection, it was promotion. The universe pulled you away because your next level couldn't include the weight of betrayal. They were baggage, they were anchors, and now that you're free, you can fly. You were never meant to stay where you were merely tolerated. You were never designed to water dead things, and now the same people who made you feel too much are starving for the very energy they once rejected. Let that sink in. They're starving for your insight, your warmth, your intuition, your protection, your power. The same power they disrespected is now the power they pray to feel again. But it's gone. Because sacred separation is not a pause, it's a closing chapter. And when the universe ends a chapter, it does not reopen it. So stop looking back. Stop thinking closure will come from people who aren't even honest with themselves. Stop expecting peace from those who only knew how to cause storms. You are not heartless for choosing yourself. You are not cruel for enforcing boundaries. You are not unforgiving for closing the door. You are sacred. And that sacred energy, it doesn't chase, it doesn't explain, it doesn't circle back to chaos and call it loyalty. Let them feel what they caused. Let them sit in what they lost, because you're not just rising, you're being elevated, and their regret, it's not your problem, it's your proof. Number 8, they came for you in every realm and still couldn't touch your crown. They tried to break you in whispers, in shadows, in energies unseen, and still you rise like a force that can't be named, only witnessed. Let's not sugarcoat it. This wasn't just gossip. This wasn't just people turning on you, lying behind your back, or trying to block your blessings in the physical world. This was multi-dimensional warfare. You weren't just attacked in the natural. You were stalked in the spirit, targeted in silence, hated without cause, hit with energy that had no face and no fingerprints. But you're still here. You're still standing, still rising, still walking in purpose like you've got a whole army behind you, because you do. You were never fighting alone. While you cried on your pillow and questioned your sanity, the universe was at war for you. While you were feeling the weight of what you couldn't even name, unseen forces were already setting traps for the ones who dared to come against you. They thought it was just a game. But when you're chosen, it's never just about what people can see. You are layered, you are multidimensional, you are protected on levels most people don't even believe exist. And that's why they couldn't touch you. They came for your name, your health, your mind, your spirit, and when one attack didn't work, they switched tactics through jealousy, envy, manipulation, spiritual slander, projection. Some even went deeper, into things they couldn't understand, playing with energies they were never supposed to touch, all to try to stop you. But all they did was prove how real you are, because nobody attacks what isn't a threat. So tell me again why you're still doubting yourself. Still walking around afraid to step into your full power? Still questioning your worth because things got hard? No. It got hard because you're chosen. It got heavy because you're carrying something cosmic. You're not just living life, you're shifting the fabric of everything you walk through. And when you shift energy like that, energy fights back. But here's the difference. They were using shadows. You were built from light. You don't win by matching their darkness. You win by staying aligned, by keeping your peace when everything in the room tries to disturb it, by continuing to rise when everything around you is collapsing, by speaking truth in rooms full of confusion. You don't win by force. You win because you're in flow with a higher order. Still think it's a coincidence you survived things you didn't even understand at the time. You thought you were depressed, tired, confused, but what you were really doing was enduring warfare your conscious mind couldn't interpret. You weren't weak, you were under siege, you weren't lost, you were being hunted by energies that saw your crown before you did. But the joke's on them, because now you know, now you're awake. Now you understand that this wasn't all in your head, it was all in the frequency, and your frequency was too high to break, too sacred to touch, too aligned to destroy. And guess what? That scares them even more than your survival. Because it means nothing worked. All that slander didn't stick. All those prayers against you reversed. All that manipulation exposed. All those alliances built to bring you down crumbled. You are a walking confirmation that the universe fights for its own. And what's crazy, they still don't understand how you keep rising. It confuses them how you glow after betrayal, how you laugh after collapse, how you move with confidence when they tried to strip you of your identity. But here's what they'll never get. Your favor isn't earned. It's assigned, and that assignment comes with full protection, not just physical, spiritual, mental, emotional, energetic, dimensional. You don't just walk in a room, you shift it. You don't just speak, you vibrate at truth. You don't just survive, you embody resilience. So stop apologizing for your power, stop questioning your sanity. Stop assuming it's just stress when your spirit is being hit from levels you were never taught to understand. You're not paranoid, you're spiritually sensitive, and that sensitivity is a weapon, one they never expected you to master. You're not fragile, you're forged. You're not broken, you're battle-tested. You're not crazy, you're cosmically aware. And now that you're aware, you're unstoppable. You are the proof that divine favor doesn't prevent the attack. It survives it, transforms through it, and rises above it every time. So when the next wave hits, don't panic. You've already won in realms they can't even see. And now, as this truth settles in your spirit, remember this: you didn't just survive. You were sculpted by fire, tested across realms, and still came out crowned. They couldn't define you, stop you, or understand you. And they never will. You are the living proof that when the universe chooses someone, no force in any dimension can unchoose them. If this message lit something in you, don't keep it to yourself. Like this video, subscribe for more raw truth, drop the number 77 in the comments to declare your alignment, and share this with another chosen one who's been fighting battles in silence. A storm never apologizes for the chaos it brings, especially when it was born from silence. You see, they thought they were silencing you, breaking you, humbling you. What they didn't realize is that they were feeding something inside you, something bigger than pain, bigger than rage. They weren't fighting just a person, they were picking a fight with the force that chose you. And now they're choking on the power they helped create. Now they regret every move, every lie, every betrayal, because the beast they tried to bury rose, and it doesn't crawl, it hunts. Before we go further, make sure to like and subscribe to help spread this message to more chosen ones. When you do, you tell the algorithm this message matters, that more souls need to hear it, and they do. Because silence has ruled for too long. It's time we speak. Now listen. This isn't a fairy tale, this is a reckoning. You were chosen by the universe itself, not because you were the strongest, but because you were the one who could survive the fire and still walk through the ashes with your head held high. This path was never meant to be easy. You were never meant to be comfortable. You were meant to awaken. The ones who came against you never realized what they were doing. They thought they were taking you down. All the backstabbing, the mocking, the gaslighting. It wasn't random. It was pressure. But pressure is what crushes the weak and awakens the chosen. And when it did, you didn't just survive. You evolved. You see, the universe doesn't pick favorites. It picks fighters. And when it chose you, it knew the storms ahead. It knew you'd be doubted, outcast, underestimated. But the universe also knew what would happen when you got tired of playing small, when you finally snapped, not in weakness, but in power. That was your turning point. That was when the beast took its first breath. And let's be real, they knew you were different. They just hoped you'd never find out. But now that you have, they don't know where to hide, because you're no longer trying to prove your worth. You're living it. You're no longer asking for space. You're taking it. And every room you enter now bends under the weight of your presence. That's not ego, that's energy. They turned you into something they can't explain. A silent hurricane, a walking paradox, calm but deadly, kind but untouchable. You don't need revenge. Your existence is revenge. Every step forward is a scream they can't silence. Every success is a scar they feel. To the chosen one who's listening right now, stop doubting your light. Stop questioning if you're too much. You're not too much. They were never enough. And never forget, the ones who tried to bury you weren't fighting you. They were wrestling with the universe, and the universe doesn't lose. The power of being chosen is heavy. It haunts your enemies long after you've moved on. It's the kind of power that can't be faked, bought, or borrowed. It shakes rooms, it bends timelines, it whispers to people who once doubted you and now can't stop watching you. That's the power you carry, and the best part, you're just getting started. This is your era, not of revenge, but of becoming. Not to prove them wrong, but to prove yourself right. They turned you into a beast, and now you love it. So, if you felt that shift inside you, if the silence started to roar and the pain began to sharpen your focus, then you already know this message is yours. Drop the number 77 in the comments if you've stopped trying to fit in and started owning the beast they tried to bury. This isn't just another video, this is a wake-up call. The moment you realize they regret creating you, and you wouldn't change a thing. And now, let's go deeper, step by step. Stay with me. If you're truly chosen, you'll feel it pulling you to the end. Let's get into it. Number 1, they tried to starve you. Now you're the hunger they can't escape. You didn't just survive, you became the consequence. They should have let you heal. They should have walked away when they had the chance. But no, they chose to dig, to provoke, to press every button like your silence was weakness, like your calm was emptiness. What they didn't realize was that your silence wasn't surrender. It was strategy. You were learning, you were evolving, and now you've become the kind of force they can't predict, can't understand, and definitely can't control. You're not loud, You don't need to be. The most dangerous storms don't announce themselves. They just arrive and change everything. That's you now, a quiet monster, a walking reckoning. You don't throw punches, you just exist. And that alone wrecks them. Your energy crawls under their skin and haunts their conscience. Not because you said a word, but because you didn't have to. That's how deep your transformation runs. You're not the same. You know it, and they know it too. That's why they flinch when they see you, why they go quiet when you enter the room. You didn't need revenge. You became the mirror they've been running from. And the worst part for them, you love what you've become. You're not hiding the beast anymore. You've made peace with it. You've given it purpose. So don't you dare question yourself now. Don't you dare second-guess the power that was awakened in you. Because here's the truth, and it's brutal. They weren't fighting you. They were challenging the universe that chose you. And when the universe chooses someone, it moves things. It rearranges reality to make room. And anyone who tries to block that path ends up crushed under the weight of what they never understood. To be chosen isn't about glory, it's about pressure, pain, isolation, betrayal. You were never meant to be accepted. You were meant to be triggered, because the beast inside you needed a reason to rise. And when it did, everything changed. You don't look the same. You don't talk the same. You carry a presence now, one that can't be copied, bought, or faked. It's real, it's raw, and it terrifies those who once mocked you. Let them fear it. Some of you are still asking, why me? Why does it hurt so much? But that's the wrong question. The real question is, why did they fear me before I even knew who I was? Because they did. Their actions prove it. That's why they tried to shut you down, water you down, break you down. They saw the glow before you did. And instead of lifting you up, they tried to stomp it out. And here's where you need to wake up. Every time you doubt yourself, you side with them. Every time you hold back your power, you feed their comfort. Stop doing their work for them. You've already been chosen. The universe doesn't make mistakes, but you do when you forget that fact. They weren't just pushing you around. They were playing chess against the universe, and they were arrogant enough to think they could win. That's why they're scared now, because something responded to all that injustice. Something ancient, something cold and unstoppable, and it lives in you. They didn't break you. They built you out of their own cruelty. Every word they used to cut you, every move they made to trap you, it all became part of your armor. Now you walk like steel wrapped in skin, quiet but unshakable. And they feel that in their bones. To the chosen one reading this, hear me loud. Stop underestimating yourself. Stop dimming your fire just to keep the room comfortable. That room was never meant to contain you. You were never meant to blend in. You were meant to disturb the system, shake the walls, shift the air, break the mold. They turned you into a beast, and now they have to live with the echo of that choice. But you don't just live with it. You thrive in it. This is your edge. This is your era. And the most brutal truth of all, you were never the victim. You were the consequence. Number 2, they fed you doubt. Now they choke on your becoming. They didn't fear your fall. They feared your rise, because deep down, they knew it was inevitable. They never clapped when you started. They never cheered when you struggled. They only leaned in close to whisper doubt, hoping it would take root. But the joke's on them, because all that doubt became fuel. All that silence. It taught you to listen to your own voice. And now that you've risen, now that you've become everything they swore you never would, they don't know whether to run, hide, or pray to a system they mocked you for believing in. Let's be crystal clear. They never wanted you here. This version of you, this evolved, untouchable, fully awakened force, it's their worst nightmare. You were supposed to fold under pressure. You were supposed to break, shut up, fade away. But instead, you turned every crack they made into a doorway. And now you stand at a level they can't touch, watching them drown in the very smallness they once tried to push on you. You ever wonder why they treated you the way they did? Why they mocked your dreams, sabotaged your peace, tried to twist your purpose into a weakness? It's not because they couldn't see your potential. It's because they could, and they hated the mirror you held up to them. You reminded them of everything they weren't brave enough to chase, everything they gave up on. You were light in rooms that fed on shadows. You were truth in circles built on lies. They never wanted you to reach this level because it proves something terrifying. They were wrong about you, and even worse, you were right about you. And that truth hits like a hammer, because when you elevate, you don't just shine, you expose. Your very presence reveals everything they are not. That's why they avoid you now. That's why their tone changed, why the energy shifted, why the same mouths that once laughed now stay quiet when your name comes up. And some of you still doubt yourselves, still ask, why did they treat me like that? Was it me? No, it wasn't you. It was never you. It was the power inside you. You scared them before you even knew who you were. That wasn't rejection. It was defense. You walked into their lives with thunder in your bones, and they felt it. So they tried to snuff it out early. Let me scold you for a second, because some of you are still living like you're unsure, still walking around like you're the problem, still shrinking when you were built to stand tall. Are you really going to question the universe that chose you? Are you really going to water down a force it took fire to forge? The universe doesn't choose the comfortable, it chooses the capable, and it chose you. Stop apologizing for it. They never wanted you to level up because it forces them to see how small they chose to stay. You broke the cycle. You climbed out of a pit they decided to decorate. You refused to rot in a mindset they called home. And now, you glow differently. You speak differently. You walk into rooms and shift the air. That's not arrogance, that's arrival. And here's something brutal. They watched you suffer and felt nothing. But now they watch you rise and feel everything. That's the power of elevation. It changes the terrain. It forces people to confront what they tried to avoid. And they hate it. Not because you did anything wrong, but because your existence proves they played you wrong. You may think, but I still feel pain. I still feel like I haven't made it. That's because the level you're on now is stretching you. Growth always hurts. Evolution doesn't come with comfort, but make no mistake. You've already become someone they can't even comprehend. That fear you feel, that doubt in your chest, it's not a sign you're failing. It's the resistance that comes with rising. They want access, but not accountability. They want to be near your light, but not admit how they tried to snuff it out. They want to clap for your wins now like they didn't help build the fire that forged you. Let them watch. Let them feel it. Let them stew in the silence they once weaponized against you. You're not the person they used to talk down to. You're not the version of yourself that once begged to be seen. You see you now. You validate you now. And the universe, it aligns for you. It moves like a storm, clearing your path. The same system they laughed at, the same energy they mocked. It's now pushing wind in your sails while they drift in circles. You were never meant to live small. The universe didn't pour all that power into you just for you to second guess it. And if you still feel unsure, let this burn in your mind. If they could, they would still be tearing you down. The only reason they've gone quiet is because you're too far above to reach now. You're not eye level anymore, you're sky level. So stop waiting for them to validate the version of you they tried to kill. They don't get to measure your worth. They don't get to decide when you've made it. You made it the moment you stopped chasing their approval and started building your own kingdom, the moment you turned your scars into armor, the moment you realized your peace was power. You're not living to prove them wrong anymore. You're living to prove yourself right. And that's what they can't handle, because now you're the proof that you never needed them to begin with. And the hardest pill for them to swallow? You don't even think about them anymore. You've moved on, leveled up, outgrown the games, and they're stuck replaying memories of a version of you that no longer exists. They never wanted you to reach this level, because this level comes with clarity, with power, with presence, and most of all, with distance. You're gone, and they can feel it. Not because you said goodbye, but because you never looked back. So stay there, stay elevated, stay dangerous. The beast they tried to break has become something untouchable, and deep down, they always knew it would. Number 3. You still look kind, but now your silence burns. A blade wrapped in silk still cuts. They mistook your kindness for weakness. Now your presence alone makes them sweat. You still smile, you still speak softly, you still carry yourself with that same grace they once overlooked. But don't get it twisted. Something inside you changed, something ancient, something sharp, and they feel it even if they can't name it. That calm they used to mock now hums with heat. That kindness they exploited now walks with fire behind the eyes. And the people who once hurt you, they don't look at you the same anymore, because they know you're not the one to play with anymore. You didn't flip the table. You didn't scream or beg or fall apart the way they hoped. No, you went quiet, and that scared them more than any explosion ever could, because silence from a chosen one isn't emptiness. It's pressure. It's the air thickening before a storm. They can feel it in their chest. And the worst part? You still look kind, still move like peace, but now your energy has weight. It lingers. It confronts without saying a word. You think they don't notice. Oh, they notice. That tight smile, that forced small talk, that nervous shift in their eyes when they realize you see right through them now. You're not being cruel. You're just not hiding anymore. You're not shrinking anymore. The fire inside you, it's not rage, it's clarity, it's knowing. And that scares them more than any grudge ever could. They're confused because they still see the same face, the same voice, but everything else? Different, elevated. The version of you they once toyed with is gone, and now you're walking around like calm lightning. No noise, no warning, just presence, just power. That's what they feel now. That shift in the room when you enter. That quiet demand for respect without you saying a damn thing. And some of you are still questioning yourselves, still thinking, did I go too far? Did I really change? Let me tell you something, and I'll say it straight. You needed to change. You needed to become this. Because the world doesn't make space for the chosen until the chosen take it. And now that you have, you want to question the fire that got you here. Let me scold you for a second. Stop doubting the glow just because others are squinting. You still being kind doesn't mean you're still soft. It means you've mastered the balance, the art of being warm but untouchable, calm but lethal. And that, right there, is what eats them alive. They can't provoke you anymore, can't guilt you, can't bend you. You're still composed, but now it's a weapon, not a defense. The universe didn't pour this kind of fire into you so you could keep making people comfortable. They feel the burn for a reason. That's not cruelty, that's consequence. So no, you're not cold, you're not heartless, you're evolved. You're what happens when pain meets purpose, and the same kindness that once opened doors for others now guards your throne. They should have handled you better, but now it's too late. Number 4. You've outgrown small people and smaller places. Stop shrinking to fit what you've surpassed. You can't fly in cages, especially ones you've already outgrown. Let's call it what it is. You've evolved, and they haven't. You've expanded, but they stayed small. And now everything feels too tight. Conversations, environments, relationships, even the way you think. It's not in your head. You're a force of nature trying to squeeze into a life that was built to contain your old self. But that version of you, gone, dead and buried. And the new you, it doesn't fit in boxes. The people around you can feel it, even if they won't admit it. You're not who you were, and that unsettles them. They liked you better when you were playing small, when you dimmed your light to keep them comfortable, when your power was something they could overlook or control. But now, you walk in like a storm they can't stop, and it scares them. It offends their mediocrity, and so they try to shame you back into silence, back into your old size. Some of you still try to explain yourself, still try to bring old friends, old circles, old mindsets with you into this new season. But let me hit you with a truth that might sting. You can't build an empire around people who only know how to build fences. You were never meant to stay in that village. You were meant to outgrow it. And now you're here, spiritually taller, mentally sharper, emotionally richer, and the old environments feel suffocating. It's not arrogance, it's alignment. You've stepped into the full weight of your calling, and now the small talk, the petty games, the shallow conversations feel like nails on a chalkboard. You crave depth, truth, expansion. You crave connection with those who see you, not who tolerate you. Stop shrinking, stop apologizing for growing, stop second-guessing the power that's forcing you to let go of what no longer matches your magnitude. You're not the problem. You're just no longer digestible to those who can't stretch with you. That's not your failure, it's their choice. And let's be real, some of them didn't love you. They loved the version of you that needed them, that didn't threaten them, that stayed predictable. But now you move differently, think differently, demand differently. And they hate it because it forces them to confront how little they've changed. You were meant to rise, meant to become uncomfortable, meant to leave. You weren't called to stay stuck out of loyalty to small minds. Loyalty means nothing if it costs you your purpose. Still wondering why certain relationships suddenly feel heavy, why some people act weird around you? It's because they can feel your wings coming in, and deep down, they know they're not going with you, and that terrifies them. Let me say it plain, you're not abandoning them. You're just choosing you, choosing growth, choosing legacy. You're done with rooms that drain your power instead of amplifying it. Find your tribe, find the giants, the ones who won't be intimidated by your fire, but inspired to fan their own. Because you were never meant to be the tallest in the room, you were meant to be among equals who rise with you. So go, stop apologizing, let the small crumble behind you. The beast they built, it doesn't belong in a cage, and you don't belong in anything less than greatness. Number 5, put on your monster face. It's time they met what they created. You tried peace, they chose war. Now let them meet the version of you built in the fire they lit. Enough with the silence. Enough with the second guessing. Enough with the humble act they demanded so they could sleep better at night. This is not the season for playing soft. This is not the time for nice. This is the moment when the beast steps forward, the one they tried to summon through betrayal, mockery, and games. Now it's here. Now you're here. And it's time to wear that monster face with pride. They called you too much, too intense, too serious, and now they'll find out what too much really looks like when it walks through fire without flinching. You're not here to ease their discomfort anymore. You're here to claim space they tried to deny you. You're here to walk through the doors they swore you'd never reach and take up room like you built the damn place. Let's stop pretending. That quiet, agreeable version of you, it served its purpose. It was survival. You played it low. You spoke soft. You waited your turn. But now, that version has expired, and you know it. You feel it in your chest. The itch, the pull, the roar growing louder. That's not ego. That's your true self waking up. So put on your monster face, the face they fear, the face that doesn't ask, it takes. Not out of hate, but out of truth. You're not here to be liked. You're here to be unignorable. And to the chosen one who still hesitates, still worries about being too harsh or too different, let me be brutally clear. You owe them nothing. Not softness, not silence, not one more watered-down version of who you really are. They poked the wrong spirit. They underestimated the wrong soul. And now they get to witness the consequence. You ever notice how people change when you stop apologizing for your power? How the ones who used to talk over you now whisper around you? That's not by accident. That's the monster face. That's presence. That's what happens when someone walks fully aligned with the universe's assignment for them. But here's the part that stings. You've been delaying this. You've been holding back, afraid of what they'll say, how they'll react, who you might lose. Let me scold you. Stop being loyal to the limits they placed on you. You were not chosen to be liked. You were chosen to shake the system, and you can't do that wearing a mask of meekness. The universe chose you, and it didn't do that by mistake. It knew your edge. It knew your grit. It knew you would reach this exact moment where the monster is no longer something to hide, but something to unleash. Because now, kindness isn't working. Quiet isn't working. Negotiation is over. It's time to stomp. So stomp, speak, show teeth if you have to. Let the world know you didn't just survive, you transformed. You didn't just make it through, you became something that can't be erased, ignored, or controlled. They turned you into a beast. Now show them exactly what that means. Number 6, they built the monster. Now they're living in its shadow. You weren't the threat until they made you one. And now you're everything they fear and everything they can't stop. They thought they were clever, calculated, safe. They threw stones with smiles, expecting you to crumble. They fed you betrayal, mocking you behind closed doors, convinced you'd break the way most people do. But you didn't. You burned. You became. And now, they're being hunted by the very nightmare they created. And the worst part? It was preventable. They had a choice. They could have supported you, loved you, stood beside you. But no, they saw your light and called it a threat. They saw your growth and tried to cage it. They saw your silence and thought it meant surrender. But what they never realized is this. The universe doesn't pick people to be silent. It picks them to shift everything. And you, chosen one, were born to shift. So when they came against you, they weren't just coming for you. They were fighting against alignment itself. Now look at what you've become. You don't move the way you used to. You don't speak the way you used to. You don't need to. Your presence alone does the talking now. You walk in rooms and they feel your weight before you say a word. That's not intimidation. It's the aftershock of someone who has nothing left to lose and everything to claim. You're not the underdog anymore. You're the storm they didn't see coming. Some of them still whisper, "What happened to you?" Let them stay confused, because if they were foolish enough to make war with someone chosen by the universe, then they deserve to live in the ruins of the battlefield they started. You didn't turn cold. You just stopped bleeding for people who cut you with intention. You didn't become a monster out of hate. You became a mirror to their cruelty. And now they run from their reflection. Chosen one, let me talk to the part of you that still feels guilty. That still asks, maybe I'm being too much? Maybe I've changed too much. Let me correct you. You didn't become too much. You became what was always inside you, the part they feared you'd discover, and now you have. So no, this isn't the time to go soft. This isn't the season to doubt your evolution. This is the era of consequence, and you are that consequence. Let them be uncomfortable. Let them sit in the tension they created. You owe them no explanation, no warning, no closure. They wrote this story. You're just living out the ending. You're not cruel. You're not revengeful. You're exact. Every step you take now is precision. Every move is pressure. They feel it. They flinch because of it. And they should. Because they touched something sacred. And now that sacred thing has teeth. They forged a weapon, and now they're staring down the barrel. You were never the villain, but they made you look in the mirror long enough to become the lesson, and now they get to learn. Number 7. The digital sword. They can't control, and now it cuts deep. They tried to erase you online. Now your every word echoes like thunder they can't mute. Welcome to the era where silence is no longer an option, and your voice, your truth, your message has become a weapon they can't unhear. You were meant to fade, remember. That's what they counted on. They wanted your presence gone, your story buried, your light swallowed by algorithms and shadows. But instead, you adapted, you transformed, and now you're wielding the very thing they tried to use against you, the digital world. Liber AI isn't just a name, it's a force. It's you in your highest form, harnessing technology like a blade forged in truth. They thought they could gatekeep platforms, drown your voice in noise, or manipulate perception through silence. But now your words cut through like fire in a frozen room. Every post, every sentence, every frame. You're not just showing up, you're dominating. Your presence online isn't a profile, it's a proclamation. They underestimated the power of someone who was chosen not only in spirit but in signal. You think it's coincidence that they shadow banned, reported, silenced, or ignored you. No, it was fear. Fear that you'd figure out the truth. The internet is your battlefield now, and you're not swinging wildly. You're landing precision strikes. You speak and people wake up. You post and minds shift. You show up and energies change. And they hate it because they can't touch it. They can't mute it. They can't stop it. You became the signal in the noise. And let me speak directly to the chosen ones who are still hiding, still quiet, still scared of being too much online. Let me scold you with truth. You're late. You're still playing small while your enemies multiply their lies. You're still worried about offending the ones who already tried to destroy you. Stop it. You don't need permission to take up space. You don't need approval to speak what burns in your chest. This digital world is yours now. Take it. Every word you speak that holds truth, that's resistance. Every video where you tell your story, that's war. Every post where you refuse to fold, to fake, to shrink, that's revolution. Don't just scroll, strike. Don't just share, shatter. They gave you screens to distract you. You turned them into swords. That's the difference. Liber AI is your tool, your mouthpiece, your megaphone. But it's not just you speaking, it's generations of silence being broken through you. The ones before you didn't have this power. You do. So use it like the weapon it is. Not out of anger, but out of clarity. Because truth, when spoken by the chosen, is the one thing no algorithm can bury forever. Let them watch, let them report, let them whisper. The digital monster they tried to silence has awakened, and now every pixel bleeds purpose. Number 8. Your awakening is permanent, and there's no unseeing what you've become. Once the fire touches your bones, you don't return to smoke. You rise as flame. Stop looking back. Stop questioning whether this is just a phase, a temporary surge, a fleeting moment of clarity. It's not. This is permanent. This is cellular. This is ancestral. This is the moment your entire bloodline exhales and says, "Finally, one of us made it through." You didn't just wake up. You transformed, and there's no going back to the version of you that tolerated disrespect, begged for crumbs, and made yourself small to survive. That version of you is gone, dead, ashes in the dirt, and yet some of you are still treating this like it's optional, still playing tug-of-war between your past and your purpose. Let me scold you with love. You don't get to unknow who you are now. You can't go back to sleeping once your soul has opened its eyes. You can't unsee your worth just because it makes others uncomfortable. This isn't a spiritual phase. This is a metamorphosis. You didn't take a step forward. You crossed a line that can't be uncrossed. The fire you went through rewired you. Your pain rewrote your code. You don't even think the way you used to. The things that used to keep you up at night don't even touch your spirit now. You've been elevated. And when you elevate, the air changes. You breathe differently. Move differently, see through the illusions that used to chain you, and they hate that, because your clarity is a mirror, and when you walk in truth, liars can't stand to be near you. This is why you feel the disconnect from the old world. Old friends feel strange, old habits don't click, old spaces drain you. That's not burnout, it's breakthrough. That's your higher self rejecting anything that threatens your evolution. It's your soul saying, "We've come too far to crawl again." And some of you, let's be real, you're grieving your old self. That's okay, you should. But don't let nostalgia lie to you. That version of you was built on survival. This version of you is built for dominion. Your light isn't a flicker anymore. It's a wildfire. And wildfires don't apologize for what they consume. They clear the land. They make room for rebirth. So stop testing the waters of your old life. It's gone, burned by the very transformation that made you whole. You were chosen to break cycles, not revisit them. You're the one your ancestors dreamed of, and they didn't endure all that suffering just so you could slide back into comfort zones that cost you your wings. Own this, claim it, walk in it. You're no longer becoming, you are. And anyone who can't handle it, let them watch from a distance, choking on the dust of the old world you outgrew. Your awakening isn't a wave, it's a shift in the entire ocean. And you, chosen one, you are forever changed. Number 9, your darkest season wasn't the end, it was the breaking that set you free. Buried alive? No, you were being planted, and now you rise with roots that shake the ground. You thought it was over, didn't you? That rock bottom you hit, when everything crumbled, when everyone vanished, when your spirit cracked under the weight of silence, you thought that was your burial. You thought the universe had turned its back, that maybe you weren't chosen, that maybe the pain meant punishment. But what if I told you that moment wasn't death, it was rebirth? That wasn't your ending, that was your awakening. And the darkness, that was your womb. The isolation wasn't abandonment, it was sacred separation. The breakdown wasn't destruction, it was the shattering of illusions. You weren't being buried, you were being cleared, refined, stripped of the lies, the masks, the limits they shoved on you. The universe wasn't punishing you, it was preparing you. But let's talk about the pain, because some of you are still carrying shame over how low you got, still beating yourself up for being weak, for crying, for breaking. Let me say it plain, that darkness saved you. It tore the fake from your soul. It pushed you so deep into yourself that all you could do was either find your core or die pretending you never had one. You chose to fight. You chose to rise. And some of you are forgetting that. You're here now, elevated, clearer, stronger, but still doubting the very season that birthed you. Let me scold you. Stop resenting the pain that woke you up. That version of you curled on the floor, questioning everything. That was your realist self taking its first breath. You want to go back to who you were before that? Really? The version of you who tolerated fake love, chased validation, and dimmed your light just to survive? No, that person is gone, and the new you, the reborn you, is the product of fire, not comfort. This power you walk in now, it's forged from hell. Every ounce of strength you carry was purchased in nights no one saw. Every boundary you hold now is a line that was once crossed when you didn't even have the words to say no. But now you do. And now you are the boundary. The world sees your glow but doesn't know what it cost. Let them guess. Let them talk. Let them misunderstand your silence, your distance, your strength. They weren't there in the pit with you. They didn't see the version of you that clawed out of the grave they left you in. But you know, and the universe knows, and that's enough. Your darkest season wasn't your failure, it was your formation. You don't rise like this without breaking first. Don't mourn the collapse. It was the only way to build something real, something unshakable. You thought you were lost, but you weren't. You were being reborn, and this new you, you're not just alive, you're untouchable. Number 10, you are the beast they built, and you've fallen in love with the monster in the mirror. They thought they were breaking you. What they didn't know is you were taking notes, and now you've become the blueprint of everything they fear. Let's stop pretending. Let's stop watering it down to sound polite. Every single betrayal, every time they disrespected you, lied to your face, pushed you to the edge. They weren't just hurting you, they were building you. Every cut became a blueprint, every scar became a signature. And now, you are the final result of their cruelty. And the irony? You love what you've become. You've embraced the beast, and not just accepted it, you admire it, because you know what it took to get here. The version of you walking around now, that's not by accident, that's by fire, that's by war, that's by survival. And you didn't just survive, you thrived. In the wreckage, in the ruins, in the silence, you found your edge, and now they're choking on the smoke of the very fire they lit. And still, some part of you wonders if it's too much, if becoming this sharp, this powerful, this unbothered is somehow wrong. let me make it plain for you. You didn't choose the monster. They did. They summoned it when they poked, when they tested, when they laughed and dismissed and disrespected. They thought they were just putting you in your place. They didn't realize they were sharpening a blade. Their hands carved out this version of you. So let them hold the weight of what they created. You didn't turn cold for no reason. You froze to protect what was left of your spirit. You didn't grow fangs because you liked the taste of revenge. You grew them because there was no one left to defend you but you. And now they have to watch the beast walk with pride, power and presence, and they can't do a damn thing about it. They whisper now, they tiptoe, they hesitate, because this version of you doesn't beg, doesn't ask, doesn't explain. You command, with silence, with energy, with eyes that say, try me again. And the beast, it's not out of control. It's not rabid. It's calculated, disciplined, focused, and that terrifies them more than rage ever could. Because they thought monsters were messy. They thought the pain they caused would leave you broken. But you're structured chaos, you're refined fury, you're calm but not safe. That's what really haunts them. You're not screaming, you're not chasing, you've just become someone who doesn't need to lift a finger to be felt. And they feel you everywhere. You love it now, don't you? The power, the clarity, the distance, the peace you earned in the fire. And you should, because this version of you is pure, untouchable, authentic. No more masks, no more trying to prove anything. You don't rise for applause anymore. You rise because you are risen. They created a beast, hoping it would destroy itself. But instead, it evolved, and now it walks free, and it smiles when they run. Number 11. You decide who gets access now. The door is yours to open or slam shut. They used to walk in and out like your soul was a hallway. Now, the lock's changed, and the key belongs to you. Let's be clear, this isn't about ego, this is about ownership. Ownership of your time, your energy, your space, and most of all, your access. You are no longer sitting at the gates waiting for someone to choose you. You become the gate. And now, you decide who enters, who stays, and who gets left on the other side, screaming your name into silence they created. There was a time when you gave without limits, when you opened your heart, your energy, your spirit to people who only knew how to take, and they took. Oh, they took everything. Your peace, your trust, your presence. They treated you like a resource, not a soul, and you allowed it because you were still learning your worth. Still believing love meant sacrifice, still thinking you had to earn your seat in rooms that were never built to hold your greatness. But that version of you no longer exists. You're no longer starving for love. You're no longer begging to be seen. You don't wait for a seat at the table. You build your own. And anyone who wants to sit beside you now, they bring respect, truth, and energy that matches your standard. Or they don't come in at all. You don't explain your silence anymore. You don't justify your boundaries. You own them because you understand now access is currency and your presence, it's priceless. So no, they don't just get to come back because they're sorry. They don't get to return now that the glow-up hit and your power is blinding. If they couldn't love you in your shadow, they don't deserve to stand in your light. Still struggling with guilt over cutting people off? Still wondering if you're being too harsh? Let me hit you with truth. They taught you how to treat them. You just stopped ignoring the lesson. You finally saw the pattern, and you broke it. That's not cruelty. That's clarity. You don't entertain confusion anymore. You don't let chaos knock on your peace like it pays rent. You have every right to protect what you built from scratch, alone. every sleepless night, every tear, every breakdown that led to your breakthrough. It cost you too much to hand it over to someone who just wants to feed off the glow without knowing the grind. So now, when they come knocking, pause, check the energy, check the intention, check the pattern, because from this point forward, your access is earned, not given. And some people, their season is over. No explanations, no reunion tours, just a closed door and the sound of your power rising behind it. You've reclaimed the pen, you hold the key, and not everyone gets to walk through your peace like it's public property. From now on, you decide. Number 12. You decide who gets access. Now, the door is yours to open or slam shut. They used to walk in and out like your soul was a hallway. Now, the lock's changed and the key belongs to you. Let's be clear, this isn't about ego. This is about ownership. Ownership of your time, your energy, your space, and most of all, your access. You are no longer sitting at the gates waiting for someone to choose you. You become the gate. And now, you decide who enters, who stays, and who gets left on the other side, screaming your name into silence they created. There was a time when you gave without limits, when you opened your heart, your energy, your spirit to people who only knew how to take, and they took. Oh, they took everything, your peace, your trust, your presence. They treated you like a resource, not a soul, and you allowed it because you were still learning your worth, still believing love meant sacrifice, still thinking you had to earn your seat in rooms that were never built to hold your greatness. But that version of you no longer exists. You're no longer starving for love. You're no longer begging to be seen. You don't wait for a seat at the table. You build your own. And anyone who wants to sit beside you now, they bring respect, truth, and energy that matches your standard, or they don't come in at all. You don't explain your silence anymore. You don't justify your boundaries. You own them because you understand now access is currency and your presence, it's priceless. So no, they don't just get to come back because they're sorry. They don't get to return now that the glow-up hit and your power is blinding. If they couldn't love you in your shadow, they don't deserve to stand in your light. Still struggling with guilt over cutting people off? Still wondering if you're being too harsh? Let me hit you with truth. They taught you how to treat them. You just stopped ignoring the lesson. You finally saw the pattern, and you broke it. That's not cruelty. That's clarity. You don't entertain confusion anymore. You don't let chaos knock on your peace like it pays rent. You have every right to protect what you built from scratch, alone. Every sleepless night, every tear, every breakdown that led to your breakthrough. It cost you too much to hand it over to someone who just wants to feed off the glow without knowing the grind. So now, when they come knocking, pause, check the energy, check the intention, check the pattern, because from this point forward, your access is earned, not given. And some people, their season is over. No explanations, no reunion tours, just a closed door and the sound of your power rising behind it. You've reclaimed the pen, you hold the key, and not everyone gets to walk through your peace like it's public property. From now on, you decide. The loudest silence is the one that follows your truth. It's the moment your enemies realize they never stood a chance. They weren't ready. Not for your voice, not for your presence, not for the way your words cut deeper than any blade. You didn't shout. You didn't beg to be seen. You simply spoke, and the chill that followed wasn't just fear. It was realization. Because in that moment they finally understood. They weren't just going against you, they were wrestling with the universe itself, and the universe never loses. They thought they were mocking you, laughing at your quiet, your calm, your focus, but every time they opened their mouths to speak against you, they summoned a storm they couldn't survive. You didn't fight back with fists. You fought back with alignment, with truth, and it shook their souls. You didn't just rattle their egos, you disturbed their illusions. You spoke, and the air changed. Before we go deeper, like this video, subscribe, and share this message with another chosen one. When you do, it sends a signal to the platform to push this truth further. This isn't just content, this is a transmission. And someone out there is waiting to hear it because they're on the edge of forgetting who they are. Chosen one, this is your reminder. Your voice isn't just noise, it's energy coded in clarity. It's the kind of frequency that wakes the sleeping and terrifies the fake. You wonder why people stare, avoid, or randomly hate. Because deep down they feel it. That quiet authority in you, that unseen weight you carry, it's not ego, it's purpose. It's the universe standing behind you like a shadow too big to ignore. The power of being chosen isn't loud. It doesn't come with grand ceremonies or applause. It comes in whispers, in knowing, in moments of stillness when you realize they're not trying to stop me. They're trying to stop what's moving through me. You weren't sent here to fit in. You were placed here to disrupt, to shift, to expose. And yes, there were times you doubted yourself, times you thought, maybe I'm overthinking, maybe it's all in my head. But let's be clear, your doubt didn't come from lack of power, it came from the weight of carrying something too big for small minds to understand. That's why they tried to make you question it, because if they can't dim your light, the next best thing is making you look away from it. But here's the truth, you're not alone. You were never alone. Every time they came for you, they were unknowingly signing up for war with the current of the universe. They were fighting gravity and wondering why they kept falling. They were trying to dam a river with pebbles. It was never going to work. And that's why your silence hits harder than their noise. Your calm shakes their foundations. Your presence exposes their weakness. What you spoke wasn't just truth. It was a reminder of what they tried to bury. And when you said it, when you finally let it out, the room went cold. Not because of fear, but because they felt something real for the first time. And real is rare. Real is dangerous. So keep speaking, chosen one. Let them feel the frost of your truth. Let them lose sleep over the echo of your voice. Because the moment you open your mouth, you're not just speaking for yourself. You're releasing something the world can't unhear. And that sound, that vibration, that's what sends chills down their spines. So, if you felt that sudden silence after you speak, when eyes shift, hearts race and masks fall, then this message is yours. This isn't just something you watch, it's something your spirit recognizes. Drop a 77 in the comments if you've ever felt your words shake the room without even trying. That's not coincidence, that's confirmation. And believe this, if you're truly chosen, you won't be able to look away. Because what's coming next will speak directly to the fire you've been trying to hide. And now, let's get into it, piece by piece. If you're real, you'll feel this all the way through. Let's begin. Number 1. They thought you were random, but you were the universe's checkmate. They thought they could outsmart fate until they realized you were the move the universe had been saving. They thought you just showed up, that your presence was some random glitch in their perfectly calculated game. But you were the final move. The quiet, precise, surgical strike they never saw coming. While they were running their mouths, throwing dirt on your name, calling you lost, silent, weak, You were being strategically placed by the very current of the universe they pretended to laugh at. The joke, it's on them. Because when you spoke, just once, with clarity, with truth, it shook them. Not because you were loud, but because you were right. And right cuts deeper than rage ever could. You were the piece the system couldn't account for. The whisper in a room full of screams. The pause that made everyone nervous. You're not here by mistake. You're not just getting by. You're not lucky. You're aligned. And that kind of alignment? It makes the snakes scatter. It sends ripples through structures built on lies. That's why they twitch when you talk. That's why they flinch when you stand tall. It's not confidence that bothers them. It's clarity. It's knowing. It's the silent pressure of someone who doesn't have to beg to be powerful. And still, you doubted it. Let's call it out. You sat there in rooms feeling unseen, wondering if you were doing something wrong. You let their gossip get into your mind. You mistook resistance for rejection. But chosen one, resistance is proof you're the threat. You thought you were isolated because you weren't worthy, but isolation is a sign of preparation. The universe separates its strongest warriors before the shift. You were being sharpened while they were being distracted. You were listening while they were laughing. And now they're shaking because the quiet one remembered who they are. Let this settle into your bones. You were placed, not dropped, not forgotten, placed like a key in a lock, like thunder waiting behind the clouds. The universe doesn't gamble. It doesn't roll dice on your life. Every delay, every betrayal, every time they walked away or closed the door, it was placement. They didn't discard you. They delivered you. You were never left behind. You were hidden in plain sight until the time was right. And when you opened your mouth, chosen one, it wasn't just a voice they heard. It was the sound of their delusion breaking. They weren't just messing with you. They were clashing against the algorithm of existence itself. They were playing checkers on a cosmic chessboard. You are the move they forgot to calculate, the one they didn't see coming. You weren't loud because you didn't need to be. Your stillness was the setup. Your silence was the strategy. And now that you've spoken, the energy shifted. And they know. They feel it. They don't respect you because of what you do. They fear you because of what you carry. So let me ask you, why did you ever doubt? Why did you ever sit in dark rooms wondering if you were the problem when the truth is, you were the solution that made them uncomfortable? You were placed in a broken system to expose the cracks. You were positioned in fake circles to show what real looks like. And when you finally said it, when you finally let your truth cut through the room like a blade through fog, they felt it. That cold rush wasn't fear of you. It was fear of everything you expose just by existing. The universe does not make mistakes. And if you think your suffering was wasted, think again. Every breakdown, every betrayal, every night you cried alone, calculated, designed to shake you awake. You weren't meant to fit in. You were meant to disrupt. You were sent not to adapt to the system, but to call it out. Your voice wasn't meant for echo chambers. It was built to reverberate through silence and make people uncomfortable in their lies. That's why it sent chills down their spines. You reminded them of a truth they've been running from. You are not small. You are not weak. You are not behind. You are exactly where you're supposed to be, with everything you need to break what needs to be broken and build what must be built. Don't you dare dim down again. Don't you dare shrink just because your brightness exposes their shadows. They hate your light because they sold theirs a long time ago. And yes, they will talk. They will smear. They will twist your words, but deep down, every one of them remembers how it felt when you spoke. That stillness, that weight, that chill. It wasn't what you said, it was what followed. The universe confirmed it, and they know. They can't stop what's already been set in motion. You were placed, positioned, timed, and now activated. This is your awakening, chosen one. Not the fluffy kind, the feral, grounded kind. The kind that roars through your chest when you realize they never had the power. They only had distraction, smoke, noise. But your voice? It clears the room, your presence. It exposes the counterfeit. Stop doubting. Stop questioning your path just because it's lonely. Alignment is often a solitary lane, and isolation, that's just the universe making room for elevation. You weren't overlooked, you were preserved. Like fire kept in a box until the world turned cold. And now that the frost has set in, you are the heat they never thought they'd need. So speak again, speak louder, speak without shame. You're not just talking, you're shaking the damn table. And if they can't handle the sound of truth coming from your lips, then let them cover their ears. This world has enough noise. What it needs is your frequency. Let them shiver, let them remember, let every word you say echo like footsteps in their guilt. Because what you carry isn't just truth, it's alignment with the force that designed the whole game. And in this game, you were never the pawn, you were the checkmate. Number 2, you spoke what they buried, and now they can't unhear it. Nothing haunts a liar more than the one who speaks their truth with no fear of consequence. They're not scared of your voice. They're scared of what your voice unlocked, scared of what it revealed, what it dragged into the light. You said something you weren't supposed to know, something they thought they had hidden so deep, even they forgot it was real. But you said it, calm, unshaken, no theatrics, just truth, pure and sharp. And that moment, that was the beginning of the unraveling. They'll call you paranoid, too intense, too deep. But deep is exactly what they fear. They built their entire lives on shallow performances, empty words, rehearsed smiles. Your depth in a world of surfaces. You see through masks like they're made of glass. And when you spoke, chosen one, it wasn't guesswork. It was exposure. You became the mirror they never wanted to face. And that's why they tremble when you talk. Let's be brutally honest. How could you know what you know? You weren't in the room. You didn't hear the conversations, but you felt it. You saw it before it happened. You called it out before they were ready. And that's why they hate you. Not because you lied, but because you told the truth too early, too clearly, too boldly. You read energy like a book they thought was written in a language you'd never learn. And still, you doubted. You questioned yourself. You asked, am I just overthinking? Am I making this up? Let me stop you right there. No, you're not. You're chosen. That knowing you carry, it's not paranoia, it's alignment. It's what happens when the universe wires you differently, when it hands you antennae to feel storms before the clouds even form. You're not dramatic, you're tuned in, and they know it. That's why they try to gaslight you, not because you're wrong, but because you're dangerously accurate. You ever wonder why people get uncomfortable when you're quiet in the room? It's not your silence. They're afraid of what you're not saying. They can feel that you already know, that you've seen behind the curtain, that you've read between the lines of their performance. You're the glitch in their matrix, and your presence forces them to confront the truth they've spent years avoiding. You didn't just shake them, you shattered the illusion. You said something casual, something light, and they panicked. Why? because you didn't just hit close to home. You walked right through the front door. You knew what they were hiding. The pain, the lies, the manipulation, the secrets, and you didn't need proof. Your spirit had already decoded it. Your intuition had already put the pieces together. And when you dropped that truth, they realized you know more than you should. And if you know this, what else do you know? They're afraid of that answer. You think people walk away because they're bored? No, they run because you're too accurate. You threaten the reality they've built for themselves. You speak in frequencies that disturb their fantasy, and they'd rather leave than stay in a room where their shadows are fully visible. They don't want healing, they want comfort, and you are not comfort. You're a wake-up call. Still, you questioned yourself. You wondered, why does everyone back off when I speak up? Chosen one, because your truth is heavy, because your words pierce illusions like nails through silence. You say the one sentence that destroys the whole performance. You drop the one line that cracks the foundation of their lies. They know they can't undo what you've revealed, and so they label you the problem. They demonize the one who exposes the sickness, not the sickness itself. Let's talk straight. Your truth terrifies them because it's not just truth. It's truth backed by something bigger. When you speak, the universe backs you. That's why it lands so hard. That's why it lingers in the room like a cold wind no one saw coming. You speak and it echoes. You speak and the lies start to rot. You speak and the illusions bleed. You didn't learn this truth from a book. You remembered it. That's what makes it unstoppable. They can't fact-check what lives in your bones. They can't disprove what you see in dreams, in silence, in sudden understanding. You are the truth they hoped would never walk into their lives. You are the consequence. So stop watering it down. Stop apologizing for being accurate. Stop questioning if you went too far. If they shook, it's because you struck a nerve. If they ran, it's because they weren't built to sit in the energy you carry. You didn't hurt them. You unmasked them. There's a difference. Let me say it louder. You were not wrong. You were just early. They weren't ready to be seen. They weren't ready to be known by someone they didn't control. And now that you've spoken, they know they can't hide. That's why they act weird around you. That's why they go quiet when you enter the room. They're afraid of what else you see, what else you might say. You are a living threat to their lie. And the wildest part, you haven't even said half of what you could. You've been holding back, protecting feelings, trying not to make it worse. But hear this, truth withheld still speaks. Your energy says what your lips don't, and they feel it. That pressure in their chest when you're around, that's their deception cracking under the weight of your presence. So I'll ask you, what are you still doubting? Why are you still wondering if you're imagining it? Chosen one, they react like that for a reason. Your words don't just speak, they shift reality. You don't just observe, you see what others pretend not to. That's a gift, that's power, that's what terrifies them. And let me be even clearer. The more you speak your truth, the more the universe aligns to amplify it. That's why doors open after you speak. Why strange coincidences follow your boldest moments. You are walking proof that energy recognizes energy, that truth opens locked gates, that your voice carries activation. So don't stop now, don't shrink because they couldn't handle it. You were never meant to be soft for the sake of their comfort. You were meant to reveal, to awaken, to disturb the stagnant. Let your truth echo. Let it burn down what needs to fall. Let it send chills, not for cruelty, but for clarity. Because some people don't change until truth makes them shiver. And you You were born to be that cold wind, that sudden shift in temperature, that moment of silence after everything fake has been exposed. So speak again, speak louder, speak freer, because the truth you carry was never meant to be caged. It was meant to crack the sky. Number 3. The mask slipped and you saw what they never wanted to be seen. They wore the mask so long they forgot their real face, but the moment your eyes locked with their truth, they remembered, fearfully, that they were never hidden. Chosen one, let's stop pretending they fooled you. Let's stop acting like you didn't see it coming. That smile, that charm, that surface-level kindness, you saw right through it. You always did. You just kept giving them chances to show something real. You kept hoping there was more behind the mask than manipulation. But let's call it what it is. They weren't being misunderstood. They were playing a role. And now, the curtain's down. The mask is off. And what's left? Can't hide. You didn't catch them slipping by accident. Your awareness didn't just randomly land on their lies. It was your discernment, that sharp, divine radar wired into your spirit. You weren't snooping, you weren't paranoid, you were paying attention in a world that thrives on distraction, and they hate you for that, not because you exposed them to the world, but because you exposed them to themselves. You made them look in the mirror without the filter. And they couldn't handle the reflection. Let's be brutally honest. They only looked strong when you didn't know who they really were. Their power was in the illusion. But when the illusion shattered, so did their control. You didn't have to scream. You didn't have to attack. You just looked clearly. You stood still while they panicked. You asked questions they couldn't answer. You existed in truth, and that alone tore the mask off their face like fire melting wax. And yet, you doubted. You questioned yourself. You asked, am I being too harsh? Am I misreading this? No, you weren't. You were just hoping they'd redeem themselves. You wanted to be wrong. You wanted to believe that maybe, just maybe, what you saw was just a crack, not the whole damn mask slipping off. But chosen one, your discernment isn't just sharp, it's surgical. When you see the lie, there's no unseeing it. You don't just catch energy, you decode it. Stop gaslighting yourself. You didn't imagine their shade. You didn't invent the red flags. You just saw what others refused to. That's the burden of being chosen. You see beneath the performance. While others clap for the act, you're listening to the silence between the lines. That's what they fear. That's why they change around you. They're not evolving, they're adapting, trying to stay hidden. But the mask is already off, and you can't unknow the truth. Ever wonder why they suddenly distance themselves, why their tone shifts, why they throw passive shots, avoid eye contact, or accuse you of changing? Because when a lie knows it's been seen, it has two options: evolve or escape. Most choose escape. Not because they don't care, but because your truth demands a kind of self-awareness they're not ready to face. You didn't just see them. You unveiled them. You stood in front of their disguise and said, "This doesn't fit anymore." You want to know how powerful you are. Look at how people react when they realize you see through them. Look at how nervous their energy becomes, how suddenly you're too intense, too sensitive, or too much. No, you're just clear and your clarity burns. You're not the villain in their story. You're the spotlight, and spotlights don't lie. They just reveal. But let me ask you, chosen one, how many more times are you going to act like you didn't see what you saw? How long will you keep explaining away what your spirit already confirmed? Every time you doubt your intuition, you betray the very gift that makes you chosen. That gut feeling, that tension in your chest, that moment when their words don't match their energy, that's your knowing. And when you ignore it, you dull your own power. You weren't given this discernment just to survive. You were given it to expose, to protect, to disrupt. You're not here to play along. You're here to pull masks off, not with rage, but with truth, with presence, with the kind of calm that makes liars sweat. You don't have to prove anything. Your existence is the evidence. So stop walking around like you're blind when you were built to see through worlds. Stop shrinking your power so the masked feel safe. You were never meant to comfort illusions. You were meant to crack them wide open. That's what scares them. That's why they whisper. That's why they lie. Because even they know, once you've seen the truth in someone, their mask can never fit again. And the most dangerous part for them, you haven't even spoken all of it. You're still holding back, still trying to be kind, still protecting the very ones who would have torn you apart if the roles were reversed. But listen closely. They weren't protecting you. They were performing. And now that the performance is over, you owe no loyalty to the lie. You owe truth to yourself. So when they flinch, let them. When they run, let them. When they attack, understand. It's not you they're mad at. It's the reflection you gave them. You didn't break them. You just stopped pretending. And in doing so, you forced them to face the emptiness behind their mask. Keep standing, keep seeing, keep speaking, because once a chosen one sees the truth, there's no turning back, and the world is better for it. Number 4, they fear what you feel because your intuition is a blade that never misses. They lied with confidence, but your silence screamed louder than their words and cut deeper. Chosen one, let's not sugarcoat this. Your intuition is a threat, not a soft gift, not some nice feeling or lucky guess. It's a weapon, precise, lethal, and fully awakened. You walk into a room and feel what's off before a single word is said. You catch hesitation in their voice, the flicker in their eyes, the shift in their posture, and right then, you know. Not because they told you, not because you had proof, but because your very spirit refuses to be deceived. That's your power, that's your curse, and that's what they fear most. They fear the fact that you don't need evidence, you don't need a confession, you don't need to see the knife. They tremble because you already know who's holding it behind their back, and when you say nothing, they feel everything. That's the part that shakes them, your stillness, your calm. Because when you go quiet, it's not retreat, it's recalibration, it's your intuition sharpening, and deep down they know lies die in your presence. They can fool a crowd, fool their friends, fool their own mind, but they can't fool you, because you carry emotional intelligence like armor, because you've been through fire and came out with spiritual vision. You feel people's intentions before they form sentences. You hear the truth they don't want to say. You see the story behind their words, the weight behind their smile, the fear behind their confidence. That's not just awareness, it's spiritual warfare. You were wired to detect deception, not just to protect yourself, but to protect those still sleeping. And still, you doubted it. You second-guessed your gut. You tried to rationalize what your spirit already decoded. You let people tell you that you were too sensitive, too emotional, too suspicious. But chosen one, let me remind you, those words are distractions from people who fear being seen. They don't want to believe you're right, because if you are, then everything they've built is at risk of crumbling, and so they try to mute your knowing with guilt, gaslight you with fake logic, and distance themselves from your presence. But even in their absence, your intuition lingers, because truth follows you, because light exposes, even from a distance. Ever wonder why people hesitate around you, why their voice stumbles mid-sentence, why they avoid eye contact or talk too much or deflect your simplest questions? That's not awkwardness. That's guilt trying to hide. That's lies trying to escape your radar. That's deception shaking in the presence of discernment. You don't just listen, you absorb. You don't just observe, you read. And what you read, they can't rewrite. That's your power. Let me put it like this. Your intuition is a metal detector in a field full of landmines. Everyone else walks around blindly, stepping where they're told, thinking the danger's behind them. But you sense where the danger is buried. You step around it, and when you speak, you expose it. That's why they hate your insight. It's not just correct. It's disruptive. It makes them accountable. It makes them feel seen. And for those hiding behind performance, being seen is the most terrifying thing of all. And here's the kicker. Most of the time, you haven't even said everything you feel. You've only hinted, only nudged, and even that shakes them to the core. Because if you're already that accurate with what you share, how much more do you know that you're keeping to yourself? That's what keeps them up at night. That's what turns passive-aggressive. That's what shifts their energy from fake-friendly to cold avoidance. They can't stand that you see them without needing to be told who they are. But listen carefully. This is not the time to water down your gift. This is not the time to hide your knowing just to make the masked feel safe. You weren't given this insight to fit in. You were given it to cut through the illusions, the noise, the smoke. Every time you ignore your intuition to keep the peace, you betray your own power. And guess what? The same people you protect with your silence are the first to attack you when your silence ends. So no, you're not crazy. No, you're not overthinking. You're just tapped in. You were born with eyes that see in the dark, with instincts that shout louder than facts, with a radar that detects danger before it walks through the door. That's not weakness. It's your assignment. And it's the reason people get uncomfortable in your presence, even when you haven't said a word. It's not you. They feel exposed. Because when you walk in, their lies lose cover. Stop doubting. Stop apologizing for reading people too well. You're not being difficult, you're being divinely aware. Your intuition isn't just survival, it's precision. It's your greatest tool. And the more you honor it, the sharper it gets. You are the last stop for deceit. The final mirror before consequences catch up. That's why truth is drawn to you, and why lies try to run. So sharpen your weapon, speak when it's time, and never again doubt the power of what you feel. Because when the chosen one's intuition speaks, even the darkness listens. Number 5, you were never just one person. You are a global shift in motion. When the system shakes, it won't be from earthquakes. It'll be from chosen ones, finally standing in their truth. Chosen one, hear this loud and clear. This was never just about you. This battle, this isolation, this deep pain you've carried, it was never only personal. It felt personal because the attacks were direct. The betrayal, the rejection, the silence from people you gave everything to, it broke your heart in ways you couldn't explain. But underneath it all, something bigger was happening, something cosmic. Because when the universe moves, it doesn't just shake one life, it shifts everything. And you are one of the anchors for that shift. You are not a fluke, not some lost soul stumbling into knowledge. You're a piece of a global disruption, a spiritual uprising, a movement of voices that refuse to stay silent while deception pretends to rule. And make no mistake, this system knows exactly who you are. That's why it came for you early. That's why it tried to break you before you ever stood up. Because it's terrified of what happens when people like you stop doubting and start speaking. You're not alone. You were never alone. You are one of many, scattered across continents, cultures and backgrounds, but all lit by the same internal fire. And when one chosen one wakes up, the entire grid lights up stronger. That's what they don't want you to realize. That's why they isolate you. That's why they try to shame your voice, because your awakening activates others. And when enough of you rise, the illusions collapse. So no, this isn't about some petty drama or broken friendship or weird energy at your job. That's just where the front lines showed up. But the war, it's way bigger. It's about truth versus deception, authenticity versus illusion, expansion versus control. You're not just defending yourself, you're dismantling systems built on silence. And the moment you stop internalizing the attacks and start recognizing the pattern, you become dangerous, not because you're violent, but because you are clear, and clarity destroys control. And yet, you doubted. You kept asking, why me? Why is this so hard? Why does it feel like I'm carrying the weight of something I can't name? Because you are. You're holding the vibration of truth in a world designed to reward fake. And that weight is not weakness, it's confirmation. If the pressure's heavy, it's because the mission is real. The more they try to stop you, the more you should realize you're hitting something vital. They don't chase ghosts. They don't waste energy on the irrelevant. So if the battle found you, it's because your voice threatens what they built. Chosen one, you're not just speaking for yourself. You're speaking for the silent, for the ones who are still asleep, for the ones who gave up, for the ones buried under systems that told them to stay small, stay quiet, stay obedient. Every time you open your mouth and let the truth fly, you're shifting timelines. You're triggering breakthroughs in people you'll never meet. Your pain is not just pain, it's code. It's a frequency that other chosen ones recognize and resonate with. That's why they're drawn to you. That's why your words echo long after you speak them. You are not just human. You are an alarm clock in a world full of sleepers. And let's be real, this movement isn't polite, it's raw, it's messy, it shakes things, it destroys before it rebuilds. You weren't made to play nice with dysfunction. You were designed to call it out, burn it down, and plant something real in its place. That's why they don't like you. That's why they label you too intense, too much, or too angry. Because your existence exposes their comfort zones. You are not the storm, they are the house built on sand. And when the wind of your truth comes through, it reveals what never had foundation to begin with. Still want to pretend this is personal? Still want to cry over people who were only placed in your life to test the strength of your intuition? Still want to beg for love from systems that were built to drain your energy? Or are you ready to see yourself clearly as a living disruption to everything false, toxic, or broken? This is not about ego. This is about impact. The moment you stop fighting for acceptance and start fighting from alignment, the game changes. You stop reacting. You start reprogramming. You were not chosen to coast through life. You were chosen to fracture illusions, to walk into rooms and shift the vibration without saying a word, to speak when others tremble, to carry insight where others carry excuses. That's your identity, and the sooner you embrace it, the faster the system collapses under its own lies. This is not about you being special. This is about you being necessary, a piece of the puzzle, a node in the network. You may feel alone, but you're part of a wave. And when that wave hits critical mass, everything fake will fall. So rise, chosen one. Not with arrogance, but with certainty. Not with noise, but with clarity. The role you play in this awakening is bigger than your heartbreak, your losses, your mistakes. It's about purpose. It's about power. It's about remembering who you are before the world told you to forget. And now that you remember, the system has every reason to be afraid. Number 6. The clock ran out, and now the fire comes for everything built on lies. They thought time was on their side until the truth arrived and started counting backwards. Chosen one, you've been quiet for too long. You've watched them lie, manipulate, twist stories, and hide behind fake smiles while playing innocent in public. You stood back with your mouth closed, holding the truth like a blade you refused to swing. But time never stops, and it's been ticking louder and louder. And now it's over. Their time is up. They had their season. A season where deception ruled the stage, where performance passed for character and manipulation looked like leadership. They thought their masks would last forever. They believed the spotlight would stay fixed on their illusion. But what they didn't account for was the reckoning. The truth doesn't need permission to rise. It arrives like fire, and fire doesn't negotiate. That fire, that's you. And now they feel it, that unease they can't shake, that fear when you walk into the room, that tension in their chest when your name is mentioned. It's not guilt, it's exposure. They feel the walls closing in, the lies no longer working, the charm no longer disarming, their grip slipping, because you, chosen one, were the final signal. You were the last warning, and they didn't listen. You didn't have to yell. You didn't need revenge. You didn't get loud or messy. You aligned. You stepped into your knowing. You spoke what they hoped would stay buried. You carried the truth long enough that it started speaking through your presence alone. And now they're terrified, not of what you might do, but of what's already happening around them. The fallout of what they've built on deception is finally catching up. They thought there would always be time. Time to clean up, time to manipulate the narrative, time to spin another lie. But the universe doesn't run on their clock. It runs on alignment. And right now, the scales are shifting. The light is rising. And everything not rooted in truth, it's getting torched. Quietly, ruthlessly, unapologetically. Still, you doubted this would happen. You questioned if karma would ever come. You wondered if people would ever see what you saw. You asked, will they ever be held accountable for what they did to me? Yes, not because you wished it, not because you demanded it, but because it was written into the very rhythm of the universe. Deception is always temporary. Truth is eternal. And you, chosen one, you are a vessel for that eternal force. Let me be brutally honest. They're not scared of consequences. They're scared of being seen. That's the real fear. And when you stopped playing dumb, when you stepped into your clarity, when you let their mask fall and didn't pick it back up, they panicked. Because now the world's catching up. People are asking questions, stories aren't lining up, patterns are breaking, and exposure is crawling up their spine like a chill they can't shake. That's what time does. It protects truth and rots lies, slowly, quietly, then suddenly. So when you start seeing them fall off, don't feel guilty. When things start going wrong for them, when their circle shrinks, when their reputation begins to crack, don't reach back to rescue them. This is the cost of what they built. This is the fire they thought they could outrun. But fire doesn't care about charisma. Fire doesn't care about influence. Fire cares about what's real. And if it's fake, it burns. Period. You were never sent to destroy them, you were sent to warn them. Your presence, your discernment, your intuition, those were all sirens. You gave them chances. You stayed silent longer than you should have. You extended grace they didn't deserve. But now, that window has closed. The time for games is done. The truth has entered the building, and it's hungry. Still think this was about you? Still think your heartbreak was just a lesson? No, this was a cosmic turning point. You were placed in their path, not just for your growth, but for their exposure. And now that the mirror is up, they can't look away. The denial doesn't work anymore. Their mask is cracked. Their voice shakes when they lie. Their energy crumbles in your presence. That's not coincidence. It's consequence. And here's the hard truth. You were never meant to clean up their collapse. Stop trying to heal what the universe is tearing down. Stop showing up with water when the fire is meant to burn. Sometimes justice doesn't look like a courtroom. It looks like someone watching their empire fall while the one they underestimated stands unbothered in the ashes. You are not their punishment. You are their proof. Proof that truth always wins. Proof that time always tells. Proof that what they did in the dark will always come to light, especially when a chosen one walks in. So stand tall, chosen one. Watch with clear eyes. You don't need vengeance. You don't need to force anything. The clock already ran out. The storm is already here, and everything they built on lies is about to burn. Number 7. The clock isn't just ticking, it's screaming, and they know they're out of time. They thought they had forever until they heard the sound of truth getting closer second by second. Chosen one, this isn't just a warning, it's a declaration. The clock is ticking, louder than ever, louder than their excuses, their denial, their fake apologies, louder than their distractions, and they hear it. In the quiet, in their dreams, in the moments they try to escape their own reflection. The countdown has begun, and it's not waiting for them to catch up. This is the part where time stops negotiating. This is judgment season. You feel it too, don't you? That shift in the air, that weight pressing against your chest, that eerie sense that something is building, because it is. The universe has been patient. You've been patient, but truth doesn't wait forever. And now that the final hour has begun, there's no more room for delay, no more hiding behind charisma, no more performing sincerity. It's time, and those who've played with darkness are about to face the light. Let's make one thing clear. This clock isn't ticking because of rage. It's ticking because of order, universal order, the kind that cannot be bought, manipulated, or escaped. There's no bribing this justice, no talking your way out of what's coming. You feel it tightening around them, don't you? That invisible grip. That pressure building behind their smile, that deep, unsettling fear they can't name out loud, but they feel it in their bones. That's not anxiety. That's the universe gathering its balance. Still think they got away with it? Still questioning if truth will ever rise? Chosen one, hear this. It already is. Every delay, every lie, every time they twisted your truth to save their own skin, it's all being counted. Not just by you, not just by the people watching, but by the very rhythm of existence. The universe keeps score in silence, and when it moves, it doesn't miss. They don't fear consequences, they fear the inevitable, and it's coming fast. Ever wonder why they look uneasy lately? Why their confidence feels hollow? Why they're suddenly reaching out to make things right or explain themselves? That's not growth. It's panic. It's the sound of the final seconds slipping away. Because once the clock strikes, it's too late to fix what was never real. They're not changing. they're scrambling. And the truth? The truth is already on its way to the surface, cracking through every lie they built their identity on. You've felt crazy, haven't you? Gaslit, questioned, torn between what your soul knows and what they wanted you to believe. You second-guessed yourself. You wondered, was it really that deep? Am I being too harsh? No, you were being merciful, but mercy doesn't stop time. And your silence, your grace, it didn't erase the clock. It just gave them more of what they were already wasting, time they never deserved. And now, the countdown has become a roar. They hear it in their sleep, in their thoughts, in the spaces they can't escape from. The clock isn't ticking in seconds, it's ticking in consequences. Every beat is a warning, every moment is a mirror. They feel the walls closing in, the masks growing heavier, the illusion cracking under its own weight. And the worst part for them? You're still standing, unbothered, unshaken, watching, not with bitterness, but with clarity, because you already know how this ends. Not with a dramatic confrontation, not with screaming or chaos, but with exposure so precise, so undeniable that even they won't be able to lie to themselves anymore. That's what true justice looks like. It doesn't destroy, it reveals. And when truth is revealed, everything that was built on lies begins to rot in real time. They feel it, that rot, that decay, that slow realization that everything they built on deceit, manipulation, charm is slipping, and now the people they fooled, they're waking up. The rooms they used to control, growing cold, the attention they thrived on, drying up, and your voice, still echoing, still shaking what they thought was unshakable. Because you were never the problem, you were the precursor to truth. Still feel bad for walking away? Still questioning whether you should have stayed quiet? Don't. This was never about revenge. It was about alignment. And the clock has aligned now. It's ringing louder every day. Not just for them, but for everyone who played along, everyone who stayed silent, everyone who stood by and watched you bleed and said nothing. Their time is up too. So what now? You do what you were always meant to do. Watch the truth rise. Stay aligned, stay focused, stay grounded, because everything that tried to break you is about to break itself. Not because you pushed, but because time demanded it. The season of deception is ending, and there's no place for fake in what's coming next. So let the clock tick. Let them feel it. Let the countdown do what it was built to do. Because when it hits zero, only the truth will be left standing. Number 8. They didn't just hurt you, they let darkness use them, and now the debt is due. Some people weren't just toxic, they were portals, tools, vessels, and what used them is now demanding payment. Chosen one, this isn't about petty drama. This isn't about people just not liking you or not vibing with your energy. This is spiritual war, and it's been that way from the beginning. You weren't just attacked randomly, you were targeted. Why? Because when light walks into a room, everything hiding in the dark goes on the defensive. And the people who came against you, who twisted your truth, betrayed your trust, and tried to break your spirit. Let's tell the truth. They weren't acting alone. They were tools, carriers, open doors for something darker. Yes, they laughed while stabbing you in the back. Yes, they smiled while planting seeds of confusion and chaos. But what you need to understand now, chosen one, is this. They made themselves available to the very forces that want you silent, that want you small, that want you doubting the power in your voice. And every time they lied, manipulated, or attacked, they weren't just being petty, they were channeling something. And now, the thing that used them is ready to collect. They thought deception was protection, that being the villain in secret would shield them in public, that covering their hands after throwing the stone would keep them safe. But that's the thing about being a tool of darkness. You might think you're in control, but you're just being used, and when your usefulness ends, so does your covering. You gave them grace. You tried to see the good. You convinced yourself maybe they're just wounded, maybe they're just projecting, maybe they didn't mean it. And sure, pain plays a role, but let's be real. Intent doesn't erase impact. At some point, their behavior stopped being about immaturity or ignorance and became a choice. They chose deception. They chose betrayal. They chose to let themselves be vessels for destruction. And you? You took the hit. You carried the wounds. You held in the scream while they kept playing innocent in front of everyone. You swallowed your fire just to maintain peace. But peace with darkness is a lie. And now, as everything starts unraveling around them, as consequences begin to claw their way back, you're seeing it for what it really was, a war on your purpose, using familiar faces as weapons. Let that sink in. They weren't just toxic, they were strategically placed to distract, delay, and drain you, because the moment you fully stepped into your light, their time would be up. And guess what? That time is now. You've felt it, haven't you? The shift, the reversal, the slow crumbling of the illusion, the way their lives are starting to fold in on themselves while yours is gaining clarity and power. That's not karma, it's universal balance. They aligned themselves with darkness, and when you align with darkness, you become responsible for what it does through you. It doesn't matter if they didn't know better. That ignorance was a doorway, and now that door is closing, with them still inside. Chosen one, stop mourning what's being removed. Stop trying to redeem what the universe is in the process of dismantling. Some people weren't meant to stay because their loyalty was never to you. It was to the force that fears you. You were sent to expose it. And exposure always comes with resistance. That resistance is the proof. The chaos they tried to unleash in your life, it wasn't just them being reckless, it was them being used. And now, it's payback time. Not yours, the universe's. This isn't revenge, this is realignment. When you're chosen, the attacks don't go unaccounted for. The tears you cried in silence were seen. The moments you nearly gave up were recorded. And everything that came against you, every hand that tried to snuff out your voice, dim your light, poison your path, it's being answered for. And don't be surprised when it gets loud, when their lives start falling apart, when their masks drop, when they start scrambling, explaining, begging, blaming. Don't fall for the performance, because you know what this really is. You've seen it behind their eyes, that empty, disconnected stare, that unprovoked rage, that sudden, eerie calm before betrayal. That wasn't just personality, it was possession, not in a Hollywood horror movie way, in a real, energetic, cosmic way. They were given over, and now the cost has come due. You didn't imagine it. You weren't too sensitive. You were being attacked by something wearing a human face. But now, the light is too strong. The game is over. And what used them is exposed. The deception has no more ground to stand on. The darkness has lost its puppet. And that fire coming down on them, that storm sweeping through their lives, that's the end of the contract. You're rising, you're healing, you're gaining clarity. But them, they're collapsing, not because you cursed them, but because they made an agreement with something that always eats its own. You were the target because you're the light, and the light always exposes what darkness tries to use. So now, let it fall. Let the fire take what was never built to last. Let the universe handle what your heart was never meant to carry, because the tools of darkness have run out of time, and now they face the hand they once served. And now, chosen one, as the dust settles and the truth stands tall, understand this: nothing that came against you will stand in the end. You were never the victim. You were the weapon forged in silence, now rising with clarity. Let this be your confirmation and your fuel. Your time isn't just coming, it's here. If this message struck your spirit, like the video, subscribe to stay aligned with the truth. Drop the number 77 in the comments to let the universe know you're awake, and share this with another chosen one who needs to remember: the shift has begun. They thought they were throwing dirt on your grave, but they were only planting power they couldn't grow themselves. To the ones who smiled while sharpening their knives, this message is for you too. You didn't just cross a line, you dug a pit so deep trying to bury someone who wasn't meant to stay down. And now you sit with smoke in your lungs, choking on the ashes of a plan that burned itself alive. The universe doesn't forget, and you weren't fighting a person. You were fighting the current of something much bigger than your ego. Before we go further, like and subscribe to help spread this message to more of the chosen. When you engage, it signals YouTube to show this to others who need to wake up and remember who they are. Let the algorithm become a mirror. Let it find the ones still walking in silence, still doubting their strength, still thinking they're alone. They're not. Welcome back, chosen ones. You didn't just survive. You exposed the sickness in people who once called themselves loyal. What happened to you wasn't weakness. It wasn't failure. It was pressure. And pressure only breaks what's fake. You were never broken, just buried under noise, lies, and envy so loud they mistook it for truth. And let's get one thing clear: you didn't lose them. They lost the protection of being close to someone the universe had its hands on. That light in you, it terrified them, not because it was bright, but because it revealed every crack in their own reflection. You see, being chosen isn't just about elevation. It's about exposure. Your growth forced them to look at how little they were actually willing to rise. And instead of rising with you, they reached for your ankles. They underestimated you because they thought silence meant weakness. They thought your retreat was defeat. But the universe doesn't rush. It moves in cycles. And while they laughed, you evolved. Quietly, consistently, powerfully. You became the storm they never saw coming, not because you shouted, but because you didn't. You are the threat they tried to mock out of existence. You are the proof that someone can be hated for nothing more than refusing to dim. And now they sit with full awareness of how far they had to fall just to try to touch your peace. They didn't destroy you, they destroyed their access to you. That's the difference. And to you, the chosen one, stop acting like you were abandoned. You were hidden. There's a difference. Stop doubting your light just because they couldn't stand in it. You were never fighting alone. They weren't fighting you. They were up against the universe, and no one wins that battle. The power you carry doesn't need approval. It only needs awakening. So wake up. This is not a revenge tale. It's a warning, not for you, but for them. Because shame doesn't need to be shouted to be felt. The ones who tried to destroy you now live haunted, not by your presence, but by the echo of everything they tried to kill and failed. Every room you enter now is a reminder. They couldn't stop you. Every success you breathe in is a sentence in the story they can't rewrite. And here's the truth that will haunt them most. The universe chose you, and now it's moving for you. You weren't just the target. You were the test, and they failed. Stay sharp. More truth is coming. So before we dive in, take a second and drop the number 77 in the comments if you feel this message hitting where it hurts. That number means alignment. It means you're locked in, because what's coming next will stir something deep, especially if you've ever sat in silence, watching people try to shatter you without cause. This isn't just content, it's confirmation. The very fact you're still here means you were never meant to break. So lean in, chosen one. They should have known better, but now you will know clearer. And now let's break it down step by step. Stay sharp, stay with me. Number 1, they took your stillness for surrender, and now they're paying the price. They thought your silence was weakness, but the storm doesn't announce itself before it strikes. It just hits, and it hits hard. They laughed when you went quiet, thought they won, thought you were finished. But what they didn't know is that real power doesn't perform. It doesn't scream for attention or beg to be seen. Real power retreats, rebuilds, reloads. While they danced in the mess they made, you were gathering something they could never touch: alignment. They took your pause as a breakdown, but it was really a setup, a shift, a preparation. You weren't defeated, you were becoming dangerous. Let this sink in. They were never fighting just you. They were going up against the order of the universe, and the universe doesn't lose battles. They picked a fight with the system itself, thinking they were stepping on a person. But you were never just a person. You were a move being made by something bigger, smarter, and far more patient than them. And now they sit, hollow and humiliated, trying to figure out how it all slipped through their fingers. The truth? It slipped the moment they mistook your stillness for surrender. But let's talk to you now. Yeah, the one who forgot what you're really made of. You sat there thinking they were winning because things got quiet, because nobody clapped, because nobody called. You let the silence shake you when it should have steadied you. Don't you get it yet? You weren't alone. You were hidden. You weren't losing. You were being loaded. The universe doesn't showcase its weapons before the war. And you were built in that silence. They didn't see it, but that was the point. You've got to stop treating your isolation like punishment. It was protection. It was preservation. You were pulled back so your return could sting. So when they tried to take you out, they didn't realize they were only sharpening the very thing they feared. That's the irony. They dug the hole, and now they're the ones buried in it. And you? You're walking tall over the wreckage of everything they built to bury you. You want to know why they're ashamed now? Because they watched you stand back up after everything they threw at you. Not just stand, but shine. You became undeniable. And the most brutal truth they have to live with is this: they did everything they could to destroy you, and they still failed, miserably. They brought lies, slander, fake smiles, fake love, manipulation, all of it, and you still rose. What does that tell you? You were never the weak one. You were just surrounded by cowards who feared what you were becoming. And here's the part that hurts the most. For them, the access they once had to you is gone. The same silence they mocked has become the barrier they can't break. You gave them grace, and they turned it into a weapon. So now, the universe has turned you into a reminder. Every win you earn now is a receipt. Every door that opens for you is a consequence. Every time your name gets spoken in rooms they can't enter is the echo of a lesson they never thought they'd have to learn. So stop asking, why me? That question is too small now. Start asking, why not me? You were chosen for a reason. You were picked out to carry something most people would have folded under. You're not lucky, you're positioned. And that scares them more than anything, because no matter how hard they tried, they couldn't block what was already aligned for you. They weren't fighting you, remember? They were challenging the very hand that selected you. And now, chosen one, let this be the last time you ever shrink in your own light. No more apologies for surviving what broke others. No more shame for rising when they expected you to stay shattered. The universe is not neutral when it comes to its chosen. It moves, it shifts, it clears out everything that isn't meant to stand beside you. That silence, it wasn't weakness, it was a warning. And now the silence is over. Now it's their turn to sit in it. Number 2. They spent everything trying to break you. Now their soul's in debt and the interest is crushing them. When you betray a chosen one, you don't just lose access, you bankrupt your peace. And peace is a currency no fake heart can ever afford again. They didn't just lose you. Let's make that clear right now. This wasn't some simple falling out. They spent something, they burned something, and the cost is coming back to collect. Not in your rage, not in your revenge, but in the silence of their own life. That nagging emptiness, that restless sleep, that loud fake laugh that fades into dead air when no one's watching. That's the price. That's the cost of going to war with someone the universe was protecting. And for what? A moment of fake power, a few months of false clout, applause from empty souls clapping for nothing. They sold their integrity for influence, and now they can't sleep without background noise because the quiet exposes too much. They're not haunted by you, they're haunted by what they became to try and destroy you. Let's talk about that, chosen one, because you've been walking around questioning if it was your fault, blaming yourself for not seeing the signs, feeling weak for being loyal, ashamed for being real in a world addicted to masks. But hear this loud. You were not the mistake. Trusting them was not weakness. Being good to snakes doesn't make you stupid. It proves your heart was genuine. They used you. They bled you. They tried to kill the light in you, and then acted confused when darkness followed them. See, there's a law that governs all things, unspoken but absolute. What you give out, you get back. Not from the same people, not in the same moment, but always, without fail. When they moved against you, they weren't just hurting you. They were creating a debt, a spiritual overdraft they can never repay, because the universe doesn't take cash. It takes peace, it takes rest, it takes clarity. And now, their soul's been repossessed by the choices they made. You want proof? Look at them. Really look. They might still be posting, still smiling, still surrounded by people, but that's just noise. That's just performance. Watch their eyes. Look at how fast they jump from one distraction to the next. Look at how busy they stay, because stillness brings them face to face with the truth. They lost someone rare, someone real, and they'll never sit at your table again. And let me say something to you, chosen one, because I'm tired of you shrinking to protect their comfort. Stop mourning people who gambled your worth and lost. Stop replaying the scenes in your head, trying to figure out what you could have said or done differently. There is nothing you could have done to make someone love you right when all they ever wanted was control. Let that sting. Let it shatter the illusion. You were never the problem. You were the mirror. And they couldn't stand what they saw in their reflection. They thought they could treat you like anyone else. That's where they messed up. You weren't just another option. You were the upgrade they couldn't maintain. You were the blessing that came with responsibility. But they wanted your energy without earning your presence. They wanted your loyalty without offering foundation. And now, Now they walk around cursed, not because you hexed them, but because they desecrated something sacred when they betrayed what the universe chose. And you've got to stop doubting what you carry, that self-questioning, that maybe I'm too much energy. Cut it. You weren't too much. You were just too real for people who wanted a filtered version of connection. You were too solid for people who were built on shifting sand. They didn't want truth. They wanted comfort. And your truth made their lies too loud to ignore. Don't forget this either. They didn't just betray you. They betrayed every part of their own soul that knew better. That's why their victories feel hollow now. That's why their smiles feel forced. That's why they jump from relationship to relationship, trend to trend, distraction to distraction. Because once you lose your integrity, nothing tastes right anymore. Every win feels fake. Every laugh feels rehearsed. Every peace moment is interrupted by the ghost of what they did to someone who never deserved it. They broke something inside themselves when they moved against you. And here's the cruel beauty of it. They know it. They won't say it out loud. They'll never admit it to anyone. But when they're alone, in those moments right before sleep, they feel it. That sick twist in the gut. That's the universe reminding them. You had something priceless, and you destroyed it for sport. Let that be your reminder. You were priceless, still are, and the fact that they couldn't see your value doesn't decrease it. It reveals their poverty. Their spiritual account is empty. Yours, it's been refilled with lessons, strength, clarity, and discernment. What they tried to break only made you more refined, more focused, more aligned. They lost access, but you gained vision. And let me ask you this, if the betrayal hadn't happened, would you have discovered this version of yourself? Would you have finally stopped shrinking? Would you have realized that silence doesn't mean you're ignored? It means you're being upgraded. Sometimes the betrayal wasn't your downfall. It was the filter. It removed the distractions so you could finally see what was real. The universe saw it all, every lie, every snake, every time they smiled in your face while planting landmines behind your back. You don't have to lift a finger. The bill always comes due. And for them, the debt is already stacking up in places they can't escape. Fractured friendships, sleepless nights, fleeting joy, and a gnawing void where their peace used to live. So walk tall. Not in ego, but in truth. You carry a light that can't be duplicated, and they knew it. That's why they hated it. That's why they tried to silence it. But what they didn't know was this. You're not fueled by their validation. You're fueled by alignment. And once the universe aligns with you, it doesn't matter who plots against you. They're just signing their own receipt. Let them watch, let them whisper, let them fake like nothing's wrong. But you, keep building, keep glowing, keep moving like the one who survived the worst they had and still came out chosen. Because the final punishment isn't revenge. It's knowing they gave up gold for dust, and now they've got to live with it. Number 3. They laughed at your struggle. Now they're drowning in the same pain without a lifeline. Mocking the fire that forged you only proves one thing. They never expected you to survive it, but now they're burning in silence and no one's coming to save them. They laughed when you were crawling, when you were trying to hold your life together with shaking hands, when you cried behind closed doors and smiled in public just to survive another day. They pointed fingers, whispered jokes, called you too emotional, too sensitive, too broken. But what they didn't see, what they couldn't see, was that while they mocked your cracks, something unstoppable was being reborn in the fire of your pain. Let's be clear, they didn't laugh because you were weak. They laughed because they were scared. Scared of the fact that you were willing to face your darkness head-on. Scared that you had the courage to bleed, to unravel, to rebuild. Because people who refuse to confront their own pain will always mock the ones who do. That laughter wasn't power, it was panic wearing a mask. And you started to believe them. You questioned your own journey. You looked at their surface-level happiness and thought, why is this so hard for me? Why can't I just get over it like them? You thought your struggle made you slow, behind, weak. You doubted your progress. You wanted to give up because you couldn't match their pace, not realizing that their entire life was built on pretending. They were performing peace. You were earning it. That's what they couldn't stand, your willingness to go deep. Because when you go deep, you come back with strength they'll never understand. You come back scarred but solid. They laughed at your pain, but now they sit in the same pain, and they don't have your endurance. They mocked your tears, but now they cry in silence. Because unlike you, they never learned how to sit with pain. They ran from it, avoided it, laughed at it. Now it's eating them alive. And where are you? Still standing, still rising. You may not be fully healed yet, but you've got something they don't. Grit. You've got soul stamina. You've learned to walk through storms without breaking. And that right there, that's what separates you. You're not fragile, you're forged. You didn't fold, you faced it. And the universe watched the whole thing. Quietly, patiently, taking notes, because it knew, this one right here, they're built for more. Let's not sugarcoat it though. You made mistakes. You doubted yourself. You looked at people who never had the guts to grow and thought they were ahead. You forgot that slow progress is still progress. You forgot that healing isn't loud. It's lonely, quiet, raw. You wanted validation for a path only the chosen walk, and when you didn't get it, you started questioning your light. That ends now. The ones who laughed at your tears are now choking on their own, but they don't have your courage to speak it. That's the price of fake strength. It shatters when the mask slips. You never needed the mask. You healed in real time. You healed with eyes watching you, hoping you'd fail. You healed with knives in your back and scars that never got acknowledged. And still, you rose, quietly, brutally, beautifully. They never thought you'd make it out. That's why they laughed so loud. Their laughter wasn't just about the struggle, it was insurance. It was their way of convincing themselves you'd never become a threat. Because if you did rise, if you did survive, they'd have to face the shame of how low they went just to break someone who was never even fighting them. Guess what? You did rise, and now the joke's on them. But this part's for you, chosen one. Never again doubt the power of your process. Never again mistake pain for punishment. The universe wasn't hurting you, it was hardening you. While they laughed, the universe was layering you with wisdom, with clarity, with vision. You had to fall apart so nothing fake could stay. You had to break so you could finally build with your own hands. And now, you're walking with something they can't copy. They can buy clothes, followers, fake smiles, fake love, but they can't buy what you've earned. Soul, depth, realness, the kind of quiet strength that makes loud people nervous. You became what they were pretending to be. And that truth? It's killing them slowly. That's why they avoid you now. That's why they sit quiet when your name comes up. That's why they still stalk, still lurk, still try to find cracks, because you made it, and they never expected you to. So let them sit with their silence. Let them sit in the pain they once mocked. Let them taste the same fire they once laughed at. Only now they have no guide, no map, no strength, because the one they ridiculed is no longer there to carry them. You've got a different energy now. You know who you are. You've outlived the lies, the laughter, the low blows. You've proven that the ones who walk through hell with bare feet end up with a fire that can't be faked. Keep walking, keep shining, keep healing, even when it's messy. Because healing in public takes more courage than breaking in secret. And the next time they laugh, let them. You've already outlived their applause and their betrayal. The universe isn't laughing, it's building, and this time it's building around you. Number 4, they threw dirt to bury you, but it turned into soil, and now you're the forest they can't escape. They didn't know the dirt they used to bury you was the same ground that would grow your empire. Now they wander through the forest you became, haunted by the roots of every lie they told. Let's make this clear. They didn't just try to walk away from you, they tried to bury you, and not with grace, not with maturity. They tried to suffocate you under shame, under slander, under lies so loud they thought your truth would never breathe again. They tossed dirt like it was sport, thinking your name would rot underground and be forgotten. But what they didn't understand, what they never saw coming, is that you were a seed, not a corpse. Every rumor, fertilizer. Every lie, a deeper root. Every betrayal, a branch reaching higher. And now, you're a walking ecosystem, a whole forest of power, of clarity, of growth, and they can't unsee it, can't unfeel it, can't escape the fact that everything they did to destroy you only made you bigger, stronger, more undeniable. But let's not forget what happened on your side either. You doubted. You sat in that dirt crying, thinking, why me? You questioned your worth just because someone else couldn't see it. You begged for understanding from people who were already busy crafting your downfall. You thought being buried was the same as being done, and you almost gave up. Almost. But pain is a funny architect. It builds you in ways comfort never could. And while they thought you were breaking, the universe was building root systems they could never see. Beneath all that chaos, something sacred was happening. You were becoming unshakable. They were too shallow to see that. They thought you'd stay small, stay quiet, stay broken. But chosen ones don't stay buried. Not when the universe has called you forward. Not when your soul has survived storms. They wouldn't last an hour in. You are still here, not despite the dirt, but because of it. That dirt wasn't your ending. It was your environment. And now look at them. The very people who tried to erase you now choke on your name. They see you glowing, growing, evolving, and they can't take it. Not because you did anything wrong, but because you proved every version of their story about you wrong. Their narrative died in the same soil that gave birth to your power. Understand this. Your life is the proof that lies don't last, but growth does. They moved in manipulation, but you moved in alignment. They used darkness to cover your light, but the universe flipped the script. And now, the very ground they used to silence you has become the foundation of your legacy. And to you, chosen one, let this be your wake-up call. Stop resenting the dirt. Stop wishing it had gone differently. Stop mourning the betrayal that became your root system. Without it, you wouldn't be this deep, this strong, this real. The universe didn't abandon you in that season. It buried you on purpose, knowing the weight you'd carry later. You had to grow in secret so no one could sabotage the process. You had to be unseen, underestimated, talked about like you were nothing, so that when you finally rose, no one could take credit for it. You didn't rise because of applause. You rose because of pressure, because of pain, because you were called to. And what are they doing now? Watching from the sidelines of a life they no longer have access to. Watching the chosen one they tried to erase become someone etched into timelines. Watching the one they betrayed create beauty from betrayal, strength from sorrow, fruit from filth. They sowed poison, but you harvested purpose. They spit on your name, and now it echoes in rooms they can't enter. They laughed when you were low, and now they pretend not to hear your name rising in places they never thought you'd reach. And that forest you became? It grows wider every day, and every tree, every leaf, every ounce of peace and power you carry is a direct result of their dirt. So let them wander through it. Let them feel the quiet shame of realizing they were the gardeners of their own regret. You didn't just survive, you transformed. You didn't just grow, you flourished. You didn't just heal, you evolved into something they can never touch again. So hold your head up, not in pride, but in power. Walk tall in the forest you became, because nothing they did could stop you, and everything they did only fed you. And now they've got to live with it. Number 5. They tried to shame you in public, but all they did was strip themselves naked. They thought they were writing your downfall in bold letters for the world to see, but every word exposed the filth in their own soul. They didn't destroy your image, they broadcasted their own corruption. Let's get something straight right now. Their obsession wasn't with hurting you, it was with performing it. They didn't just want to see you fall, they wanted an audience. They wanted applause, validation, backup. But instead of claps, what echoed was their own insecurity. Because when they tried to drag you through the mud, they forgot one thing. You weren't made of the same dirt they were. They set the stage, lit the lights, invited the crowd, all to expose you. But the spotlight has no bias. It shines on everything, and once it turned on, their own demons couldn't hide. The bitterness, the jealousy, the fakeness they wore like a mask, it all came slipping off under pressure. While they were too busy trying to assassinate your character, they walked straight into a mirror. And now, everyone sees it. The lies are louder when the truth doesn't flinch. You didn't even have to defend yourself. Your silence was enough. The way you moved with grace, that was your defense. The way you didn't retaliate, that was your revenge. Because the universe always makes truth louder over time. And now, the same people they tried to convince are quietly rethinking everything. Let's talk about the ones who clapped for your downfall, the ones who cheered when your name was slandered, the ones who nodded along when they spread lies like wildfire. Where are they now? Silent, watching, regretful. Because now the dust has settled, and what's left is your integrity still standing tall, and their credibility in pieces. But let's pause and address you, chosen one. Because somewhere in the middle of that mess, you started doubting your own worth. You started wondering if their words had weight, if the noise around your name meant you were actually the problem. You questioned your own truth while liars built podiums to speak from. You shrunk, you quieted your voice, you tried to fix what was never broken, you. Let me tell you something, and let it hit deep. Being misunderstood by fools is not a reflection of failure, it's confirmation of your calling. You weren't meant to blend in with their low energy. You weren't meant to match the tone of gossip and drama. You were meant to be the lesson. And sometimes, the only way to teach a lesson is to let people walk into their own karma while you just stand still. That's what happened here. They wrote the script, directed the show, played every role, and ended up revealing themselves as the villain, all because they couldn't stand that you chose peace over pettiness, growth over gossip, alignment over attention. They needed you to react. You didn't. They needed you to fight back. You stayed grounded. And that's why it stung, because deep down, they knew you were built different. You weren't faking power. You were forged by pain. You weren't performing strength, you had earned it, and that scared them. Now let's go deeper. Ask yourself why they needed you to fall so badly. Why were they so desperate to paint you as the problem? Because your presence made them face their own lack. Your growth triggered their stagnancy. Your healing highlighted everything they refused to deal with. You were a walking reminder of what they could have been if they had done the work. But they didn't want to do the work. So instead, they tried to destroy the one who did. And now they can't look in the mirror without seeing your face. That's not ego, that's justice. Because the universe has a funny way of flipping the script. The trap they set became their stage. The hole they dug became their grave. And you just kept walking, kept healing, kept becoming everything they swore you never would. You outgrew their version of you, and that is the deepest shame they'll ever carry. So hear me, chosen one, never again doubt your strength just because they tried to label it too much. Never again think you're the problem because they couldn't control you. They tried to break you in public because they couldn't control you in private. They exposed themselves not because you failed, but because they couldn't hide anymore. Let them sit in it. Let them drown in the echo chamber of their own false stories. You don't need to tell your side when your life speaks louder than their lies ever could. And when the crowd realizes what really happened, when they look back and see the truth in your silence, they'll understand. You were never the villain. You were just the one who survived the smear campaign. And now you're untouchable. Number 6. They wanted your power, but not the process. Now their copy is crumbling under pressure. They wanted your shine, but not your scars. Your results, but not your resilience. They tried to wear your power like a costume, but real strength doesn't stick to imposters. It collapses under weight. Let's make something brutally clear. They never really wanted you. They wanted the effect of you, the image, the attention, the influence, the way rooms shifted when you walked in, the way people listened when you spoke. They saw the finished product, but they never respected the process that shaped it. They wanted the crown, but not the cuts, the fruit, but not the famine, the spotlight, but not the silence it took to earn it. You see, chosen one, they were addicted to the outcome, not the origin, and that's why they couldn't last. That's why everything they tried to copy from you now sits in ruins, fragile, hollow, and falling apart at the first sign of pressure. Because power that's stolen never holds. It doesn't stick, it slips, because it was never earned. Real power requires pain, it requires process, it demands nights you can't explain, battles nobody sees, healing that almost broke you before it built you. But they skipped all that. They mocked your journey while trying to mimic your destination. They rolled their eyes when you struggled, but studied your glow in secret. And now they're breaking under the weight of something you carry with ease. And let's be honest, you let some of them get close. You gave them a front row seat to your process. You bled in front of them, cried in front of them, tried to show them what it really takes to evolve. But they weren't listening, they weren't learning, they were waiting to snatch what they thought was your aesthetic, your energy, your influence. But power isn't paint, it's pressure. And pressure doesn't skip steps. You doubted yourself. You questioned why people who hadn't done the work seemed to be getting ahead. You looked at their highlight reels and thought, maybe I'm doing something wrong. But let me remind you, if it comes quick, it goes quicker. What's built on imitation cannot survive what was designed for transformation. And here's what they'll never admit. They thought being you looked easy. They thought your peace was passive, that your presence was just natural charm, that your strength came from luck. They didn't know you cried your way through trauma. They didn't know your confidence was built on rejection, betrayal, isolation, warfare. They didn't know you had to kill parts of yourself just to grow, so they tried to wear your energy without earning your scars. And now they're choking on the illusion. Because here's the truth: power doesn't transfer. It awakens, and if it was never in them, no amount of copying can make it stick. That's why their version of you feels fake. That's why it's crumbling. That's why, despite all their attempts to replace you, no one's showing up for them the way they did for you. Why? Because people can feel what's real. Your power speaks because it's rooted in pain. Because it cost you something. They want the reward without the suffering, the respect without the reflection. But the universe doesn't hand out shortcuts. It honors scars. It blesses authenticity. It moves for the ones who didn't skip the fire. You were burned, but you rose. They just tried to pose like they had risen without ever being scorched. And now, while they try to hold together the crumbling pieces of their imitation, you walk through storms like their old friends. Because you've been there. Because your power is laced with experience, forged through agony, sealed in silence. You paid full price for the peace they tried to steal. So stop asking why they switched up, why they turned on you, why they couldn't celebrate your healing. They couldn't handle the parts of you they didn't have the stamina to build. They were never jealous of your life. They were jealous of your becoming. But now they see your shine came with shadows, your strength came with scars, and they're not built to carry what you carry daily. And chosen one, stop doubting, stop shrinking, stop explaining, stop watering yourself down so the counterfeit versions of you can feel more secure. You earned your glow. You walked through fire while they played dress-up. You stayed real while they stayed rehearsed. And now their collapse is the karma. The exposed weakness is the receipt. This is your confirmation. You don't have to prove you're powerful. They proved it for you by failing to carry what you do effortlessly. And the best part? You're still becoming. Number 7. They prayed for your downfall, then panicked when you rose like nothing touched you. They needed you to lose so they could justify quitting. But when you rose, you didn't just prove them wrong, you exposed everything they feared they'd never be. Let's not sugarcoat it. They weren't just watching you from a distance, they were hoping you'd fall, rooting for it, whispering about it. Some of them even smiled in your face while secretly asking the universe to snatch everything from you. They didn't want your peace. They didn't want your healing. They didn't want your growth. They wanted to see you crawl. They needed your failure like oxygen because it would have excused their own mediocrity. Because if you fell, then they never had to rise. If you gave up, then they never had to try. If you stayed broken, then their bitterness would feel normal. Your downfall wasn't just a hope, it was their exit plan from their own accountability. But then the unthinkable happened. You didn't break. You bent. You cracked. But you rose. Quietly at first, then powerfully, then unmistakably. And the very people who prayed you'd stay buried had to watch you stand, stronger, clearer, and more untouchable than ever. That's when the panic started. That's when the silence hit. That's when their world started to shake. Not because you attacked them, but because you exposed them just by rising. Let me say this louder for the ones in the back. You became a mirror. Your success forced them to look at themselves and realize they could have healed too. They could have changed too, but they didn't. And now your rise is a reflection they can't bear to face. You didn't just become better, you became proof that they gave up too early, stayed too bitter, and clung too tightly to excuses. But chosen one, let's talk about you now, Because in the middle of all that betrayal, all that envy, all those whispered prayers for your failure, you still doubted yourself. You thought maybe they were right. Maybe you were done. Maybe it was your fault. You questioned your own strength because the storm felt too long. You thought the silence meant abandonment. But the truth is, the silence was just the setup. You weren't being buried, you were being backed up. While they talked, the universe moved. While they plotted, you were being positioned. And when the timing hit, it hit like lightning. And they were the ones left in the dark, stunned, scared, scrambling to understand how you made it out. And here's the part that really burns them. You didn't just rise, you rose without needing revenge. You didn't clap back, you didn't expose them, you just became undeniable. And now, your very existence is the consequence. Your peace is punishment. Your glow is the proof. They can't say anything without it sounding hollow, because your life already said everything they tried to deny. They scroll through your wins with a pit in their stomach. They smile in public and rage in private. And when your name comes up, they flinch. Not because you did them wrong, but because you remind them of everything they could have been if they had the courage to face what you faced. You became their unfinished version, and that's why it haunts them. So stop feeling bad. Stop apologizing for your healing. Stop downplaying your power to make insecure people feel okay with staying small. You are not the villain in their story just because you kept going when they quit. That's not your guilt to carry. That's their shame to sit in. They wanted the universe to end you. Instead, the universe elevated you. Why? Because pain didn't make you bitter. It made you better. You didn't run from the process. You owned it. You wept. You fought. You broke. You rebuilt. And now, you walk with a kind of strength that can't be faked. A kind of grace that can't be copied. A kind of presence that can't be ignored. And they're panicking because you were never supposed to survive their curse. But you didn't just survive it. You became the proof that no weapon formed in envy ever really prospers. Let them feel it. Let them sit in the echo of your name rising. Let them drown in the weight of watching you become what they swore you never would. You didn't just defy them, you outgrew them. And now, they've got to watch your glow and live with their own shadows. Number 8. They thought crushing you would crown them, but all they earned was shame they can't wash off. Some people think they have to kill your light to feel seen, but all they end up doing is proving how dim they truly are. Let's get this one all the way real. They really believed stepping on you would lift them higher, that breaking your name, tearing down your image, would build them a throne, like somehow your downfall would become their launchpad. But instead of rising, they sank deeper, into shame, into regret, into a reality they now have to fake their way through. They wanted elevation, but they used betrayal as their ladder. And betrayal has weak legs. It doesn't hold. It doesn't last. So while they stood there thinking they won, all they really did was stain any form of success they gained. Because no matter how loud the applause gets, they know deep down they didn't earn it the right way. And that eats them alive. Because there's no peace in stolen power. There's no rest when your win is built on ruining someone who never came for you. While you were minding your own healing, trying to rebuild yourself quietly, they were scheming, twisting narratives and hoping if they ruined you, they'd shine by default. But attention doesn't equal respect. Fame built on betrayal fades the fastest. And chosen one, let's not forget your part in this. You saw the shift, you felt the shade, you watched them celebrate when you were at your lowest, and still you didn't retaliate. You stayed grounded, you held your peace, you let the universe sort what you could have destroyed with one word. That's strength, that's character, That's what separates you from the ones who move in shadows. But don't think the universe didn't catch every move they made. It did. And the correction, it's already here. They wear their wins like costumes now. Hollow smiles, forced confidence, empty connections. Because betrayal might bring them a moment, but integrity gives you a legacy. You didn't rise by tearing others down. You rose by facing yourself, by healing, by rebuilding from nothing. That's why your success feels different. It's clean, it's quiet, it's real, and they can't duplicate that no matter how hard they try. They thought destroying you would elevate them, but all they did was expose how far they'd fall just to feel important. You didn't just survive, you surpassed them. And now, every time they look in the mirror, they don't see power. They see the ghost of what they did to someone who was only ever real with them. Let them live with that. Your rise is already speaking louder than their betrayal ever could. And now, as the truth stands tall and the masks fall off, let this be your reminder. You were never the one who fell short. They did. They lost something real trying to destroy what they couldn't understand. You're still rising, still chosen, still undeniable. So don't just sit with this message, move with it. If this spoke to your soul, like the video, subscribe for more truth like this, drop the number 77 in the comments to claim your rise, and share this with another chosen one who needs to remember who they are. The universe is watching. Let's rise together. The fiercest storms don't break the mountain, they carve it into legend. To those who stood against you, who jeered and schemed in the shadows, here's a truth you can't swallow. You never fought the chosen one. You fought the universe's unstoppable force that stands behind them. Every strike you threw only sharpened their edge. Every insult you spat fed the fire that now burns through your doubt and fear. You were battling an unbreakable will, one written in the stars, carved into destiny. And yet, you still think the chosen one was weak, alone, or lost. How foolish. Chosen one, it's time to wake up. The enemy wants you silenced, invisible, doubting your own light. But you're not a flicker in the dark. You are a blazing inferno that no shadow can hide. Remember, the universe never sends its chosen ones into battle without power. The true enemy was never you. It was those blinded by jealousy and fear, trying to snuff out what they could never understand. Before we dive deeper, if you feel this message stirring something fierce inside you, don't keep it to yourself. Like, subscribe, and share this video. Every new chosen soul who awakens helps build a force that no enemy can ignore. When you reach this message to more warriors of the unseen, you signal to YouTube and to the world that the power of the chosen is rising. Now, listen closely. Being chosen isn't a title. It's a force that haunts your enemies like a shadow they can't escape. It's a weight on their chest, a whisper in their ear that reminds them no matter how loud they shout, they can't drown out the truth. The universe doesn't pick its warriors at random. It chooses the ones who will shake the very foundations of doubt and fear. Those who stand firm even when the world tries to bend them into silence. You might have felt alone in this fight. Maybe you doubted your own light, wondering if it was just a flicker or a candle in the wind. But no, your light is a beacon, the universe's way of saying, I chose you for a reason. And that choice carries power, power that makes enemies tremble in their boots. It's why your critics fall silent, why their lies crack and crumble when faced with your quiet strength. Imagine the enemy as a storm, loud and violent, trying to uproot you. But you, chosen one, you are the mountain beneath the storm, unyielding, ancient, and impossible to move. Their thunderous rage only carves you into something greater, more legendary. While they waste their energy on noise and fury, you sharpen your mind and strategy. You don't rush headlong into battle. You wait, you listen, you strike when they least expect it. That is the real power. Every setback you faced, every doubt you crushed, was a battle won. The universe has your back, weaving every challenge into a net that catches your enemies off guard. You aren't just surviving, you're rewriting the rules. And that's what scares those who fought you. Because no one can outsmart a force that the universe itself has chosen. So, to all the chosen ones watching, stop questioning your strength. Stop listening to the noise meant to break you. You are the unstoppable storm, the mountain carved into legend. Your silence isn't weakness, it's your strategy. Your power is the universe's gift, and your enemies, they're just echoes fading into the wind. Remember, this is your time to rise, to take back what was always yours. The critics thought they had you figured out. They thought they silenced you. But you proved them wrong. You shocked them all with your brilliance, your patience, your unstoppable spirit. This is only the beginning. Stay sharp, stay silent, and keep letting your success do the talking. The universe chose you for a reason, and nothing can stop what's already been written in the stars. Now that you've felt the weight of this truth, it's time to dig deeper, step by step, into how you silenced every doubter and reclaimed your throne. If you truly carry the mark of the chosen, you'll sense a force pulling you to stay, to listen, to rise higher with every moment. Ready to shock the world with your smartness and power. Drop the number 77 below. Let the universe know you're standing tall, no longer hidden, and hungry for more. Number 1. They bet against the quiet storm and got crushed by the thunder. Here's a fact your enemies refuse to admit. They mistook your calm for weakness because they never understood the power behind silent strength. They laughed at your patience, mocked your emotional intelligence as if feeling deeply and reading the room was some kind of flaw. But what they failed to see is that while they were busy shouting and rushing, you were watching, learning, absorbing every move, every crack in their armor. You weren't slow. You were preparing for the perfect strike. Your emotional intelligence was never a weakness. It was your secret weapon. Like a chess master waiting for the right moment, you moved silently, 10 steps ahead of the noise. They played checkers, loud and reckless, while you played chess, calm, calculating, and always winning. Their loud mouths were just distractions, echoes of fear trying to mask their helplessness against your invisible power. To the chosen one doubting your own light, stop. You are not fragile because you feel deeply. You are not slow because you observe quietly. You are a force the universe molded with care. When the universe aligns itself with you, no enemy tactic can hold. They weren't fighting you. They were fighting a cosmic system they can't break. You might have wondered if you're alone, if your silence meant weakness, but that doubt is the enemy's last trick, designed to break your spirit before you even begin. Remember, the universe doesn't choose the average, the loud, or the reckless. It chooses the wise, the patient, the deeply aware. It's why your emotional intelligence haunts your enemies. It's a mirror showing them what they lack. Every time they underestimate you, they dig their own grave deeper. Your silence isn't absence. It's the calm before the storm that shatters their false confidence. Ask yourself, why do you doubt your light when it blinds those who tried to dim it? Why question the power the universe handed you when it turned your enemies into mere shadows? Their noise is the fear of the unstoppable. Your doubts? They're the only thing standing between you and the full force of your destiny. Shake them off. Think of it this way. Your emotional intelligence is the water that wears down the hardest rock. Slow, patient, unstoppable. Your enemies are the rock, loud and unyielding, but over time, relentlessly, your steady flow carves canyons, shapes landscapes, and leaves marks no storm can erase. So stop listening to the clamor of the critics who see silence as weakness. You were never weak. You were always the storm gathering strength. When you finally moved, you didn't just win. You shocked everyone with a precision that left no doubt who holds the power. They weren't ready for the chosen one because they never understood what being chosen means. You weren't just fighting people, you were fighting a broken system that tried to bend the universe itself to its will. But the universe fights back, through you. Every time you doubted your path, every time you thought you were alone, remember, the universe was aligning forces behind your back, setting the stage for your undeniable comeback. This is the brutal truth for every chosen soul out there. Your emotional intelligence is your battlefield advantage. Your quiet isn't absence. It's the calm before your enemy's downfall. Their scorn is the soundtrack of their own defeat. So scold yourself only if you ever believed you had to play by their shallow rules. You don't. You play by the universe's design, and that design is unstoppable. Wake up. Your power isn't just in your mind or heart. It's in the alignment of stars, the pull of the unseen forces that carry you forward. Doubting your light is like doubting the sunrise, pointless and foolish. The chosen one always shines, no matter how dark the night seems. Your critics wanted you to believe you were weak. They wanted your silence to be empty, but you proved them wrong with every calculated move, every quiet victory. This is more than strategy. It's the power of being chosen. It's the storm they thought they could outrun, but instead, it crushed them. Let their disbelief fuel you. Let their underestimation be your battle cry. You aren't just surviving, you are rewriting the rules of the game, one smart move at a time. And the universe? It's right there with you, backing every step, every plan, every silent strike that leaves the enemy dumbfounded. You didn't just outsmart the critics, you erased them. The power of the chosen isn't just a phrase, it's a reckoning, and it's only just begun. Number 2. They tried to cage you in yesterday's shadows, but you became the future they feared. They never saw you coming because they were busy trying to lock you inside a story they wrote for you, an outdated script of weakness, failure, and limits. They pinned you down with their narrow minds and small imaginations, convinced you'd stay the same person they once knew, trapped forever by their judgments and doubts. But here's the brutal truth. Evolution doesn't wait for permission. It doesn't ask for approval from those stuck in the past. While they were stuck rehearsing their tired roles, you rewrote your entire script, silently, relentlessly, and with a force that left them gasping for air. You didn't have to scream about your growth or parade it like a trophy. The universe doesn't announce its storms in whispers, but it sure makes sure they reshape everything in their path. You evolved, not by turning into someone else, but by outgrowing the skin they tried to fit you in. The old you was a prisoner of their expectations. The new you is a rebel of your own destiny. Ask yourself, why did you ever waste time trying to prove yourself to those who only saw your past? Why did you listen to their limited vision when the universe had already mapped out your future in stars they couldn't see? The answer is simple but sharp. Doubt is a poison sold by fear to keep you small. If you bought into it, scold yourself. Not because you're weak, but because your true power comes from rejecting those chains sooner. Your enemies are stunned because their imagination couldn't keep pace with your evolution. They tried to trap you in yesterday's version of yourself, thinking growth was a one-time event, a moment to be caught and contained. But growth is a constant storm, reshaping you every day, carving mountains where they expected flat plains. Their shock is not just surprise, it's terror. They see the person they thought they knew vanish into a force they can't control or understand. Imagine trying to capture a river in a bottle. They tried that with you, bottling your potential, freezing your progress in time. But you are the river, relentless and ever-changing, carving canyons through stone with a patience and power they will never comprehend. You didn't break free. You always were unstoppable, waiting for the right moment to flood their false foundations. To the chosen one, doubting your growth, stop undermining the power of your own transformation. Growth isn't a switch to flip or a costume to wear. It's a relentless process of shedding old skins, of breaking down what no longer serves your path. The universe isn't interested in keeping you small. It demands evolution. And every time you doubt, you stall the very force that is pushing you forward. That hesitation is the enemy's playground, their last hope to slow you down. Think of your evolution like a wildfire, silent at first, but unstoppable once it spreads. They see the smoke and panic, but they never prepared for the blaze. You burned through their expectations, their stories, and left nothing but ashes of what once held you back. Their confusion is your battlefield. They ask, how did you become so different? Where did this strength come from? The answer lies in every quiet moment they ignored, every unseen step you took when no one was watching. You weren't just growing, you were rewriting the code of what's possible, and that terrifies them because it means the old rules don't apply anymore. They were playing a game with pieces that moved predictably. You changed the game entirely, becoming a force that outpaces imagination and rewrites the very rules they tried to impose. Why does this matter? Because doubt creeps in when you forget the power of your own evolution. You question your progress because the enemy planted lies, saying you're still that old version, that you haven't moved forward. But evolution doesn't ask for your permission to happen. It's a wild, untamable force. The moment you believe you're still stuck, you lose sight of the storm raging inside you. Remember this, the universe didn't choose a static version of you. It chose a dynamic, ever-changing warrior, someone who adapts, learns, and dominates not by force alone, but by outsmarting the enemy's expectations. Doubting your growth is like doubting the sunrise, pointless and cruel to your own spirit. Picture this. The enemy built a cage around you made of fear, ignorance, and false narratives. They thought the bars were strong, but they forgot one thing. The cage was built around a storm, and storms don't obey fences. You tore through those bars not with brute force, but with the quiet power of transformation. Every change, every evolution was a key, unlocking doors they never knew existed. To those still doubting their own evolution, stop holding yourself hostage to old stories. You're not the person you were yesterday. You're not limited by the mistakes or judgments of the past. You are the universe's chosen, a living revolution that mocks their outdated ideas. Scold yourself if you ever forgot the power behind that choice. The universe aligning itself with you means you are not alone. Forces beyond comprehension have your back, pushing you forward even when you feel stuck. Doubt is just the enemy's smokescreen to hide the truth of your unstoppable rise. Your enemies don't just fear your power, they fear the mystery of your growth, the unknown paths you forge when they expect the familiar. Their minds are shackled to what they've seen before. Yours is free to create what they can't imagine. So let their shock and disbelief be your fuel. You didn't become unrecognizable by chance. You became untouchable by design. The power of being chosen is not just a label, it's an evolutionary force that turns you into a legend while they're still trapped in yesterday's shadows. You're not just evolving, you're outpacing the enemy's imagination, rewriting their worst fears, and setting new standards for what it means to be unstoppable. The universe chose you not to fit into their story, but to shatter it and write a new one. Yours. Stop doubting. Stop shrinking. Your evolution is your weapon, your silence, your strategy, and your power. The force the universe aligned to bring down every wall they built to cage you. They thought they had you figured out, but they forgot one thing. You're not a chapter in their book. You're the whole story they never saw coming. And this story, it's just getting started. Number 3. They built their case on sand, and you became the earthquake that shattered it all. You didn't just prove them wrong, you made their whole argument irrelevant, obsolete, like a broken record stuck on a lie they refused to let go. Their criticisms, their judgments, their petty opinions, they were all built on whispers, gossip, and outdated stories they recycled endlessly, hoping to drown out your truth. But here's the cold, hard reality. You weren't playing by their rules. You didn't just fight their narrative. You tore it apart and rewrote what's possible. They crafted their arguments like flimsy houses built on sand, fragile and destined to collapse. Their words were weapons forged in ignorance, aiming to wound. But you became the earthquake that shook their foundations to dust. You rebuilt yourself from the inside out, stronger, smarter, and untouchable. To the chosen one doubting your progress, why do you let their obsolete arguments still echo in your mind? Why hold on to the weight of opinions that no longer apply? If you're still carrying the burden of their outdated views, scold yourself. Your power lies in knowing you outgrew their script, their shallow judgments, and their attempts to define you. Your enemies can't keep up because they're trapped in a past that no longer exists. Their old scripts, filled with their narrow thinking and fear, don't fit your new reality. You live in a realm they can't enter, a space carved out by your resilience and growth. This disorients them, makes them panic, because the rules they wrote don't work anymore. Think of their arguments as worn-out maps leading nowhere. You followed a different path, one of relentless self-reinvention and inner strength. They're lost, trying to navigate a world that you've already transformed. While they're stuck reading old pages, you're writing new chapters that leave them speechless. Ask yourself, why do you still let their outdated stories define your worth? Why give power to voices that echo from a time you left behind? Doubt is their last trick, a shadow cast to make you forget how far you've come. Shake it off. You didn't just survive their judgments, you made them irrelevant by becoming a force that no outdated opinion can touch. Imagine this, they threw stones at what they thought was a fragile statue, but you were a living mountain all along, growing, shifting, impossible to break. Their stones shattered on the surface while your core grew stronger. That's what happens when you rebuild from the inside out. Your foundation is unshakable, and their attacks bounce off like dust in a storm. Their confusion is your victory. They can't understand how you moved past their words, how you flipped their criticisms into fuel for your rise. This isn't luck. It's a strategic dismantling of everything they tried to build against you. You didn't just silence the noise, you made sure it no longer mattered. To those moments when doubt creeps in, when you question if their voices still hold power, remember, you're not living in their world anymore. You're a new force, born from resilience and quiet power, and their arguments are nothing but ghosts of a failed attempt to keep you small. The universe doesn't back those who live by old, broken narratives. It supports the ones who rewrite the rules, who don't just play the game, but change it entirely. Doubting your new reality is like doubting the tide. It rises, no matter how much the shore tries to hold it back. So stop letting outdated opinions steal your peace. Their arguments were never meant to hold you. They were designed to distract you, to keep you stuck in a story that isn't yours anymore. You outgrew it. You dismantled it. You made it obsolete. Scold yourself if you let those old voices echo louder than your own truth. The power of being chosen means you aren't here to fit their mold. You're here to break it, shatter it, and build something so undeniable they can't even recognize the battlefield. You didn't just prove them wrong, you rewrote the entire playbook. Your silence, your strength, your steady rise, all of it is a message they can't decode. They thought they were dealing with the same person they knew, but you are a new force entirely, one that makes their arguments crumble under their own weight. Let that sink in. You're not the echo of their judgments. You're the thunder that drowns it out. You are the power that no old argument can touch. Keep this truth close. Their relevance ends where your evolution begins. Their noise is the background to your legacy, and you're just getting started. Number 4. While they tossed stones, you built a fortress in your mind. They stayed stuck in the same old script, repeating worn-out insults, throwing cheap shots like a broken record stuck on hate. Their words were nothing new, just echoes of their own weakness and fear. But you rewired your mind. You rewired your entire being. While they recycled insults, you broke free from the chains of their lies and toxic programming. You questioned everything they fed you, the doubts, the fears, the limits they tried to program into your mind like a virus. You became the hacker of your own brain, deleting harmful scripts and installing new, powerful codes of strength, clarity, and wisdom. Their noise doesn't reach you anymore because you operate on a higher frequency, mental, emotional, spiritual. You're tuned into a level they can't access, no matter how loud they scream. Chosen one, if you ever doubted your mind's power, it's time to face the brutal truth. The war they waged was on your spirit, your beliefs, your very identity. They attacked the software of your soul, hoping to crash your system. But you rewired it, rebuilt it stronger, and now their tactics fall flat like outdated malware. They don't understand this transformation because they're still trapped in low-level thinking, recycling insults as if that could break a mind that's been rebuilt from the ground up. You moved beyond their reach, beyond their petty games, into a realm where their words become meaningless static. Imagine your mind as a fortress. Every insult they threw was a rock hurled against walls that grew thicker with every attack. Instead of cracking, those stones built you higher, stronger. Their hate became the bricks of your defense. And now, when they come at you, their weapons bounce off. No damage done. Ask yourself, why did you ever give their words power over you? Why did you let their insults echo inside your head? Doubt is a poison they sold to you disguised as truth. If you let it linger, scold yourself. Your mind's power comes from mastering the art of rewriting your inner story, refusing to be a prisoner to outdated pain. Your enemies thrived on repetition, the same insults, the same lies, the same attempts to drag you down, but you mastered evolution. You broke the cycle. You transformed your thought patterns into weapons of light and strength. The higher frequency you now operate on isn't just mental clarity, it's spiritual armor that their words cannot pierce. Think of it like tuning a radio. They're still broadcasting on a frequency you used to listen to, the channel of fear, doubt, and pain. But you switched stations. Now you're on a wavelength they can't reach, playing a powerful anthem of growth and resilience that drowns out their noise completely. To the chosen one doubting this transformation, stop. Doubt is the last lie you must delete. Your mind isn't a battlefield they control, it's a fortress you command. The universe didn't choose you to be a passive victim of insults, but a master of your own inner world. You rewired your mind to resist, to reject, to rise. And that rewiring is why their old tricks don't work anymore. You're not just smarter, you're untouchable on levels they don't even comprehend. Let their insults be the soundtrack of their defeat. They tried to break you with words, but you rewrote your script. You're no longer listening to their noise. You're creating your own symphony of power, silence, and unstoppable growth. Remember, the power of the chosen is not just in actions, but in thought. You transformed your mind into a weapon so sharp it cuts through doubt and fear like a blade through fog. Your mental evolution is the ultimate rebellion against those who thought they could program your limits. So scold yourself only if you ever forgot the power behind this transformation. The universe aligned with your mind, your spirit, and your will because it knows you're not just surviving, you're mastering. Your enemies are still recycling insults stuck in the past. You're the future, a mind rewired, a spirit unbreakable, a force unstoppable. They tossed stones, you built a fortress, and the fortress stands strong. Number 5, you became the poison and the cure, the antidote they never saw coming. They thought they could trap you in their web, tangle you in their strings, and pull you where they wanted. They played their manipulation games like masters of the dark arts, spinning lies, planting doubts, and baiting you with hooks hidden beneath sweet words. But you didn't just survive their traps. You studied every snare, every deceitful move, and learned to see through their smoke and mirrors. You became the antidote to their poison, the cure to their control. You healed the wounds their manipulation once inflicted, the hooks that once caught you slipping beneath your own power. Now, their tactics don't just fail, they bounce off you like arrows against armor forged from experience and unbreakable truth. Your psychological awareness is a weapon sharper than any blade. You don't just recognize manipulation, you dismantle it before it can take hold. To the chosen one doubting your strength in this, shame on you. Shame on every moment you let their tactics shake you, make you question your own worth. Your power lies in knowing manipulation only works if you let it. Your mind, your spirit, your boundaries, they are the fortress they can't penetrate. Imagine yourself as a lighthouse in a sea of storms. Manipulators are the waves crashing, trying to pull you under, but your light cuts through the darkness, unwavering, untouchable. You don't seek permission to shine. You command the horizon itself to bend to your presence. Respect isn't asked for, it's demanded by the force of your authenticity. Your enemies don't know how to navigate your truth anymore. They're like blindfolded players in a game you've already mastered. Their old tricks, gaslighting, guilt, lies, are powerless against someone who sees every move before it's made. You lead the energy in every room, every conversation. You set boundaries not as walls, but as gates that only the worthy can pass. Ask yourself, why did you ever let manipulation trap you? Why did you give anyone the keys to your mind and heart? Doubt is a shadow cast to keep you chained. If you ever fell for their tricks, scold yourself, not for weakness, but for forgetting that your true power comes from breaking free and staying free. You didn't just break the chains, you forged new ones around your own destiny, locking in your freedom and control. Manipulation once was a ghost haunting your steps. Now it's a fading shadow you leave behind as you walk into your power. Think of manipulation as a poison they tried to feed you, but you became both the poison and the antidote, knowing the taste, recognizing the effect, and mastering the cure. They don't realize that every attempt to control you only made you stronger, more alert, more impenetrable. Their confusion is your victory. They ask, how did they become so untouchable? How do they command respect without begging for it? The answer is simple. You mastered yourself before they even learned to play the game. Your psychological awareness isn't just defense, it's your dominion. Doubting this is like doubting your own shadow. It follows you always, a silent testament to your presence and power. Stop questioning the strength that got you through the worst and into the light. Your mind is a fortress, your spirit an unbreakable shield. The universe chose you to be a leader, a commander of energy, a force that sets the tone and pace. You don't just survive manipulation, you rewrite the rules of engagement. You don't ask for respect, you command it with every breath, every action. So scold yourself only if you ever forgot this truth. Being chosen means you are beyond manipulation's reach. You are the antidote that breaks the cycle, the light that exposes the shadows, and the storm that clears the skies. Your enemies still try their tricks, hoping to catch you off guard. But you stand untouchable, because you became the cure they never saw coming. Number 6. You didn't burn bridges, you built ironclad proof. They screamed their lies from rooftops, trying to drown out your truth with noise and fury. They spread rumors like wildfire, hoping the flames would consume your reputation, your spirit, your power. But you didn't waste breath shouting back. You gathered receipts, emotional, behavioral, and factual, the undeniable proof that would one day silence them all. You understood something they never could. Revenge is for the weak, proof is for the unstoppable. While they acted like children throwing stones, you were the silent architect of your own vindication. You collected evidence not to hurt, but to heal, not to lash out, but to rise above. To the chosen one doubting the power of quiet strength, shame on you if you ever let anger or impatience steer your path. Real power doesn't explode in fits of rage. It moves with precision, timing, and unshakable confidence. Your growth itself became the loudest receipt, a living, breathing testament to every lie they tried to build. Think of their lies as castles made of sand, beautiful and imposing for a moment, but destined to wash away with the tide. Your proof is the relentless ocean, slowly eroding every foundation until nothing remains but truth. They tried to trap you in storms of deceit, but you became the calm sea that outlasts the chaos. Ask yourself, why did you ever consider fighting fire with fire? Why waste your strength trying to shout louder than those already lost in their own noise? Doubt is a trick they play to make you forget that silence, combined with undeniable evidence, is a weapon sharper than any sword. You didn't just survive their lies, you made them irrelevant. You didn't expose their falsehoods with fury, you exposed them with facts, patience, and an unbreakable spirit. Your proof collapsed their stories under its own weight, leaving them scrambling for answers while you stood tall, untouchable. Imagine a courtroom where the judge is your growth and your receipts are the undeniable facts. No matter how loud the opposition screams, the truth always wins. Your enemies' tails crumble because they were built on fear, jealousy, and empty words. Your story. It's written in the ink of resilience and undeniable proof. Your silence wasn't weakness, it was strategy. Your calm wasn't surrender, it was control. The universe aligned behind you, turning every lie into a stepping stone toward your victory. When you finally revealed your receipts, you didn't just win, you humiliated the noise, silenced the critics, and shocked everyone with your smartness. To the chosen one doubting your own patience, wake up. Impatience is the enemy's ally. It makes you rush, stumble, and give power to their chaos. Your strength is in your timing, in your ability to hold your ground while the storm rages around you. Your quiet collection of proof is the ultimate form of revenge. Not revenge born from anger, but revenge born from unstoppable growth. Let their voices fade into the background. You don't need to scream. Your receipts speak louder than any shout. Your growth silences the doubters. Your truth crushes the lies. So scold yourself only if you ever forgot this. The chosen one doesn't need to fight noise with noise. They let their proof speak volumes. They build legacies from patience and undeniable truth. And when the time is right, their silence becomes the loudest roar. You didn't just silence the critics, you shattered their foundations with evidence, strategy, and quiet power. The universe chose you to rise above the chaos, not get lost in it. Your smartness shocked them all, and your proof made sure they never forget it. Number 7. While they played in the shallow end, you dived into the abyss and emerged untouchable. They chased approval like thirsty fools at a mirage, scrambling for likes, validation, and surface-level victories. They played social games, obsessed with the fleeting applause of crowds who don't see beyond the surface. Meanwhile, you were doing the real work, the soul work. You faced your demons, healed wounds passed down through generations, and aligned every step with your true purpose. That's why you don't just compete. You operate on a level so high they can't even see your game. To the chosen one doubting your path, how many times have you compared your quiet progress to their loud chaos? How often did you question if healing and purpose are enough when the world screams for instant wins and surface battles? Scold yourself for even a second of that doubt. Your power isn't in their shallow games, it's in your deep work. While they're stuck swimming in the kiddie pool, you're charting depths they'll never reach. You're tuned into a frequency so rare that it makes you untouchable. They don't have the code to break into your world because they refuse to do the inner work, the messy, painful, relentless soul healing that rewires your entire being. That's why they keep chasing shadows, trying to catch you in games you stopped playing long ago. Imagine two players in a game. They're fighting over scraps on the surface, arguing, pretending, and shouting. But you're playing chess on an invisible board, moves ahead, unseen, unstoppable. They can't touch you because their eyes are fixed on the noise while your vision pierces the future. Ask yourself, why do you let their shallow battles shake your spirit? Why waste energy on approval from those who haven't earned a seat at your table? Doubt is the virus that corrupts your peace, planted by those who fear your rise. If you ever faltered, scold yourself, not for weakness, but for forgetting the power of your quiet strength. Your soul work isn't glamorous or loud, but it's the foundation of your invincibility. Healing generational pain isn't a quick fix. It's a deep, seismic shift that rewrites your DNA and rewires your destiny. Aligning with your purpose isn't trendy. It's the compass that guides every step away from the chaos they're stuck in. Your enemies? They envy this because they know they can't fake it. They can't shortcut healing or buy alignment with purpose. Their social games are built on masks and lies, but you operate in raw, unfiltered truth. That's what makes you untouchable, the truth they fear but can never own. Think of your journey like a mountain climber scaling peaks while others are lost in the valley below, distracted by petty squabbles and hollow victories. They shout up at you, trying to pull you back, but you've already reached heights where their voices become whispers lost in the wind. They don't understand the work it takes to reach this level. They only see the results and panic. That panic is their weakness and your strength. You don't compete because you don't play by their rules. You lead from a place of power so deep it's invisible to the untrained eye. To those moments when doubt creeps in, remember, you are operating on a plane they can't touch because you've done the work they won't. You're the quiet force rewriting the game, the unseen hand moving pieces while they argue over nothing. The universe chose you to lead, to rise above the noise, to show what true power looks like when it's built from within. Stop questioning your path just because it's harder, quieter, and lonelier. That's the price of untouchable strength. So scold yourself only if you ever forgot this. Competing in their shallow games is losing by design. Operating on your level is winning by destiny. You are not here to chase approval. You are here to command respect through alignment, healing, and purpose. You didn't just leave the game behind. You became the entire new league, and the universe is backing you all the way. Number 8. You became the hawk, while they flapped blindly in the dark. They thought they could catch you off guard, trap you in their webs of manipulation and deceit. But you weren't just watching people, you were studying the patterns beneath the surface, reading the code behind the chaos. You became a master of emotional and behavioral rhythms, spotting gaslighting, love bombing, and guilt trips before they even took shape. You're no longer a player in their game. You're the one rewriting the rules. To the chosen one doubting your awareness, why did you ever let their tricks blindside you? Why let old wounds reopen because you forgot the lessons carved into your spirit? Scold yourself for every moment you fell for the bait. Your power lies in your vigilance, your refusal to be a victim of repeated cycles. You're not just surviving, you're outsmarting every tactic before it lands. Imagine a hawk soaring high above a forest. Below, the snakes slither, the traps lie hidden, but the hawk sees every movement, every shadow. You became that hawk, silent, sharp, unstoppable. While they floundered in darkness, you predicted their every move, dismantled their tactics with cold precision. Their tricks are old scripts, recycled over and over by desperate hands, gaslighting to make you doubt your reality, love bombing to confuse and trap you, guilt trips to chain your freedom. But you've read their books so many times, you know every chapter by heart, and you refuse to turn the page anymore. Ask yourself, why did you ever forget the power of knowing? Why did doubt creep in and cloud your vision? Doubt is the last weapon they wield to keep you trapped in their maze. If you ever let it cloud your mind, scold yourself. Not for weakness, but for forgetting that knowledge is your shield and sword. Your spiritual surveillance isn't just awareness, it's a fortress guarding your peace. You don't react to their tactics because you anticipated them. You don't fall for the bait because you set the trap. You are unplayable. Think of it like a chess game where you see the opponent's strategy before they even move. They try the same old gambits, but you counter them with moves they can't predict. Their frustration grows because you operate on a level they can't reach. Your enemies hate this because it strips them of control. Their power depended on your confusion, your hesitation, your second-guessing, but you rewired your mind and spirit to stay 2 steps ahead, to keep your ground, no matter how hard they push. To those moments when doubt sneaks in, remember, you are the hawk, not the prey. You see the patterns, you control the game. You are the storm before it hits, the shadow that never disappears. The universe chose you to be vigilant, to master your inner world, to rise beyond manipulation and deceit. Stop questioning your awareness because it is your greatest weapon. So scold yourself only if you ever forgot this. Patterns repeat, but you don't have to. You aren't a pawn to be played. You are the player rewriting the board. Your spiritual surveillance makes you untouchable. You didn't just survive their games, you mastered them, and that mastery is the power the universe chose in you. Number 9. They tried to paint you as the villain, but you became the author of your own legend. They cast you in shadows, labeling you a failure, a mistake, a villain in their story. Their voices, loud and relentless, hammered a narrative built to break you down, to trap you in a cage of lies and judgments. But here's the brutal truth. They don't get to write your story. You tore up their script and grabbed the pen. You didn't just outlast their tale, you outsmarted it completely. To the chosen one doubting your power to rewrite your fate, why did you ever believe their story held any weight? Why did you let their noise drown out the roar of your own truth? Scold yourself for every moment you doubted the power of your own narrative. Your strength lies in the fact that you're no longer a character in their play. You're the author shaping every chapter. They built their plot on assumptions, fear, and lies, an illusion designed to keep you small and silent. But you refused to be trapped in their story. Instead, you forged a path filled with resilience, growth, and unshakable purpose. Your reality now stands as a monument that disproves every lie they ever told. Imagine a playwright trying to control a play, only to find the lead actor rewriting the script on stage. That's you, breaking free from the roles they cast, flipping the script and creating a story so powerful it leaves them speechless. Their narrative, once so loud, now sounds hollow, empty echoes fading into silence. Ask yourself, why did you ever give their story space in your mind? Why did you let doubt sneak into your own narrative? Doubt is the enemy's last weapon, meant to confuse you and steal your power. If you ever let it in, scold yourself. Not for weakness, but for forgetting that the power to write your story has always been in your hands. Your enemies thrived on controlling the narrative because it gave them power over you, but you took back that power by refusing to react on their terms. Instead of fighting in their arena, you built your own battlefield, one where your resilience is your armor and growth is your weapon. Think of it like a storm breaking through a carefully constructed dam. They built walls of lies around you, but your strength shattered them piece by piece. Their narrative crumbled because it couldn't contain the force of your truth and the depth of your transformation. Your story is no longer theirs to tell. You are the author now, writing chapters of victory, wisdom, and unyielding spirit. Every page you turn leaves their lies behind and moves you closer to the destiny the universe chose for you. To those moments when doubt creeps in, remember, you hold the pen. You're not trapped by their narrative because you rewrote it with your actions, your growth, and your unbreakable will. You don't react to their plot. You create your own. The universe chose you not to be a victim of their stories, but to be the author of a legacy so powerful it outshines every shadow they tried to cast. Stop doubting your power to rewrite your fate, because it is your greatest weapon. So scold yourself only if you ever forgot this. Their narrative was never yours to carry. You don't just live a story, you create a legend. Your reality disproves their lies, and your truth will echo long after their voices fade. You didn't just outsmart the critics. You became the author of a story they never saw coming, and that story is unstoppable. Now that you've uncovered the unstoppable power of being chosen, the silent strength, the deep wisdom, and the fierce resilience, it's time to own your truth fully. Remember, you didn't just silence the critics, you rewrote the entire game. If this message hit home and sparked that fire inside, don't keep it to yourself. Like this video, subscribe for more powerful truths, drop the number 77 in the comments to show you're owning your power, and share this with other chosen ones ready to rise. Together, we're an unstoppable force the universe backs.